Gotten really quiet in here. Are you expecting a public hearing or something? We're going to get started in a few minutes. Thank you all for your patience. All righty then. Good morning. I am State Representative Jonathan Steinberg from the 136th District, the town of Westport, and the House Chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. We are here today for our third and final public hearing during this short session. We have a good number of bills to cover and a number of bills that, judging from the number of people interested in testifying, are of interest and perhaps a little complicated. So bear with us today. We really want to hear from everyone, but also give those in a position to give us some really expert testimony a chance to explain what's good or not so good about some of the things we intend. My co-chair, Senator Needleman, will be here shortly, having had some car issues. I understand Senator Fazio will be participating via Zoom, but I will immediately turn it over to my esteemed ranking member, Representative Buckby. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and I'm now esteemed. That's things are good.
Don't push it.
It is on record that you said it, which I love. No, I appreciate it. I think we're in for a long day. I don't want to drone on too much here. I do think it's interesting looking at some of the written testimony we've already received, and I really look forward to what people have to say today. I'm a little amazed that we've done something historic. I think in seeing the written testimony, the Yankees and Red Sox agree on something, which is
cats and dogs living together.
Cats and dogs living together. That's all I have, and I look forward to a wonderful day. I look forward to learning quite a bit today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And when you mentioned drones, I had to check the agenda to make sure there weren't any drone bills. Okay. Senator Fazio is with us. Senator Fazio, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Looking forward to our robust and wide-ranging conversation today. Go Yankees.
We will get started right away then. First up today is our esteemed counsel, Claire Coleman from the Office of the Consumer Counsel.
Good morning, Representative Steinberg, Chair of the Energy and Technology Committee, Senator Needleman, who I know is on the way, Ranking Member Buckby, and to the rest of the committee and Senator Fazio online. Thank you for the opportunity and privilege to testify first this morning, and for raising such a breadth of important bills today that tackle the broad scope of work that we do at the Office of Consumer Counsel. Energy, water, and telecommunications are all being tackled. So appreciate your indulgence. I do have several bills to get through, but we'll try to be brief. And I do want to start by wearing my other hat, which is as chair of the Low Income Energy Assistance Advisory Board, and thank the committee for raising Senate Bill 384. Recognizing that water costs factor into overall utility affordability, the board has served as a collaborative space for discussing and addressing water affordability challenges, and has provided assistance with the rollout of the federal low-income household water assistance program known as LIWAP. So we appreciate the board is seeking to codify that work as part of our statutory mission with full support from the participating water utilities. The board plays an important role in helping ensure that the state meets its energy affordability goals, and we thank the committee for its support in helping broadening that mission to water affordability as well. Turning to the energy bills on the agenda, I'm not going to address all of them. We have submitted written testimony on several. I do just want to highlight a few key points. We have submitted written testimony expressing some concern with the language of House Bill 5441, an act concerning utility shutoffs for certain customers. I do support the committee's efforts to address collection methods to manage and reduce arrearages, particularly medical arrearages in cases of financially distressed customers. And look forward to working with the committee on that. I think as drafted, I'm concerned that the bill doesn't adequately protect customers who are dependent on utility service for health and safety from these potentially lethal consequences of disconnection. So I look forward to working with the committee to figure out how we can address this challenge in a more narrowly tailored way. We strongly support House Bill 5406, the task force on transmission and GETS, but just want to say we want to be a part of that task force. The OCC plays an important role with our regional partners and in the ISO New England representative body, NEPOOL, on transmission planning, and believe consumers would benefit if we had a seat on that task force. With respect to Senate Bill 385, an act concerning energy procurements, we do support giving both PURA and DEEP the additional tools that are contemplated in this bill and appreciate the effort to increase the affordability of our energy procurements by providing different tools. We do have a few technical fixes we'd like to discuss with the committee related to the second of the three proposals related to the use of the state PPAs as a hedge in the standard service procurements. Finally, last but certainly not least, I'd like to turn to the one telecom proposal on the agenda, HB 5446, an act concerning funding for community access television, CTN, and low-income internet access. And we really appreciate the committee raising this for consideration. As you're all aware, in 2022, after this committee heard testimony on community access funding bill, the legislature directed PURA to study different funding mechanisms. Our office was an active part of that. And HR 5466, which OCC unequivocally supports, flows from some of the recommendations and expands on others that were evaluated in the PURA report, which was submitted to the legislature in December and to this committee. The bill, as proposed, provides an equitable and sustainable solution to funding of community access. Community access programs provide unquantifiable benefits in terms of fostering community, enhancing transparency and accountability of government, and promoting First Amendment rights. The bill provides cable and video certificate holders with a tax deduction from the gross earnings tax for funding their support of PEGs. The bill also establishes an equitable and competitively neutral tax structure for the providers of communication services, replacing an antiquated and siloed tax system, and one that will restore state funding from communication providers on an equal basis without regard to transmission technology, whether it's wireless, wireline, satellite. The bill strengthens the PEG-PISA fund, 50% of which annually funds education technology initiatives for our schools. It ensures that Connecticut municipalities will receive their full share of tangible personal property tax. It ensures sustainable funding for Connecticut for CTN, which we all rely on, including right now. It establishes a potential pathway for Connecticut to create a Connecticut Internet for All program that could ensure eligible low-income households, particularly those with school-aged children, would not face choosing between food on the table and internet access. And this is particularly crucial given that currently over 186,000 Connecticut households are receiving the federal Affordable Connectivity Program subsidy, which is unfortunately slated to end in May. We know that energy affordability, yes, but broadband affordability, more relevant to this bill, is a serious issue here in Connecticut. And we think that evaluating options for continuing a broadband affordability program in the state is a critical first step to ensuring these 186,000 households can stay connected. In closing, I'll acknowledge there's substantial industry opposition to this bill, particularly the tax provisions. I do want to say we are happy and recognize that communication service providers do offer an array of transformative services and recognize the importance to achieving more connectivity in our state. At the same time, these companies are flourishing financially, as reflected in some of the examples of 2023 revenues in our written testimony. So I do want urge the committee to think about the framing that you might hear later in terms of this as being a proposed tax on consumers. There's no reason this fair and equitable tax should be passed on to consumers when these corporations are making, billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollars a year nationwide. So we have included in our written testimony responses to some of the arguments that you'll hear today. My colleague Bert Cohen, sitting to my left here, is our staff attorney and broadband policy coordinator and has extensive tax and telecom legal experience and is here to help answer some of those weedy questions that you might have today. Thank you for your patience, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was a very direct and succinct testimony, but as you know, going first also bears with it a burden of having to maybe explain things to people. I want to start by saying that this committee very much appreciates OCC's collaboration on the telecom conundrum as we're trying to solve it, and appreciate all the good hard work you put in there. And at least I agree that this is worth doing. This is a public good. As you were saying, telecom is as much almost a human right now as shelter, water, electricity. We have to make sure that everybody has not only access, but quality access if they're going to participate in a contemporary society. Before I get into the discussion on telecom, I do want to follow up on your comment with regard to the shutoffs bill. You made mention that from OCC's perspective, you feel it doesn't adequately protect consumers. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So the proposal, as I read it, essentially eviscerates the whole medical protection category, or it makes it irrelevant because it ties medical protection to the financial hardship status. So while we do think it's appropriate to have, as the current statutory language reflects, ensure that the medical protections are targeted to those who are unable to pay their bills, we might need a little broader category for medically challenged customers, who are often, may not be a financial hardship customer in their usual course, but may find themselves in unique circumstances due to, a sudden illness or rising, huge hospital bills all of a sudden. There may be certain circumstances. We just want to make sure that the processes are in place to evaluate the need of these medical customers, and tying it to the current definition of financial hardship feels a little overly broad.
Thank you. Did you propose any remedies in your written testimony?
We do have a few suggestions, and we're happy to work with the committee to propose some specific language.
Thank you. That'd be valuable. It certainly wasn't this committee's intent to throw up new obstacles for those with medical issues. So if we could clear up that, that would be very helpful. So let's get into the meat of the conversation on trying to, as you put it, come up with a fair solution, a level playing field, or balanced solution to what, as you described, is an antiquated system that no longer seems to be serving our needs. If you wouldn't mind, as briefly and as cogently as you can you help explain where we are today? Maybe Bert would be glad to take this on, and why we're proposing such a remedy?
Sure. Bert's eager to explain the history of how we got to this moment. So
It's a brief, Bert.
Yeah, I will turn it over to my colleague.
Well, thank you, Claire, for passing that along. And Chairman Steinberg, it's great to see you and the rest of the members of the committee. So where we are, we have a system that's been established, was established. Chairman Steinberg, don't get upset. It was established in the mid-60s, where I'm going back a ways, where cable and telephone service, those were the two communication services, were set up to be taxed and regulated identically. That system continued, and the tax system was the gross earnings tax, which was then much higher than it is now. And ultimately, the gross earnings tax rose to 9%. Now, during that period before that, and even up through that period, the gross earnings tax was a tax on the companies. It was never considered to be a tax on subscribers. In fact, I see Chairman Gillette in the audience. She missed out on the whole period of time when there actually were rate cases for cable TV systems and the telephone company. Those were a little bit, you were spared that, Madam Chairman. But in any event, so you now have a system that's set up where the companies are paying their gross earnings tax, and they're paying it for the privilege of occupying the public rights of way. Pure and simple. As a result, as the gross earnings tax increased, they were also given an exemption on their tangible personal property. Now, SNET, which was the dominant phone company in the late 80s, knew that it was ultimately going to it was working its way with the legislature and with the then DPUC to get into a system that was without any regulation. They call it now alternative regulation. That system basically began here in Connecticut in the mid-90s. But as a result of that, alt-reg as we call it, there would be no more rate regulation. And as a result of not having rate regulation, why have the gross earnings tax on them? So what they did is they did a deal with the legislature and with the governor at the time, and basically got out from under the gross earnings tax in exchange for imposing a sales tax on telephone service. And that became effective on 1990. And the reason I'm telling you this is to emphasize the historical point that the gross earnings tax has never intended to be a tax on consumers. Now, with respect to cable wanted the same deal that the telephone company had. And so they said, we want to get out from under the gross earnings tax, and we want to have our subscribers pay fees to the state directly through the sales tax. We're happy to collect that. Well, SNET at the time, which again was a dominant phone company, had a little bit more clout up here in the Capitol than did the cable industry. And so the legislators came up with a compromise. They said, all right, you, the cable industry, and their lawyers, which included me at the time, were challenging the gross earnings tax at 9% as being an excessive franchise fee, because the franchise fee cap was at 5% under federal law. Legislature said, yeah, we'll give you the deal. We'll give you the gross earnings tax at 5%, and you'll collect the sales tax, which by the way, at the time was 8%. There was a lot of tax issues going on. So that, in essence, and
So what we're trying to,
I'm trying
what
to
we're
say,
trying to do
I-
in this context is ensure that the updates in technology that are reflected in taxation, right? So we have these silos based on old definitions and technologies that, new technologies, and we want to make it equitable across all telecommunications companies and make it non-discriminatory so that you're not taxed differently depending on how you're classified.
Thank you for that. And so we have this sort of web of taxes that are legacy and were well intended at the time they were put in place. But I understand there are also fees related to some of this.
well, the gross earnings tax at the time, when I negotiated with the legislature and the Attorney General's office, which was driving some of this at the time, to get the DPUC and PURA, then DPUC and the OCC fee, which is under General Statute 1649, deducted directly from the gross earnings tax that was due by cable. That was kind of the concession, but the other concession was cable retained the personal property tax exemption and still retains it. But the personal property tax exemption, Mr. Chairman, is only on that portion of their tangible personal property that is used solely for the purpose of providing cable TV. So Telcom lost that because the telephone company gave that up when they gave up their gross earnings tax. Meanwhile, now much of the personal property that's being used by the companies, particularly the cable broadband companies, are not used for cable television. Yet we have no indication that there's any increase in personal property tax, tangible personal property tax that is going to the municipalities. So that is the genesis for how we got to where we are.
Thank you. My intent you've satisfied, which was to demonstrate that over a long period of years in a changing industry where the technologies have changed, the uses have changed, we have accreted a number of taxes and fees that are very hard to negotiate and more fundamentally not fair to consumers or even some of the users of these fees. How does what we have in this legislation make things fairer? And is this a rubric by which we can count on it being the basis for generating the revenues to support public television access going forward? Or are the rapidly changing landscape, which is streaming services and the like, going to continue to complicate our ability to maintain a system that's fair?
Okay, first of all, the PEG access community that we have here today that you will hear from, it's not the PEG access systems and networks that were first established almost 40 years ago. This is PEG 2.0 that we have right now. They are not only providing information and the opportunities for the members of the community to participate in doing program, they are making sure that that programming is available not just on cable television in the traditional sense, but also over the internet through YouTube, through their own applications, through Roku, etc. So yeah, this is they have evolved to the point where they are taking advantage of this change in technology, and so therefore they will continue doing the good work that you'll hear about from them and their supporters later on today. Did I hit that? I'm not sure if I answered your question.
I think you did. Certainly, you've clarified our intent today, which is to take a swing at this. It's particularly thorny. I think others who will testify will help us understand some of the challenges in trying to reform a system that has built up over the years and may not be serving anybody's needs quite in the way that we originally planned. And most importantly, putting at risk a public access system that in some form, maybe not in the form we have today, is worthy of maintaining. You were going to add to that?
Absolutely. I think you captured the part of our objectives as well, ensuring there are multiple strands here, ensuring that our PEGs can continue to flourish in our communities, ensuring that we promote digital equity in the state through the PEG-PISA grants and the Connecticut Consumer for All program, and ensuring that our telecommunications companies are, treated in this form, in terms of taxation equally, and are not avoiding their fair share of contributions because they provide services through one medium versus another. So it's really modernizing that system. So those are the key components, and thank you for the opportunity to explain that.
Thank you.
May I add one other point to
You may.
Attorney Coleman? and that is the loss of revenue to the state of Connecticut. The gross earnings tax system was structured so that unlike other states where there are a lot of this activity, particularly with cable companies, occurred at the municipal level, this occurred all at the state level. Again, remember, go back, that was it. Cable telephone, regulated, taxed, both the same and at the state level. The gross earnings tax revenue, as in our testimony, or Claire's testimony, I should say, shows that we have lost nearly $40 million in revenue just because of this change in technology. So in reality, what we have is we have tax equity, as Claire mentioned, with respect to the providers, but we also have tax fairness in that we have companies that are permanently occupying the public rights of way. They have licenses in perpetuity. There is no end to when they have to come up for renewal or recertification. They have there's no structure to review them. We are giving them the ability to make a lot of money in Connecticut. And believe me, you know, from listening to your constituent, you probably get more complaints from subscribers of cable than you do from every other industry. So this is a revenue loss to the state of Connecticut. This committee has the chance, by modernizing a legacy, outdated, anachronistic tax system, to restore that revenue to the state of Connecticut in a fair and equitable way, not doing what was mentioned before, and that the old tax system picked who was going to win, who was going to lose. Everybody's taxed the same.
Thank you for that. I think you've also started to get into the fact that we could even take on more if we so chose to make things even more equitable. And this is a best faith effort to make a start on it. I have a couple other questions, but I'm going to yield to my colleagues, starting with Senator Fazio, followed by Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Thank you, Councilor Coleman, for your testimony. I guess I'm a little concerned that the analysis from OCC seems to conclude that if you impose a gross earnings tax or any other tax on the cost of doing business, that you do not think that it's going to increase end use prices for consumers. I think that almost all economic models or almost all economists would agree that if you increase the cost of doing business, if you impose an earnings tax, that you're also going to see that cost translate to higher end use prices for the consumer. So I was hoping that either of you could explain that, you know, what I thought or what I was inferring from your testimony otherwise.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. I'd have to respectfully disagree. When you look at the enormous profits that these companies make, gross earning taxes are and taxes of general applicability to do business in the state are not intended to be passed on to consumers, and there's sufficient revenue so that these companies could easily avoid doing so.
Well, I don't think intentions really matter, unfortunately. I wish they did, and I appreciate the intention. I wish, you know, I certainly, you know, share the same intention that I wish we could milk big companies more easily than we can milk consumers. Unfortunately, in this state, you know, people are paying a very high cost of living already, and they're paying high taxes already. But I don't think the intentions of our policies matter nearly as much as the actual effects. And yeah, I'm still concerned that you know, where is the evidence that if you impose an earnings tax or any other cost on doing business, that you're not going to see it translate to the end use prices that people pay. So you know, I glanced through the testimony, but I have not seen the evidence that if you impose an earnings tax, that it's not going to translate to a higher end use price for consumers. And I don't think that almost any economist would disagree with that, or any economic model or evidence would disagree with that. So I just get concerned, having a discussion about a more fair, reasonable, or balanced tax system, I think is totally warranted. So I appreciate what you're doing here, and I appreciate that we're worried about the revenue streams here, but just increasing costs for consumers, increasing the cost of doing business, which will result in exactly that. It does give me pause. So I'm happy to give you, either of you, the last word to kind of explain your economic thinking on that. But I do have concerns.
Well, I'll take a shot.
Yeah, my colleague's waving at me to let him take a step, so go for it.
Two things. I think think of this as a supplement to the corporation business tax on one hand. On the other hand, you can think of it as what the state is due for the permanent occupation of the state's streets and highways by these companies who are making literally hundreds of billions of dollars. So, I guess that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is that when you go shopping in the store and you look at a box of cereal, you don't see, when you check out, you don't see a line item on your bill for what the farmer's cut for growing the grain was. You don't see a line item for the cost of processing. There's no add-on in the box for the box or the packaging of the cereal. There's no transportation or gasoline charges line itemized on. But this is what the cable companies do in particular, and back to telephone companies as well. They are the masters of disguising what their costs are. And that's one of the reasons why the FCC, Senator Fazio, has an all-in pricing proceeding before it, one in which our office filed comments in support. So for all our office knows, they can start line itemizing their corporate business tax expenses to customers along these lines. It's no different from doing that. This is revenue that has been lost to the state. It is due to the state for the permanent occupancy of our public streets and highways. And we can either give that up. That revenue can probably be used by this body for other good purposes, such as a digital affordability program. It could be used for low energy support. It could be used to help schools and municipalities. But right now, we are not getting that revenue, and we will, if you don't make the change, we will continue to suffer the loss of revenue in the state that can be used for the greater good in the state of Connecticut.
Just to clarify, that the companies are still paying corporate income tax and sales tax for the products and so on, the other normal taxes that corporations pay in Connecticut, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you. Just as a quick follow, I take your point, Bert, that there's tremendous value in the permanent access to the right of way on every street in the state of Connecticut. They may not own it, but to have a permanent unfettered access to it has got to be worth a lot of money. And to your point, if they're making great sums of money, it's only fair that the state is compensated in a manner in which is consistent with the original granting of such right-of-way rights, and that we are getting our fair share. I'm not sure I take my colleague's argument. Anything that we do that affects corporations conceivably could be passed on. But it's not as if these providers are going to pull up stakes and go someplace else. They're kind of heavily invested in the wire technology. So my guess is, as compared to the escalating cost of streaming services, the number of streaming services, this may be relatively inconsequential by contrast to the other challenges we're facing in the costs of accessing much of the telecoms products. Is that correct?
That is correct. And to your point, Mr. Chairman, this is not a tax on streaming services. We want to make that clear. I think there's a misinformation campaign that's going on out there on social media that that's what this bill is. It is not a tax on streaming services. And although I am a Yankee fan, I am sorry that somebody convinced Randy Levine to send in a letter, and I assume the Red Sox did it just because the Yankees did it. But in any event, you're right. I hope I answered that question.
Yeah,
for
I
you.
might ask you next what the Yankees do for pitching now that Garrett Cole may be on the shelf, but we'll get into that later. Representative D'Amico, followed by Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Claire and Bert, for coming to testify. So, Claire, I'm looking at your testimony, pages 4 and 5, I will ask this question, and I'm sure you'll give me you'll elaborate a little bit on this. So the fact that these companies now call themselves connectivity companies as opposed to cable companies, is that what they're hanging their hat on, or is it more involved than that? Because that's what I'm garnering from your testimony.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative D'Amico. And actually our testimony, Bert almost brought the show and tell of the newspaper, which makes that point. And there's a visualization of ads that, clearly are talking about connectivity, despite the fact that they're authorized to provide services pursuant to the cable statute. So that, one of the aims of the proposal is to ensure that regardless of name, that you're taxed in an equitable manner.
And you're fairly confident that this will stand up to legal challenge?
So we have no doubt that there would be challenges. I mean, if you look at the list of legal challenges to consumer protection and tax related bills in the telecom space across the country, they are long. I don't think that, and I don't, we are not aware of any specific precedent that says you cannot do this. A lot of the franchise fee laws are municipal, so municipalities grant. So there's not a ton of case law. Bert has thoroughly researched this. We certainly think there are some issues of first impression, but we'd be prepared to defend the positions.
Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Steinberg. Thank you very much for coming here today. There are a couple of points in your testimony. You used the word unquantifiable benefits. And I think that sums up, in my mind, one of the issues with the whole question of public access. We have asked time and time again for these providers to quantify their benefits in terms of number of users, number of subscribers. Councilor Coleman, Councilor Cohen referred to how many of them are accessing new technologies like YouTube. Well, if you're accessing those new technologies like YouTube, which are free to use, why do we need to provide continual funding? And I think my second point, and this follows from Senator Fazio's comments, you link to wireless taxes, cell phone tax rates by state from the Tax Foundation. And it lists the number of states that include that. But if you scroll down that report, one of the big headlines is the regressive impact of wireless taxes. And Mr. Cohen referenced this was a supplement to the corporation tax. As anyone who may have sat through, as I did in the Finance Committee, the tax incidence report, according to our Department of Revenue Services, the corporation tax was the most regressive by Gini coefficient. And I am incredibly concerned that, as Senator Fazio said, this is a tax that will be passed on to our consumers and will disproportionately affect those it is meant to help. And my final point, and then I will welcome your feedback. If it is such a priority that we fund this, then surely let's make it a priority as we budget and not impose a new tax, which is going to be passed on again and disproportionately affect those it is meant to help. And now I would welcome your feedback on that.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Let me try to take your points in order, though you might have to remind me. In terms of data around the number of users, there has been a challenge because the companies own that data when it's directly provided through the TV. However, the pegs and the caps, now that they are streaming on applications like YouTube, for example, are able to track user frequency. And I think you'll hear from some of our pegs. I'm recalling one example from I believe it was Nutmeg TV that just tracked over 1 million users. So I think ensuring that streaming services are part of the modernization of PEG is important, and it's certainly something that we've heard a lot of emphasis from. But we'll, I think you have several of the community access providers who will be here later today to speak to you about the impact that their services are having on their communities. In terms of let's see, second one. I lost track, was on the taxation structure.
Yeah, and the regressivity of
Yes.
this imposition.
Well, we believe that currently the tax, which is limited to cable subscribers, is quite regressive and disproportionately lands on older seniors, who are the ones who are most likely to still have cable, and those who are accessing the same services from different modes, through their streaming, are not. So this is actually an attempt in part to address that. Bert, do you have anything to add on the corporation tax?
Yes, sure. And also just a plug for public access, Representative Cheeseman. This is the only one obligation that remains with the cable industry. This was the agreement that was made in 1984 in Congress, that the Cable Industry, for the Cable Communications Act of 1984, that the cable industry would support forever public access. That agreement was ratified by this body in 2007, when you took away franchise renewal of proceedings and the term limits of the cable industry's occupation of the public streets and highways. The one thing that the co-chairs of this committee insisted on when negotiating that bill was that the cable industry would subsidize and support community access providers as a result of getting freed from oversight and regulation, which is why we have franchises in perpetuity in the state, which is why we have very little opportunities to review the performance of these companies. This is why when people call up and complain to either the Attorney General or our office or Pura about the service. I'm not talking about the rates. We know we can't do anything with that. But about the service, we say, we're sorry, we have no authority, because in exchange for giving them that latitude and that freedom, they must support public access, which, by the way, is not for the PEG providers. It is for the communities they serve. It is for the people. It's Congress called it an electronic soapbox in the House report in 1984. And that's what it is. It provides the opportunity for people in the community to reach other people in their community using whatever communications medium there might be. And so I think I just wanted to add that. I think Attorney Coleman hit it on the corporation business tax thing.
Thank you. And obviously we could debate this ad nauseum. I think laws are passed at a certain time, technology changes, I agree. But our default should not be in an attempt to continue something that, again, I will happily hear from the public access, like Nutmeg TV. A million views, does that mean a million unique viewers, or somebody is out there watching it 100 times a day? I mean, I'm not meaning to be flippant, but we cannot get away from the fact that corporations do not pay taxes, their customers do. And I think as we consider this, we have to take that into account and not further burden our citizens, our residents, with more taxes. And yes, cable companies do pick up and leave because Frontier has left the state. So with that, I know everybody else has questions, and I want to thank you for responding to me. And I look forward to, as they say in the State Department, a frank and meaningful discussion of this matter. Thank you, Chairman Steinberg.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. It actually brings me back to the allusion I made earlier to streaming services. I just want to underline the challenges we face in trying to reform an industry that is changing as we speak. And the whole idea of focusing on cable companies may become an anachronism in a half dozen years as more and more people cut the cord. We're trying to do the best we can with the tools that states are afforded with federal preemption and meet the needs the people wanting to have access. So it is really challenging. This may not be the end of this conversation. Even if we were to pass legislation this year, it is conceivable we might have to revisit it in a half dozen years or so. And I will just add that I take Representative Cheeseman's point that so many taxes we have here in the state of Connecticut are by definition regressive. So I look forward to Representative Cheeseman and her role as a ranking member of the Finance Committee concocting a more fair system that is far more progressive than it is today. Perhaps we can make that part of our conversation as well. I don't see any further questions. My guess is we'll be talking further in the future, but thank you for your testimony today. We will now move on to the
Thank you.
second in the agenda, and that would be Commissioner Dykes from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Representative, Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I'm Katie Dykes, Commissioner. As usual, we brought a team of our star-studded deep cast, and we're pleased to speak to some of the testimony that we've offered, written testimony on several of the bills that are before you today. I could very briefly summarize some of the key points. With respect to House Bill 5438, an act concerning energy efficiency funding and programs, we just wanted to share, our willingness to work with the committee to help address the intent of this legislation. We appreciate in SB 301, the committee raising the proposal that would authorize some amount of the bond funds, the 125 million in bond funds that were authorized for energy efficiency in last year's session to be utilized not just for low interest loans, but also for direct grants in the amount up to $20 million. And we see that as a positive example of supplementing the conservation and load management program for energy efficiency funding in a way with taxpayer dollars. But happy to, I know we had some colloquy on that in the last hearing, and happy to speak further on that if that's of interest. With respect to House Bill 5439, an act concerning heat pump adoption, of course, we are supportive of establishing goals for adoption of heat pumps, particularly aligned with the legislation that the Environment Committee had raised at our request last year that would have authorized us to establish a sub-target within the Global Warming Solutions Act for decarbonization of the building sector. As you know, the Global Warming Solutions Act sets an economy-wide target for greenhouse gas reduction. And this committee advanced the legislation 3 years ago that created the 100% zero carbon electric supply target for the electric sector. And that planning target has been very valuable for us to then inform the grid scale procurements and investments that we're making. And so similarly, we think establishing a sub-target for the buildings sector, a decarbonization target for the building sector would inform planning and investment decisions across lots of different technologies that we think can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the building sector. But we know that heat pumps are one important measure to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions from building heating and cooling. And so we're, for that reason, supportive of this target. We would note that we've seen a very significant increase in the uptake of incentives from the Conservation and Load Management Program that are available to support heat pump adoption. It's been a fairly dramatic rise in interest in that program. I'll just give an example. I think we had 12,000 or nearly 13,000 rebates issued across the variety of rebates for heat pump technologies in 2021. In 2023, that number increased to 18,000. I think some of the reason for the increased interest is that the availability of federal tax credits. So that's a positive. Also, I would note that heat pump technologies provide not just heating, but also cooling. And as we see our summers becoming warmer, we are in a region where much of our older building stock does not have air conditioning. And so I would anticipate that we'll continue to see increased interest in heat pump adoption for both purposes as we anticipate extreme heat conditions becoming more pronounced with the acceleration of climate change. All that said, we know that one of the most as we see heat pump adoption, that will mean that there's more electric load coming onto the grid. And so we're very focused on ensuring that customers who are installing heat pumps can right size the electricity demand and right size the heat pump equipment that they need by pairing the heat pump adoption with weatherization measures such as insulation and air sealing. And that is being able to couple those two measures together is something that we are very focused on with the Conservation and Load Management Program dollars. So I would just simply submit that to the extent that the committee considers adopting a target for heat pump adoption, considering whether there should be some additional funding provided to support subsidize the installation of the heat pumps, recognizing that the conservation load management program dollars in order to support the scale up to meet this goal will be needed to support the weatherization measures, the air sealing and insulation that we think can really help to optimize and reduce or optimize the amount of electricity demand that we ultimately need to support heat pump adoption. House Bill 5440 is an act concerning life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of biofuels. This is a bill on which the department submitted testimony in opposition. We are, open and always open to engaging with stakeholders on adoption of different models for and analyzing not just greenhouse gas emission reductions, but also considering full life cycle benefits. But we are not comfortable with making the adoption of certain models mandatory in statute. We would note that we follow the tools and the methodologies that the EPA utilizes for greenhouse gas emission reduction calculation, and that is standard across all of our neighboring states. It's common practice, and it helps us to not end up double counting emissions across state jurisdictions. So this is the reason that we are concerned about instituting into statute the requirement to utilize the GREET model for our greenhouse gas emission reduction calculations. But Senate Bill 382, an act concerning solicitation of run-of-the-river hydropower and other Class 1 renewable energy resources. DEEP's supportive of this bill. We were pleased to be a part of the hydropower task force, and we were able to, and certainly we've engaged many parts of our department, from the energy team, our dam safety team, fisheries. The future of hydropower, of course, touches on many areas of deep interest and expertise. We think that and the optimal path forward to secure investment and upgrades in Connecticut hydropower facilities would be through a contracting model. And we'd be pleased to work with the committee on perhaps some additional suggestions for this bill that would help us to not only support hydropower from hydro facilities that currently meet the Class 1 standard, who might incrementally increase production, but also from facilities that might be able to install upgrades that would enable them to meet the Class 1 standards. But happy to follow up or take any questions on that one. Senate Bill 383 is an act concerning the effect of offshore wind facilities on state fisheries. We are broadly supportive of measures to help ensure that offshore wind development and developers are funding the mitigation of project impacts on fisheries and wildlife. But we respectfully have concerns with this bill because we believe that DEEP's existing procurement process, which already includes mitigation funding requirements, as well as our participation in a collaborative regional process that is advancing, are a more effective way to address what we see as the intent, the valuable intent of this bill to mitigate the impacts of offshore wind development on commercial fisheries and wildlife. And then finally, almost finally, Senate Bill 385 is an act concerning energy procurements. DEEP is supportive of this legislation, which provides discretion for the department and flexibility with respect to future nuclear procurements. But we do strongly support the language in this bill that would condition these procurements on coordination with multiple states in the region. Certainly since the time that DEEP undertook the procurements to prevent the premature retirement of the Millstone nuclear facility, we have seen even more evaluation analysis from the ISO New England, underscoring the critical value that our nuclear assets provide to the entire New England region, not just in achieving greenhouse gas emission goals, but also in preserving the reliability of our regional grid. And so we have been actively engaged with other New England states to encourage them to similarly pursue procurements of existing nuclear resources. And we're pleased to see this legislation reflecting a similar expectation that the preservation of existing nuclear is very important in the long run, and it is something that should be, since those values, those benefits are shared regionally, we think it would be important for the investments and the cost to be shared regionally as well. House Bill 5406 is an act establishing a task force to study transmission and grid enhancing technologies. We were disappointed that the weather, I think it was the weather, intervened to prevent the committee's session on GET. This is something that we've been very interested and focused on. We know that grid enhancing technologies have the potential to save ratepayers significant amounts of dollars by delaying or even avoiding the need for certain new transmission builds. We'd be, so we applaud the committee's interest in pursuing more dialogue and convening on how to secure these opportunities. We'd be glad to be a part. We also are looking at this in the upcoming integrated resources plan. And if to the extent that there might be further analysis or recommendations desired in that plan, we'd be happy to include that in the scope. And with that, I think those were all the bills that we'd submitted written testimony on. And I'd be happy to take any questions if the committee has some.
Thank you. You've covered a lot of ground in roughly 3 minutes. I have questions or comments on virtually everything you've already said, but I'll try to limit it and allow some of my colleagues to carry on. Let's start with the first bill. You mentioned that it's valuable to have this source to supplement the urgent needs. Do you share the concerns that I have that if we're talking about supplementing, that we don't really have a reliable stream to support these activities, that we're constantly sort of jerry-rigging year to year support for low-income customers?
Thank you. So with respect to the, it is the case that over the last, well, I'll just say since the pandemic, during the pandemic, we saw, and I just want to say, we took extraordinary efforts to work with vendors on energy efficiency funding to enable energy efficiency services and programs to continue the efforts to preserve the energy efficiency funds and stop the practices of sweeping them into the general fund from years past, I think has been invaluable for helping vendors to maintain this workforce. And now we're in a time where we truly are so fortunate that that workforce and that community of vendors to deliver these services are robust, because during the pandemic, we saw a significant increase in interest in the efficiency programs when the war in Ukraine started, and we saw significant price spikes on electric costs due to geopolitical events driving up the cost of natural gas and other fossil fuels. We saw a corresponding significant increase in customer demand, especially residential customers, for energy efficiency services as Connecticut residents and ratepayers were taking advantage and turning to these critical efficiency programs as a measure to help them lower their energy bills. And then since then, we've seen demand continuing to increase for the energy efficiency services. I think in part because many customers, and not just residential and commercial businesses, are looking to take advantage of the newly available federal tax credits that the Inflation Reduction Act has established. And so I think it's a positive thing that those customers are turning to Energize CT and the efficiency programs to get audits and help them identify the most cost-effective measures that they can take advantage of and ultimately get federal tax credits for. So I think we're in an environment now where we should be planning for and expecting that the demand for efficiency services is not going to be flat, but actually accelerating year to year. And so we're working hard to adjust to that. We've made some allocations one-time funding, for example, from the administrative funds associated with the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, to help keep the budgets or to help supplement the funding in the efficiency programs so that we wouldn't have to have programs curtailed. But as demand continues to climb, we're looking hard at how we can right-size the incentives so we can try to stretch our budget, the conservation load management budget, as much as possible, We're also, and I think this is where Senate Bill 301 comes into play. We're also looking hard at barriers that certain customers are facing from an equity standpoint in accessing these efficiency services. So the Residential Energy Efficiency Preparedness Program, or REPS program, that we were able to launch with the committee's support 2 years ago, is helping many low-income customers who have lead, mold, asbestos, and other types of barriers in their home that prevents them from getting efficiency audits to be able to take part in an energy efficiency audit. So that's one of the things that we're using the taxpayer or ARPA funds to help address, to complement the conservation load management funding. But I think to the extent that the conservation load management program is providing rebates for heat pumps currently, and we're seeing, I gave you those stats, this increase in demand for those heat pump rebates. If there were another, if there's support in the legislature to establish a target for heat pump adoption, we think that identifying additional fund, we'd be happy to work on identifying appropriate funding sources to help support scaling that investment, perhaps in supplement to the conservation load management program, which we think is the key kind of foundational program to support the weatherization services that should be paired with the heat pump adoption.
Thank you for that. I think that DEEP and other interested parties have done a good job in reacting to the realities, the changing demand factors. I remain unconvinced that we have a long-term stable solution, given that it seems in any given year, the changes to the cost of energy or other exogenous factors could put us really in a corner, and that I wish we would have a more sustainable approach to dealing with those who are struggling to pay their energy bills. But this is a good segue. You made mention of federal funds, of greater efficiency, of heat pumps. As you stated, heat pumps are another one of those areas where the federal government has been encouraging this activity. You've also noted that this has some implication for load, in that it's another example of electrification. But we also know that by definition, heat pumps are generally more efficient than sort of the legacy air conditioning or heating systems. To what degree will that mitigate impact on load?
That's something that we're actively, I think we see that opportunity, and we're actively working to have better information to answer that question. Again, there's such diversity in Connecticut's building stock. And so we're very focused on engaging with the workforce, engaging with our sister states who are successfully implementing heat pump programs to help us best understand how to optimize the weatherization, pairing the weatherization measures with the heat pumps for that very purpose. But I also want to note, since you mentioned the federal funding, we are actively turning over every rock in the Inflation Reduction Act for funding that could be available to scale and support the scale adoption of heat pumps on the federal dime. One of the things that we've been actively looking at is building a coalition of New England states that could submit an application for a heat pump adoption program to be funded in the EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant program. So that's something we're really excited about, and we'll have more to share as that application is due in April. But it's a nationally competitive program with and so we're not sure what we're working hard to try to advance that application, but whether it will get funded is uncertain. But certainly that's, if it doesn't, then I think finding the funding to help scale a 310,000 or the target that's in this legislation would be really, really important.
One last question on this subject. You'll note that we have a bill that at least touches on the prospect of marrying solar with more storage. Has DEEP contemplated a similar kind of marriage between solar and heat pumps in terms of adoption for greater efficiency?
Good morning, Vicky Hackett, Bureau Chief of the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy at DEEP. So we do I believe the solar providers are required to refer people into the energy efficiency program. And I think right now that the requirement is that people are required to schedule and I'm looking at Chair Gillette and she's nodding, are required to schedule an appointment for with a CNLM, a conservation and load management home energy solutions provider at the time that they adopt solar. Due to the demand in the programs, we used to have where people had to actually have the audit done before the solar was adopted, but we couldn't keep up with the demand in the program. So we've adjusted that a little bit so that they have to at least schedule an appointment.
One of the ironies is we can't keep up with the demand of the program because we take money from the Energy Efficiency Fund and create instabilities there. So we're also responsible for some of the backlog. One last question before I hand it over. You'll make note of the fact, you didn't comment on this bill, but we have one bill that alludes to the importance of being strategic about interconnection points. And I was wondering if you just would choose to comment about DEEP's strategy with regard to interconnections, both in terms of our grid, but more broadly in the regional transmission network and your collaboration with the EDCs and others to map out a plan for the state of Connecticut to make sure that we are investing particularly federal infrastructure resources strategically.
I think you might be referring to 5445, which is an act concerning electric grid interconnection points.
It's a loose
And-
connection, but I thought
But yes, we didn't submit written testimony on that bill, but we are strongly supportive of greater planning and coordination and you know, Pura's leadership in this space. As we know that the streamlining the interconnection process, optimizing for the interconnection process is critical to ensure that projects that are getting contracts are actually achieving you know, are actually getting deployed, built and deployed. So we are strongly supportive of those approaches.
Thank you. I look forward to further conversations on that. Senator Fazio, followed by Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I have two quick questions. You had mentioned on the 5438 that there had been proposals to move more energy efficiency funding from the electricity bill where it's currently funded to the general fund. You know, most people on the committee, I think, have been opposed to that. This now creates two funding streams from the general fund and from the electricity bill, which seems a little contradictory of that notion that it should be mostly funded through the electricity bill. Currently, I believe through our public policy charges that it's about $70 million annually from the consumers for load management and conservation programs. I think there needs to be subsidies for load management and conservation, but I believe the bill adds 150 million on top of the 70 million. I think one thing the bill that does that's really good and important is it's going to study the efficacy of those programs. You know, we all understand you're going to take an upfront cost to save consumption and save costs down the road, but making sure that we're actually getting the payback and the programs are working is very important. So I was wondering if you could touch upon if you have a concern that we're creating these dual parallel funding streams under this bill, and whether going from 70 million to 220 million under the bill is you know, is the right move before studying it. So happy to hear any commentary.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So just briefly, all of the investments that are made in the conservation and load management program are must meet cost benefit tests in order to be able to move forward. And we provide regular reports to the General Assembly, and obviously working in concert with the Energy Efficiency Board that also has an oversight role with respect to this program. You know, we there's a lot of reporting and analysis of the efficacy of these programs and the overall budgets for the energy efficiency programs. If for every single program, whether it's industrial down to low income residential, must meet cost effectiveness tests in order to be implemented. But we'd be happy to provide more information about the extraordinary benefits that not just the people receiving the benefit, the participants receive from these programs, but all ratepayers receive from these investments in terms of avoiding the need to build new generation, helping to reduce the operation of the most costly generation during peak periods. Those are some of the many, in addition to the emission reduction and greenhouse gas benefits of the program. So we'd be happy to provide further information on that. I think that our my view is that continuing to have the mechanism in the ratepayer funding for the energy efficiency programs is critical, because it gives the predictability of the revenues to build out the kinds of efficient multi-year programs that are necessary to implement and pursue energy efficiency savings effectively. We budget for and if actually the plans for these energy efficiency programs, for example, are 3-year plans. And in many ways, and we have vendors, of course, who are training and acquiring their workforce in expectation of these programs, continuing in operation. So there's a important ecosystem of private sector businesses that we rely on to be able to deliver these services, and they in turn rely on having the predictability of the funding streams coming through these programs. So for that reason, and to the extent that these programs are delivering an energy resource that is that is more cost beneficial than the electric supply and generation from the grid, I would submit that this is a bargain, and these are resources that should not be treated differently in terms of how we fund them than conventional power generation, for example. But I would, and in many ways, it's the ratepayer funding that's directed into the efficiency programs that is correcting for some of the failures of our regional markets to procure things like energy efficiency services. If they're more cost effective than conventional supply, and that's the genesis of this program. It's more than 20 years old. The energy efficiency program was first established in 1998 in the same legislation that that created deregulation. So we have a long history of the legislature recognizing the importance of continuing to have ratepayer funded efficiency programs in parallel to reliance on the ISO New England markets. But I do think that our experience shows that there are instances where having supplemental taxpayer funded programs is important to correct for some of the kinds of issues around equitable access to these programs that such as the weatherization barriers for low income residents that I just mentioned, the REPS program. And I think that's one example of where the taxpayer funds can be really valuable. But hopefully I've answered your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think your analogy between efficiency and generation is exactly the right one. The kilowatt saved is a kilowatt generated, and it's even more desirable from an environmental standpoint. I do have concerns that going from 100 million to 250 million in this program is excessive, and creating the dual funding streams doesn't necessarily make sense, but we need energy efficiency and load management. I certainly hear you. My only other question is about going from 20 to 30 years for the long-term power purchase agreements, including wind. I understand that it's more about giving flexibility. I guess I do get concerned that being able to amortize the subsidy from consumers over a longer period of time could make the sticker price look lower, but really the subsidy would actually be higher because the cost of capital is pretty high for a private company. So, you know, I just want to understand kind of your vantage point on why this is, what the guardrails are on protecting, on ensuring that we're maximizing the benefits for ratepayers on that.
Yes, so thank you, Senator. That's definitely something that we share, that, perspective, as we would evaluate what the appropriate term is for, a contract. A longer term certainly would reduce the per kilowatt hour charge or impact to ratepayers in the near term, but could ultimately, over the full life of the contract, could be potentially more expensive when you factor in carrying costs. And so, but I think that that's one of the reasons that our support for this bill is very contingent on it being providing discretion to DEEP to offer or to select contract terms up to the 30 years. And so that we could evaluate what contract term ultimately is in the best interest of ratepayers once, in the course of an RFP. So to the extent that it doesn't mandate that the 30-year term, but it provides us the flexibility to go up to 30 years, some of the items that you mentioned are certainly factors that we would be weighing, as well as looking at the available information, to the extent that what are the expected lifetime of these, commercial operation of the technologies that would be funded. But but at the same time, we know that we benchmark against some of our neighboring states, and some of them have adopted this practice of terms that are longer than 20 years. And so again, like, we're supportive of having this flexibility.
Do you think it would be it's worth having a conversation about, say, language that would say, the length of the term of the contract, should be, will minimize impact to ratepayers in like net present value terms or something. I'm just workshopping it, but is there something in language that would help, direct without being overly prescriptive, just to give everyone, confidence about the statute? Or, I'm just giving this to you now. So, and I'm trying to think through it right now as well. So, if you want to think,
I think I feel, and I think you could feel very confident that the standard that any selected contract has to meet, which is that it has to be in the best interest of ratepayers, is a standard that ensures there's very careful vetting of how these costs are structured, and certainly I know you're also reassured that that not only does a contract selected by DEEP have to meet that test, but it has to be approved. PURA has to approve the selected contract. And so when PURA does that assessment, they apply that best interest of ratepayer standard. And we've had a lot of, we've been doing this for almost a decade now. And so there's a lot of case law, I suppose, and precedent that's built up around how that standard is interpreted. So I think we feel confident that the best interest of ratepayer standard captures the considerations that you're raising. But would be happy to have further.
That's a very good point, and I think is a pretty good answer. So thank you for your time, Commissioner, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Pescopo, followed by Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony. I'll ask you a quick question on 5440. You presented a very extensive testimony in opposition, and just maybe just verbally, can you explain why we wouldn't have a life cycle greenhouse gas emissions study done by our own Department of Energy, a laboratory connected to our own United States Department of Energy, and why we shouldn't do this with all our renewable portfolio, instead of being dependent on an international panel on climate change, which may have a whole different definition of life cycle greenhouse gas. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for the question. Lauren Savage, I'm the Director of the Office of Energy Supply and Infrastructure with DEEP. So I think the GREET tool that's referenced in the bill is used for kind of some discrete purposes for inventories or for greenhouse gas accounting in terms of statewide, economy-wide emissions inventories. We use EPA's state inventory tool, which is, it takes an assessment of all of the fuels consumed in state, electricity, all of the fuels in state. And, that's kind of the best practice that's used across the nation. So I think our concern is taking this tool that's used in more like insular studies. I think California has used a version of it in its low carbon fuel standard, having that applied to an economy-wide emissions inventory isn't really best practice across the country.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Foster, followed by Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you so much for being here today. I'm going to I'm taking my questions out of order, so excuse the lack of clarity. Thank you so much for your testimony today. So Rep. Piscopo asked a question that sort of relates to my question. I actually wasn't familiar with Argonne National Laboratory ahead of reading 5440. And it's unusual in statute to reference like a external organization. And it looks like they're affiliated with the Land Grant College and University, which is like an affiliation to the federal government, but not specifically the federal government. So I just wanted to see, like, for you all who might have more familiarity, ask if that's like if it is a government nexus, or is that as sort of disconnected as it appears to me, because that makes me nervous when I work for a university group that has federal funding through the NIH, but we would never reference in statute specifically a research institution that can receive funding from a variety of different sources. I think that's my understanding, is that we wouldn't specifically reference it. So can I get a little background on Argonne National Lab?
Yeah, so I think we can follow up with a specific answer to that question. The GREET tool was a relatively new tool to us. But I think that's kind of the basis of our concern with putting it in statute, is that it's, it's a very specific tool that will be put in statute and required to apply to the economy-wide emissions accounting.
And Argonne is one of the national labs. It's funded and overseen by the Department of Energy. But I think our general, and this gets very technical very, very quick when we're looking at these different modeling tools. But I think that our broad concern is with respect to the Global Warming Solutions Act and the greenhouse gas inventory that DEEP undertakes. It's really, we rely on the the EPA analysis when we're calculating our progress towards the GWSA. It is a common practice across all of the states that have these GHG targets, and among other things, it helps to minimize the possibility of double counting emissions across state borders. So consistency is very important. But there are, as I think Lauren Savage mentioned, there are some jurisdictions that utilize the GREET model for specific purposes and specific programs. And, to the extent that there's an interest in us, utilizing the tool for a certain purpose, again, it would be helpful to have more dialogue with the committee about the desire and the intent. But our specific concerns are with respect to the bill requiring the use of this particular tool, which would create some, I think, unintended consequences and challenges in terms of avoiding double counting and disrupt the kind of way that we've been tracking progress in the GWSA.
And it's my understanding, just sort of in science outside of this field, that a lot of times these modeling estimates are based on point in time data that's available, and that sometimes like a model that's like the model of the day, like the nutrition calculations of the 1990s are very different than what I use right now. And so I imagine like the statistical modeling that we're using from one time to another might vary. So it might be better to connect to an organizational standards versus a specific model. We've sort of talked about, it seems like, so Argonne Labs is DOE versus EPA. And in our state, that's all under one umbrella, the equivalent state agencies, but nationally, that's not the case. Why would we, under this committee that has purview, choose to use standards of one department versus the other for this specific question?
Right. So I think that when it comes to, again, there's different tools, there's different models that can measure different inputs. Life cycle emissions is a very is one that there's been a lot of debate and discussion on, right, about what the best practice is, especially when it comes to biofuels. And so there may be, I guess what I would say is that there may be circumstances where for particular policy decisions or programmatic decisions, it may be appropriate to use a different tool for modeling life cycle emissions and so on and so forth that is developed by, one of the labs or something of that nature, or by another state that has a similar program. I think our main concern, and we'd be happy, again, it's kind of to the extent that we understand what the goal of utilizing the different tool is, I think that would be fruitful for the dialogue about where it might be appropriate to utilize it. But our concern is the EPA methodology is ubiquitously utilized by other states that have their own greenhouse gas emission reduction statutory targets. And so in addition to, it's just the quality of the methodology, there's also the consistency of the methodology that's utilized by the different states that avoids us counting double counting emissions or missing emissions because the individual states are utilizing heterogeneous approaches. But again, we have our team that does the modeling for the GWSA is not here today, but we'd be happy to have further conversation on this one.
Might find me a little bit out of my depth, but that seems like something that's a good idea. My one other question, I apologize, I beg the chair's indulgence, is on your testimony on 5445. I really appreciate your interest in GETS. One of the questions that I would have asked for you if we had had the forum is, as we think about grid enhancing technologies, do you have recommendations for a way to maximize the efficacy of the state's uptake of GETS, but specifically this legislation as it might promote our engagement in leveraging GETS for fiscal savings? It feels like, it seems to me that GETS are low-hanging fruit to save ratepayers money. But I think that we're going to have to be really careful and strategic in the way we ask the EDCs to employ GETS. And so what parameters do you think need to be in place to ensure that GETS are ratepayer savings and the bridge that we need before we can make transmission distributions improvements to improve grid reliability? So I want to think about ratepayer impact, and I want to think about reliability and the really tremendous investments that we might need down the road. Like, what's the best way that you see to encourage adoption of GETS in a way that is the best for our community?
Hi, thank you for the question. Josh Walters, I'm a staff attorney at DEEP. I think that's a really great question. I think the commissioner alluded to before, looking at some of these transmission issues in the next IRP. And I think those are the exact type of questions we're hoping to explore. There's a lot of this work that happens at the federal level through ISO New England and federal tariffs. And so I think the region has been recently engaging, trying to better understand how these planning processes work, where there's improvements for greater transparency because with that greater transparency, entities like DEEP and similar entities in other states can do a better job of engaging and asking questions and really focusing on whether our utilities are, considering a wide range of options like GETs, like advanced conductors, things of that nature. So I think it's, I think transparency and getting a better understanding of these processes and bringing it, out into the open a little bit more will be a very useful way to get at some of those issues.
I think I'll just add, of course, given that we're in a state legislative hearing, it's important to underscore the jurisdictional element here, that this is primarily in FERC space. But the states have been very engaged through UNESCO and in our participation in NEPL processes and engaging with the utilities in their transmission owner capacity to help pursue, this greater transparency. I think that there's obviously the transmission portion of the bill is something that has been increasing over time. We know the cost per mile of building transmission in New England is among the highest in the country. A lot of that relates to just the density of our region, and you're well familiar with some of the challenges of in a dense region building out infrastructure. I think that there is there's a real win-win here that is possible to the extent that states can be assured of more information and transparency around the need for these different transmission investments, and that most cost-effective and advanced technologies are being incorporated into projects. I think states have been signaling willingness to support more robust investment in transmission, including possibly upsizing or transmission reliability transmission investments in anticipation of future load, future need. But it starts with building that level of transparency in these discussions that I think ultimately will provide a clearer investment pathway for the transmission owners. But state legislative interest in this topic, I think, is valuable to the extent that it helps signal broader, that there's a broad interest in these technologies being adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Steinberg. Good to see you today, Commissioner. First, quick anecdote on the subject of heat pumps, and this may play into the need to ensure your house is completely weatherized and made efficient. But my local paper, The Day, recently surveyed residents about the increases in their electricity prices, and a gentleman had installed a heat pump and seen his electricity prices triple. So he was in rather a state of shock. Off the subject of my question, however, 385, Bill 385. We are in the process, you are in the process of receiving RFPs for a new offshore wind procurement, I believe in conjunction with Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. And in those RFPs, the bidder can go into 1, 2, or 3. And it doesn't say, unless you're bidding into 2 or 3 states, we're going to refuse your bid. Should this bill go forward, if there were no other state who wished to enter into a power purchase agreement with Millstone, my reading is Connecticut would be precluded from reaching any agreement on his own. Am I correct?
I think that depending, again, we have suggested a few technical changes to the bill that we'd be happy to discuss further, and that might influence the answer to your hypothetical. But I think at the high level, I think that I read that as the intention of the bill, and I think that that's a positive one, because I have I think my sister states have like grown tired of hearing me talk about how important it is that while these contracts remain cost beneficial for Connecticut, the Millstone and the Seabrook contracts that we undertook it's certainly we're living in your electric bill is lower today than it would have been had we, here in Connecticut, had Millstone retired. So it's a good deal for Connecticut, but it's an extraordinarily good deal for the other 5 states in New England who are not contributing to the contract costs. And so I think that this language sends us a signal to our sister states to say that to the extent that they've been enjoying having the Connecticut ratepayers backstop the investments to prevent nuclear retirements, it's time that if the other states want to see Connecticut continue to play that role, that other states need to acquire similar authority and move together with us. So I think that's an important signal to send.
So and I'm not meaning to be flippant here, but it's sort of, hey, guys, we need two of you to come into this deal. Shame if our nice nuclear facility went away, wouldn't it? I mean, that's the way it's sounding to me. And I am concerned simply because, as you state, we have reaped as a state great benefit, as has the entire region. But I would hate our hands to be tied if we saw this obviously in the best interests of the ratepayers of Connecticut. And because of this bill, could take no action. And I know, our friends at Millstone and Dominion have submitted testimony. I know certainly in conversations with them, it is their, strong desire to reach, an extended power purchase agreement with Connecticut. But I don't want us to be left up a creek without a paddle should other states decide, well, we're going to continue to be free riders. So I want to flag this as a concern, because particularly we have heard day after day after day, if we are to reach our goals, we not only have to maintain existing generation capacity, but grow it substantially. And the loss of this extraordinarily valuable and important carbon-free resource would be, I think tragedy is too great a word. It would talk about being up a creek without a paddle. We would be so stranded on an island that it's painful to contemplate. So again, I want to flag that, because I do think that's something worth considering going forward. And I am confident that you are in close conversation with our fellow states and stressing this point. But as I say, I want to make sure we look after us. So thank you.
I acknowledge that there's very stark, implications here, both for reliability and for equity and affordability. And I would say that some circumstances have changed since this legislature authorized Connecticut to move forward to procure existing nuclear unilaterally, right? It's just a single state in 2017. At that time, I think there was greater skepticism among the other New England states about whether the nuclear assets were truly at risk. But certainly circumstances since that time have proven, with closures in other parts of the country and other states stepping up to undertake incentives to keep their nukes alive, that was not just a wild hypothetical. I would note that the other states that have invested ratepayer dollars to retain their nuclear resources are much bigger than Connecticut, New York, Illinois, New Jersey. And so those costs are being spread over a greater amount of rate base. At the same time, I think the analysis that's available to the other states now from the ISO New England, putting in much sharper relief the reliability consequences should the nuclear facilities retire, is in the latest PEAT study or EPRI study, I think has also effectuated a bit of a change in mindset about the urgency of addressing nuclear retention, and the quantities that Connecticut can procure are not, we have 3 nuclear units, 2 at Millstone and 1 in New Hampshire at Seabrook. And even if Connecticut were to just continue to backstop the nukes on behalf of the region, we just can't, we're only procuring about 45% of the output from the Millstone facility. So we can't actually do it all ourselves. I've seen legislation is moving or has been introduced in Massachusetts, which represents 50% of the load, that would support investment in existing nuclear. And it may be under discussion in other states. And I think this sends a strong signal to those other states and to the nuclear asset owners who participate in those legislative discussions in other states, that Connecticut, is still in this game, but we need other partners. And I think that I'm optimistic that this is a signal that doesn't result in a game of chicken, but actually adds one more piece of evidence for why other states should move forward. And so I think it's complementary.
Thank you. And again, I share your optimism that the other states have seen the writing on the wall and know that this is in their best interest. And, a possibility might be, one other state. I fear, demanding that it has to be two, or, if a certain time period passes, I believe is in the Dominion testimony, that Connecticut would be authorized to open those discussions on its own. But again, with the understanding that, like all things, this is a work in progress. But I did want to raise those concerns. I want to thank you for coming here today. And I did particularly like that second section of the bill, which would allow, if it were deemed economically sensible, to be able to use that power purchase agreement to in the standard service price. So thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all. And thank you, Chair Steinberg.
Thank you. I want to register this rare moment where everybody's feeling positive and optimistic with regard to energy policy. It doesn't happen very often. On that note, I don't see anyone else raising their hands. Commissioner, thank you and your staff for joining us today. I'm sure we'll be talking again soon. We will next go to Chair Gillette from Pura, and then we will begin alternating with the public. Good morning, Chair Gillette. Oh, yeah, just barely, but yes.
Good morning, Chair Steinberg, and good morning, soon to be good afternoon to all the committee members in person and online. I want to thank you for having me here this morning to testify on a number of bills. We did submit written testimony, informational testimony on a number of bills before you today, and we'd be happy to answer any questions. Just to give you an idea of which ones we submitted testimony on, it was 5406 with respect to the Grid Enhancing Technologies Task Force. We also commented on HB 5442, which dealt with state taxation of energy storage systems. I want to thank the committee for raising this bill as well as several others, as it gave us an excellent opportunity to highlight the great work of Pura's talented staff in advancing many of these concepts already. So I thank you for your indulgence as we took the opportunity in written testimony to highlight a lot of the work that has been completed and is ongoing at Pura when it relates to the bill.
Works for me.
Works for me too. I think that's what you said. We also commented on 5443, the act establishing an energy data bill of rights. That also gave us the opportunity to highlight some of the great work that my talented staff continues to do on behalf of ratepayers. The same with HB 5445, an act concerning electric grid interconnection points. I know you were requesting a study in the future. We went ahead and gave you everything we've got today. I imagine that does not get us off the hook, but that is several pages of detailed information on this topic that we have already completed. We also did offer some informational comments on 5446, largely to make sure that you had a recent hyperlink to the legislative study that we were ordered to complete and turned in December of last year. We also offered some ratepayer impacts. I hope we didn't jump the gun on SB 382. We've been an active participant in that hydropower task force, understanding that this was perhaps a placeholder bill for some of those recommendations. We tried to make sure that the committee had access to tentative ratepayer impacts from the various scenarios under consideration there. So you had access to those when you were considering that task force's report. SB number 385, an act concerning energy procurements. We did offer some lengthy suggested red lines if the committee wishes to take up this bill. Those are all before you today, and I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Strangely, we do have some questions for you. Well, let's take a few of these in order. You made mention, first of all, 5442, the bill that looks at ways in which we can take advantage of opportunities to augment storage in the state of Connecticut. Could you just briefly give us a sense about currently what Pura has looked at and, do we really have a plan?
We do. We do have a plan. So this legislature, through this committee, passed what was landmark legislation in 2021 that set a target for the state of Connecticut of 1,000 megawatts by 2030. It authorized Pura to undertake a behind the meter program, and it also authorized our sister agency DEEP to undertake some procurement activities of storage. For our part, we took 580 megawatts of that target and designed an energy storage solutions program, which we were able to rapidly stand up as it was a topic that we had been looking into already under the Equitable Modern Grid Initiative. And we were thankful of the committee's leadership in establishing a target. That target allowed us to further design the program to set up 3 tranches, which are designed to achieve that 580 megawatts by the end of 2030. The program has a residential and a commercial component, and it provides both upfront incentives as well as performance incentives associated with the dispatch of the battery systems. So we provided data on the deployment to date. The program, particularly on the commercial side, has attracted quite a bit of interest, and we are really pleased with the success of that program to date. I know that there have been some questions or concerns about whether the incentives were perhaps enough to inspire deployment on the residential side. As this committee knows, for all of our grid modernization programs, we do have annual review dockets where we take feedback from stakeholders, utilities, state agencies, developers about aspects of the program that are working well and others that can be improved. And through last year's annual review docket, we did take evidence in to the record that the residential incentives needed tweaking, which we did and maintained the authority to do within the existing legislation. So that program is well in hand. We also took the opportunity to flag the Solar for All application that we have worked on with our other state agencies. While solar is in the name, it does carry quite a bit for storage. And if we receive as a state the full amount of requested funding, the program would serve over 12,000 households, deploying 37 megawatts of solar and 53 megawatt hours of storage. So we are eagerly awaiting the results of that application.
As we are as well. Obviously, our ability to really promote renewables in the state is, particularly as it relates to solar, is heavily dependent on our ability to augment storage as well. So we very much appreciate Pura's efforts to put us on that path. Moving on to 5443, the Bill of Rights. This is an interesting bill. If you look at some of the testimony, there are certainly a lot of different data bits that we could be interested in. To my mind, there are really 2 aspects to this, which is acquiring the data and then also making it available for consumers. It can be used in a variety of ways, but the general goal of transparency when it comes to a lot of this data, I think is a good. One of our concerns is who would be responsible for aggregating and presenting such data. I hesitate to ask, is Pura volunteering to take on such a role?
Thank you for the question. So as the committee will see in this bill, Pura is committed to making consumers our ratepayers, not just consumers of energy, but consumers of data. And we took the opportunity in this testimony to highlight all the areas in which we have already made directives to our utilities to make customer data transparent. So that is a requirement through our energy affordability dockets, our clean energy programs, and we also have taken it upon ourselves to collate all of the information and publish a clean and renewable energy report once a year that looks backwards to the previous calendar year to look at all of the data that we have with respect to ratepayer funded clean and renewable energy programs. So in some ways, we have already taken that on directly through the provision of those reports. I think you yourself attended a webinar that we had where we covered some of that information in addition to our annual report. And we also have been working with the utilities on a data dashboard. And our testimony has a link to that data dashboard, which is currently accessible through the energizect.com website. It is a work in progress. We continue to work with the utilities and other stakeholders on on the accessibility of that data and the presentation of it, because there can be some ways in which we might organize the data that does not make it accessible to the public. For example, you might order it by PURA decision or PURA order. Well, that's, members of the public don't know the 100 active docket numbers as I do. And I will let you quiz me on those if you so please. But that is my answer. I'm sticking to it.
I will just say, speaking for myself, please don't do it by docket number. I think that'd be more opaque than not having the data in some cases. But is it fair to say that you believe that the scope of this initiative is doable based upon your experience, and that we can, within a period of time, achieve that? Or there are obstacles in terms of access to certain data that would forbid fully accomplishing this goal?
So we considered the latter part of your question in our recently completed AMI docket. While folks may be familiar with that docket for its consideration of a plan to deploy smart meters, it also had an accompanying framework in which we looked at privacy guidelines that would govern the disclosure of data from AMI. So there are certainly considerations to maintain the privacy of an individual customer's data that need to be considered, particularly the more granular that we try to look at the data. But we think that there are adequate safeguards in place, or that can be developed to protect individual consumers, and that the benefits of trying to correct for some of the information asymmetry that exists in our industry, those benefits greatly outweigh any of the concerns. One thing I would say is it takes time to build not just the data dashboards, but to vet the data to make sure that the way in which it is displayed is accessible to the average ratepayer. So I would say that, in my opinion, it is an achievable feat to make customers' data available to them, provided that there is an adequate lead time to have those considerations in place.
Then I stand greatly encouraged that PURA will be our partner in trying to accomplish this end. I also want to thank you for your extensive testimony on 5445, which I will read with great interest. I anticipate, though, that my colleague will want to further discuss that. So I'll hand off to Representative Foster, followed by Senator Fazio.
I appreciate it. I am grateful for your testimony on 5445. Actually, no, hold on. I'm sorry. I wanted to talk about GETS. I'm grateful for your testimony and your expertise. You have been serving on a national working group related to grid enhancing technologies. I'm wondering if there's anything that we've missed in this legislation that we should be considering that you can bring back from your expert work in that panel.
Thank you. Yes, I am one of 10 state members on a joint federal state task force that covers not just GETS, but transmission generally. We have had, so these look like noticed workshops between the state commissioners and members of FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And one of those workshops held last summer focused specifically on GETS. And most recently, this past week, I appeared on a WRI webinar alongside FERC Commissioner Allison Clements and a DOE representative specific to this topic. Certainly there are easier paths forward for states that remain more in the driver's seat over transmission when they still retain some bundled authority. That does not mean that states such as ours that are restructured should give up and go home. There are, I was very pleased to see this task force, as I think one thing that the U.S. Department of Energy has flagged is that there is much more transmission needed to meet our clean energy goals. But whether we need new transmission or upgrades to existing transmission, we probably need it all. Not probably, we do need it all. But as we seek to do those asset condition upgrade projects, which are refurbishing the old lines, it's imperative for the sake of our ratepayers that we do look at cost-saving technologies like GETS. And if there was something to add into this bill in advance of the task force, we could look at legislation that other states are trying to do. Minnesota has legislation, for example, that I believe requires all of their utilities with more than, I want to say, 500 miles of transmission to proactively identify areas in which GETS could be deployed. The state does also retain siting authority over transmission through its siting council. So I think the task force could get creative. And I think the fact that you've put it together with such a wide ranging set of stakeholders is encouraging and should be commended. And I'd be happy to serve on it.
I appreciate it. I apologize. I actually read the wrong bill number with the bills in front of me. So I apparently don't have the same skills as you do for remembering docket numbers. So we were talking about 5406.
Correct.
And my additional follow-up question is, so in your role, and we can ask these to OCC as well, but anytime that we're asking the EDCs to consider new technologies, I anticipate they're going to tell me, but the ratepayer impact, and that's a policy requirement that would have a ratepayer impact. And theoretically, GETS are designed to save ratepayer money in two ways. One, like the technology is more efficient. It could reduce it could reduce electron loss. They can improve the way we're transmitting energy, but also it can help us as a sort of stopgap measure before we need the much more substantial investments in our grid. And so do you have an idea that you can think about as a way that we can leverage launching and deploying GETS in a way that helps prevent against like a gold plating sort of intention or something like that, that would have a negative ratepayer impact without potentially a ratepayer positive impact?
Yes, thank you for the question. GETS are incredibly more cost effective than traditional transmission lines. That doesn't mean that they're always suitable for deployment. So I'm not suggesting that we could deploy GETS over every transmission line in the country and not have to do any more transmission tomorrow. That's not what I'm suggesting, but GETS themselves are extremely cost effective. At the PURA level, when we're considering distribution, the distribution grid over which we have more direct authority, I would draw the analogy from that to your question here, where another one of our equitable modern grid initiatives has looked at non-wires alternatives, and specifically you want to look at making sure that what is being put in front of you is truly the least cost alternative. And I think there's certainly opportunities to get creative with our siting council authority in terms of making sure that we are evaluating those asset condition projects, or asking the applicants to evaluate those asset condition projects to ensure that they have considered least cost alternatives before putting it before that body.
I appreciate that. I think that those creative solutions are exactly sort of what we need as we think about the best way to get deployed. I apologize for that. So my last question is, there are a variety of different ways that we can launch GETS. This is perhaps your engineer brain more than your legal brain. So as we launch GETS, there's ways that we can launch smart meters, where smart meters are maximizing their full potential, for example. And then there are ways where you could launch a technology and not fully operationalize it and not get its full potential benefit to programming. And I think that that happens a lot where people invest in technology, it's paid for, and then if you don't use it to its maximum potential, you don't realize the maximum savings. So is there a way that you think we can either grant authority to PURA or DEEP or an agency to ensure that there's a way that we get the most for the investment of the ratepayers to the benefit of the ratepayers? And it's okay if this isn't something you're prepared to answer today.
I appreciate the question. I think, there's some really excellent examples of utilities across the country who have taken it upon themselves to proactively use GETS. There's a utility, I believe, in New Jersey that's particularly proficient at it. So I will say that the utilities themselves need to operationalize and internalize how to use those technologies. And I don't think anything that the regulator can do would supplant the need for the utility to take those activities. That being said, I'd like to think about your question more and have an additional conversation about it, because I'm sure that there are additional ways to provide what would be helpful oversight.
I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Fazio.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I have three questions, all three quick, and probably two of them you could probably answer quickly as well. The first one is, obviously you do a lot of economic modeling at PURA, which is very useful and very important to consumers on ratepayer impact of different policy decisions. Theoretically, or generally speaking, if there were to be an increase in a gross earnings tax in your economic modeling, would that have a ratepayer impact such that consumers would see their costs of their final product go up?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. This committee has heard me talk about this in past legislative sessions. There's a lot that goes into your rates that may not immediately be transparent, and that's what we're certainly working to increase. One of those items include taxes, which are generally speaking a pass-through to ratepayers. So using when I'm speaking about regulated utilities in our rate modeling when determining the revenue requirement, meaning that we would be determining a revenue requirement that translates into rates to ratepayers inclusive of taxes.
Thank you. That's very useful and very important for the committee as it considers legislation today. Senate Bill 382, the run-of-river procurement, you had mentioned that could potentially have ratepayer impact, and wondered if you could just explain further. Would that be, my guess is because you mean there could be additional procurements, PPAs funded by ratepayers that probably would be in excess of what the open market standard service procurement rates are?
Yes, and page 2 to 3 of our written testimony seeks to identify some of the policy scenarios and ratepayer impacts as we understand the policy scenarios to be under consideration by the task force. And again, I want to say that we were eager to provide this today, as we understood this to be the last, or soon to be the last public hearing. So wanted to make sure that the committee had access to this information. The policy scenarios that we understand to be under consideration by the task force do include a deep solicitation. They also include a scenario in which certain resources would be compensated at what's called the last resort service rate, which is the commercial version of our standard service. They could also, there's another scenario in which they're compensated for RECs, and there's another scenario in which we would be requested to modify NRES. So today, as it stands, NRES only provides incentives to new or incremental resources. So there are a number of modifications that would have to be made to that program. But those are the 4 scenarios that we are asked to evaluate thus far, and have tried to provide at least preliminary ratepayer impacts in the table, specifically on page 3.
Okay, that will be very useful. I'll take a look at your written testimony because I don't want to take up any more time. Finally, in Senate Bill 385, there would be an extension or a potential extension of term of purchase agreements up to 30 years. Could you just discuss what your purist analysis would be of pros and cons of that type of change?
Sure. So the pros and cons of, and first, I want to thank you specifically and the committee for the opportunity to provide the committee with the standard service report that we turned in on February 1st, which is also linked in our written comments. I think it was a really helpful exercise to engage with all of our stakeholders and staff and state agencies and utilities to understand how standard service procurement works today. And we evaluated 10 modifications. And the modification that we commented on in our written testimony is about the potential modification that PURA could allow the utilities to reflect the power purchase agreements like Millstone in the supply side of the bill, rather than they show up currently on the delivery side of the bill, or specifically right now in the public policy benefits category of the bill, where they are reflected more as a financial hedge. So there are, of course, pros and cons with this approach. Some of the pros, which we walk through at length in our February 1st report, include potential cost savings that I think Eversource in particular was able to quantify would have occurred over the past couple of years. Another pro specifically is that it could serve to provide more stable prices in the standard service. Some of the cons are that since those may not reflect current market dynamics, and I do also want to flag what I would consider a con of this approach would be the more that we encourage people to transition to third-party suppliers. Third-party suppliers do not pay standard service. They're paying specifically a different supply rate. So if you are using a power purchase agreement in the standard service rate, then the costs of that public policy are being borne by only those customers who are on standard service and not those customers who have elected a third-party supplier. So that's just a caution. I don't, it could be a pro or a con, depending on the current market dynamics. But it's something that we would flag to the committee and commend to you the red lines that we have provided in pages 2 to 3, which we think are more reflective of this potential modification to our standard service procurement authority. We would really emphasize that this should be a tool in our toolkit and the EC's toolkit, and not mandated, so that we can take into account all of the potential pros and cons that I just walked through.
I think that's a very important point, and so I appreciate your testimony on it, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. I don't see anyone else that has their hand up. Madam Chair, thank you as always for your testimony and all of the work you've been doing on dozens of fronts here.
Thank you.
So up next, we are going to start alternating. Next person is Kendall Keelan, followed by Commissioner Gilman. Kendall Keelan.
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon, I should say.
Thank you.
My name is Kendall Keelan, and I'm an attorney speaking on behalf of the Conservation Law Foundation. CLF is a regional environmental nonprofit that uses science-based legal advocacy to conserve natural resources, promote thriving communities, and facilitate a just transition to a clean energy economy. CLF has offices in all 6 New England states, including Connecticut. CLF strongly supports the provisions of SB 382 and 385 that authorize electric distribution companies to enter into power purchase agreements with offshore wind facilities for periods of up to 30 years. Connecticut committed to a zero carbon electricity supply by 2040 and at least 45% and 80% reductions in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and 2050, respectively, under the Global Warming Solutions Act. In the state's most recent greenhouse gas inventory, DEEP concluded that sharp emissions reductions are needed to meet the state's 2030 and 2050 climate goals under the GWSA. As Connecticut makes progress in electrifying the transportation and building sectors, demand for clean electricity will increase. Offshore wind is essential to decarbonizing the electric sector and meeting increased electricity demand throughout New England. In 2023, Connecticut joined Massachusetts and Rhode Island in signing an offshore wind multi-state coordination memorandum of understanding to support the development of coordinated, resilient, and sustainable regional offshore wind supplies along the coast. Offshore wind facilities produce only 11 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour, nearly 90% and 40% less than coal and natural gas powered facilities, respectively. 1,000 megawatts of offshore wind energy can provide power to over 500,000 homes. Connecticut specifically committed to procuring 2,000 megawatts of energy from offshore wind projects and currently permits power purchase agreements for a maximum term of 20 years. Raising the ceiling to 30 years will facilitate long-term partnerships with offshore wind developers and rapid deployment of offshore wind facilities to meet state and regional commitments. CLF urges the committee to move forward with SB 382 and 385 to advance offshore wind deployment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kendall. Anybody have any questions? Really appreciate your testimony. Up next is Commissioner Gilman, followed by Shannon Lawn from Conservation Law also.
Good afternoon. I am Michelle Gilman, Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services. Thank you so much to the committee, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Representative Buckby, and also Senator Fazio, who I know is joining us online. I wanted to speak briefly to 2 points of legislation before you today. One, I want to acknowledge that DAS has submitted joint testimony with Secretary Beckham on HB 5444, that's correct, an act establishing a test bed technologies program. Our submission of written testimony is expansive and happy to take questions on that throughout the proceeding. But I do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge Doug Casey, who is the Executive Director of the Commission for Educational Technology, which is part of DAS. And he'll be speaking at length or in short for this proceeding, but summarizing his testimony regarding HB 5446, which is an act concerning funding for community access TV, the Connecticut Television Network, and low-income internet access. So thank you for, again, allowing us to present today, and I defer to my colleague, Doug Casey. Doug.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the time this afternoon. Distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee, as Commissioner Gilman mentioned, I'm going to offer some brief remarks on House Bill 5446. As background, Governor Lamont called on the Department of Administrative Services Commission for Educational Technology to lead the state's digital equity program. This is a program that was funded through the 2021 bipartisan infrastructure law. The goal of developing a digital equity plan is really to make sure that our residents have access to technology in the form of connections, as we've talked about extensively here, also devices, training, and support to make sure that everybody can participate fully in today's digital society. Our commission worked with academic and community partners over the past year to conduct research that included getting input from 7,000 residents through surveys as well as focus groups. And I want to reinforce one big takeaway that points back to House Bill 5446, which is the issue of affordability of broadband. In a state like ours, we have almost universal access to high-speed broadband by household, about 99% availability. But we're also seeing about 75% of households subscribe to high-speed broadband. And all of the research that we've done, as well as our colleagues in the Office of Policy and Management in the Broadband Mapping Division, point to affordability as a key barrier to our residents getting online and engaging in telehealth, online learning, career advancement, and engaging with state services that we're working so hard to digitize and make available 24/7. Our digital equity plan is available for anyone to take a look at in full, as well as an executive summary at ct.gov/digital equity. And so in closing, I just wanted to reinforce this issue of affordability. We are in favor of support the intent of House Bill 5446, looking at ways to increase affordability of broadband. As Council Coleman mentioned this morning, we have more than 186,000 residents who are receiving a subsidy through the Federal Affordable Connectivity Program. When that program ends, predicted either in April or May of this year, we'll probably see a lot of those households coming offline, having to make hard decisions about being online or putting food on the table. And especially we're thinking about students and others who are members of marginalized communities who can't afford it. So again, we encourage an exploration of the issue in more detail and want to make sure that we can make broadband affordable for all residents in Connecticut. With that, I thank you for your time and welcome any questions.
Thank you so much to both of you. And of course, broadband access is critical, I think, as a instrumental part of living in the modern age. And we need to make sure that access to it is equitable. I think the cable access bill is a little bit different. It's community access TV, but I support the advocacy for digital internet access. I'm looking to see if anybody has any questions for the commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'd like to direct your attention to 5444, the Testbed Technologies Bill. Do I understand correctly that you continue to oppose that particular piece of legislation?
That's correct, Representative Steinberg. We do continue to oppose that. As you know, the governor did veto a similar piece of legislation last year. And so DAS and OPM have submitted joint testimony relative to that provision. I think you'll see other agencies, DECD, perhaps with CI as well. We believe, at this time, the legislation is duplicative of what is already an ongoing program relative to a provision passed several years ago by the General Assembly under a testbed program. That current effort is working very well. We have a robust process in place with CI as well as DAS and OPM. And just this past year, we've approved some 6 pilots that are working well through the existing program.
Thank you. I'm pleased to hear that you feel you have a structure in place that facilitates the adoption of technology in a nimble, timely fashion, which is really very important to all of us. Having said that, I still don't really get it. This is something that's being done in other states. Frankly, Connecticut has had, as you alluded to, a version of this for the energy sector for a number of years, which has led to a number of initiatives moving forward. All we're really seeking to do here is expand it to virtually all technologies, and if anything, ease the burden on state agencies in qualifying some of these. Could you explain further why this is not something that would be a benefit to state agencies?
Certainly, and happy to go in additional detail with our sister agencies, offline as well. But we continue to believe that the existing program does not limit us on specific technologies. Most recently, we've had programs that have been of benefit to the Comptroller's Office or to Yukon Health, a range of innovations working with our in-state businesses to support not only their pilot programs, but also the needs of our state agencies. And so again, we're seeing the successes of that effort work between CI, OPM and DAS. And so again, we see that this program that's proposed before us today would only duplicate existing efforts that are already ongoing in state government. And again, when it comes to the burden of state agencies, adding in a second program that duplicates an already existing program would be confusing and again, burdensome to our agencies. As the language is written now, all agencies would need to meet with prospective vendors. And now, as the current program is written and implemented, each agency has the flexibility to review certain programs that the CI group is bringing forward to agencies. So again, we think the program works very well. It is bringing extraordinary results already in its short timeframe of operation, and we'd like to see the continuation of that progress move forward.
It's always good to hear government agencies feel like they've got an efficient program, but help me understand again. Would you say that the legislation we passed years ago enabling such testbed technology program for energy was also redundant, or are you suggesting that that landmark legislation, in your interpretation, can be expanded to virtually any technology without any amendment to the existing statutes?
I don't believe that we collectively, we don't believe that any changes need to occur with the statutes at this time, that there is flexibility within the statutes to permit a variety of technologies on various subject matter focuses to come before CI and for DAS and OPM to consider those as options under the existing test bed program.
Thank you. I look forward to maybe some further conversations because it still doesn't all connect for me.
Certainly happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see anyone else with any questions. Thank you so much for your patience this
Thank you
morning.
very much. Appreciate it. Good to see you all.
Next up is Shannon Lawn from the Conservation Law Foundation, followed behind that by Heather Summers. Senator Summers, I'm sorry about that, Senator.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Shannon Lawn, and I'm an attorney and vice president at Conservation Law Foundation. CLF filed written testimony on, I believe, 9 of today's bills. You just heard from my colleague Kendall on 2 of them. I really wanted to address our top priorities, which are the bills concerning energy efficiency funding and heat pumps. I was pleased to hear that Commissioner Dykes raised similar points in her testimony earlier today. So first, CLF strongly supports House Bill 5438. This is the bill that would appropriate $145 million to expand our state's energy efficiency programs. As you know, much of our state's housing is fairly old and poorly weatherized. So with our currently high and unfortunately rising energy costs, there is incredible demand for energy efficiency, and more funding would help address that need. It would also help us make some progress on our existing statutory goal of weatherizing 80% of households across the state by 2030. Our state's energy efficiency programs help our residents save money, and they have significant economic benefits. They also support over 33,000 jobs around the state. Finally, these energy efficiency programs really play a critical role in helping us reduce emissions and helping residents transition away from inefficient and polluting home appliances to clean electric alternatives. So we fully support this bill. Secondly, CLF also strongly supports House Bill 5439. This is the bill that would require installation of at least 310,000 heat pumps by 2030. This target is consistent with the U.S. Climate Alliance goal to quadruple heat pump deployment by 2030, which Governor Lamont signed on to in the fall. Using fossil fuels in residential and commercial buildings is responsible for 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions in Connecticut. And so transitioning away from fossil fuel heating to electric heat pumps is really a key pathway to reduce emissions from the building sector. As Commissioner Dykes mentioned, heat pumps do provide both heating and cooling. So that cooling function is really increasingly important as our summers continue getting hotter. And contrary to what some people think, heat pumps really are effective in New England winters. Notably, Maine, which is colder than Connecticut, actually leads the nation in heat pump deployment. There was a great article in the New York Times recently talking about Maine's success with heat pumps. Most households can actually save on their heating and cooling costs by installing an electric heat pump. As mentioned, they are incredibly efficient. And there are also substantial federal and state incentives to help people with the upfront costs of installation. So in summary, heat pumps can help our residents save money, reduce pollution, and contribute to meeting our state climate goals. And we fully support their deployment. Thank you so much. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Shannon. And I just want to say I do have heat pumps and they do work. And they are very, very efficient. The new ones are. My co-chair has some comments, Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. On the subject of heat pumps, I also have heat pumps and love them and have saved me significant money on my overall energy bill. It's great not to have necessarily dependence on an oil tank in my home anymore. But one of the big challenges we have here in Connecticut is that this benefit is not easily given to those who rent. Have we thought at all about what we do for those who do not have control over the ability to update their heating or cooling systems? You know, if you've ever rented an apartment and had one stuck on 75 degrees and you can't change it, I think it would be a tremendous benefit if people could take advantage of heat pumps. Is this something we're contemplating?
That is an excellent point. And it is something that I believe DEEP has been thinking about. It was discussed in one of the technical sessions for the comprehensive energy strategy. We're just waiting on the draft of that document from DEEP. But they did have a session where they were talking about some of the challenges to heat pump deployment. And you're quite correct that the difficulty of accessing heat pumps for renters continues to be a challenge, as it is for accessing energy efficiency. We run into that split incentive problem where the landlords are not necessarily going to do what's in the best interest of the tenants. So I know that is something that DEEP and I believe the Energy Efficiency Board is thinking about. I would note that in addition to individual units, well, a couple of things. One, they're having some success with public housing in the state of New York, where they're deploying, I think it's a model of heat pump where it essentially functions like a air conditioning window box unit. A little bit less obtrusive and smaller, more aesthetically pleasing. I just saw some coverage on this recently that residents in public housing in New York have had these installed where they're able to control the temperature in their individual units. And so that's something that we might consider looking into in Connecticut. I'd also note, I know the committee is considering network geothermal, whether that ends up being a study or a full pilot program. And in the state of Massachusetts, there is a network geothermal pilot that National Grid is working on that is going to be at, I believe it's a affordable housing development, where they're using network geothermal to provide heat pumps for residents of that development. So that's another possibility that we might explore here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Mashinsky.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask the witness, do we need to establish a certain number of apprentices or trainees in the VOTEC schools to handle the heat pump installation as Maine did? Or is the new technology easy enough that any homeowner could do it on their own without an installer?
So I think we do need more training and apprenticeship opportunities. That is another topic that was discussed in the context of the state's comprehensive energy strategy. There are installers who are up to date on the technology and can do the installation no problem. But because it is a newer technology, I think there are still some installers who are less familiar with it, who may try to steer consumers away from heat pumps and towards for example, natural gas furnaces or boilers that they're more familiar with. So I think that part of the success in Maine and some other states is due in part to the good education and outreach to make sure that installers are familiar with the technology, that they really become ambassadors for it and can help steer consumers towards adoption of these very efficient and clean alternatives. I'd also note, one of the reasons we need to make this as easy as possible for people is that most people really are not thinking about their home heating systems until something breaks. And if you have your furnace or your boiler go out in the middle of winter, you're going to need to make a decision quickly about what to replace it with. And so we really need to make it as easy as possible for people to choose an electric heat pump so they don't put in a fossil fuel fired furnace that is going to be there for the next, several decades.
Okay, but following up, Maine specifically recruited and used their technical school system to get several hundred more technicians. Are we short of technicians here? Should we be doing that in our technical schools?
So I would direct that question probably to DEEP. I think they would have better data than I would have as an advocate. But my understanding from the discussions that DEEP held previously on this topic is that we would benefit from having more technical training. I don't know the exact numbers and how those break down. But as you say, I think the work that Efficiency Maine and others that have done this in Maine has really helped boost deployment there. So I suspect that we should utilize our technical schools in that way. But again, I would defer to DEEP on the actual numbers.
Okay, I'll ask them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Representative Mashinsky. And thank you again, Shannon. Up next is Senator Summers, followed by Francis Polaro from Renew Northeast.
And to our chairs, thank you for raising Bill 383. I'm here to speak on that quickly. I do support this bill in taking the $16 million that was paid as a fine from one of our offshore wind developers and taking it from the Conservation Load Management Fund and putting it into a newly established mitigation fund here in the state of Connecticut. This was a request that was made in writing to PURA and to DEEP by the Committee on Environmental Standards, and it was obviously not taken up. This fund would be something that could be created, it would be unbiased, and it would ensure transparency and avoid conflict. This is an infusion or a startup for a fund that could address the issues that are currently impacting commercial fishing here in the state of Connecticut and perhaps marine mammals and other species. The mitigation fund is critical in Connecticut dealing with mammal species and the unrefutable impact that it will have, offshore wind will have on the industry of commercial fishing and the economic instability that it could create. A mitigation fund was requested by the Committee on Environmental Standards in the first round of offshore wind procurement to DEEP after spending countless hours with a group. I think there was about 24 of us on that group, but it was unceremoniously just denied in the first round of bid, and it was not put in, even though our neighboring states like Rhode Island had a mitigation fund established. Currently, the CES continued to push over years, and the latest RFP that it's out does include a mitigation fund. However, we find it woefully inadequate in many areas that my 3 minutes will not allow me to talk about, but I can highlight some if you're interested later. The DEEP is relying on a model of an 11-state mitigation fund that has been established by BOEM, but it's inadequate because it's a flawed model based on what they've done for oil and gas. Mitigation in this fund, if we were able to transfer the $16 million into establishing a mitigation fund, by the way, the Conservation Load Management has about $174 million in it currently. It should include money set aside for training or retraining of fishermen. So they have an opportunity, should they choose to take it, to be retrained to a higher standard, an international maritime standard, or perhaps another industry. This training may provide a supplemental income for those fishermen and an opportunity to work collaboratively with offshore wind. By using Connecticut local fishermen on Connecticut wind power jobs, such as Scout and Safety, we would make a critical difference in the impact that our commercial fishing industry will see. While I understand the quest for renewable energy through wind, it's critically important that our historic profession of fishing and our marine mammals and our ecosystem is preserved. This is a great way to kickstart that particular effort, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator. Along the lines of your recommendations, you mentioned that a dozen other states have adopted the existing standard, and it's insufficient for our purposes. And I totally agree with you that we need to do everything we can to support our local fishermen. They're already embattled in so many ways. Would we be the first state to adopt this stronger standard? Is there any sort of track record of a higher standard according to the Maritime Code?
Well, I think, let me clarify that a little bit. There's an 11 state agreement that's trying to establish a regional mitigation plan for 11 states. Connecticut is one of them that's interested. Other states like Rhode Island have a supplemental mitigation for the state on top of it, because the mitigation fund that is being established in that 11 state consortium, so to speak, is based on what they do in oil and gas. And what they do for oil and gas is if a fisherman runs into a problem and has an impact, let's say, it's marked, it's put it up on the chart, and that area becomes a no-go zone. So if another fisherman comes by and has an incident where a net catches on something, they're on their own, because that one incident creates a no-go zone area. So if you look at oil and gas, the ocean floor is a no-go zone in many parts of it. So you can't fish there, or if you fish there, you're fishing at your own risk. And so I don't think that's an appropriate model. Rhode Island has a supplemental mitigation fund that they use on top of that, which is what we've been asking for with the CES. And I will say in the last RFP, there is a mitigation fund component that has been included in the RFP that offshore wind will have to address. However, it is nebulous in the language. For example, I can give you an example. It talks about that fishermen would be able to submit their mitigation or their claim when the offshore wind project is operational. Well, right now, my fishermen are being impacted under construction. It's not operational, it's during construction. So there's language within what has been requested by the DEEP and the RFP that is, in my opinion, and the CES, is inadequate, to say the least. They did not take all of the recommendations from the Committee on Environmental Standards. And one of the recommendations was within this mitigation fund, because mitigation is insurance, you're just going to be made whole. But if our fishermen are no longer able to fish in a particular area because the species have moved or because the hazards have become too cumbersome, we would like to set aside money for retraining of these fishermen. They could either be trained to the highest international maritime standards, which would allow them to work on offshore wind projects as either scout or safety boats, or they could perhaps be retrained in a different type of, a profession. The retraining to be able to work in offshore wind would not be a full-time job. It would just be supplemental, to be able to supplement their losses on the fishing side.
Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. Would you support the idea of, if we could, holding oil and gas industries to that same supplemental standard?
Totally. Completely. But that has been a long established way in which they have sort of created these no-go zones. And I could show you a map. There's certain areas where you can fish, but if anything happens, you're on your own.
Well, I'm glad to hear you support a level playing field, even if it's underwater.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Senator Fazio has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Summers, for your helpful testimony. Appreciate all the examples of where you think our mitigation efforts in the RFP should be augmented. It's been a while since I've been in the shipping industry, and maybe 10 years. Could you talk more about your the international maritime standards you want to see met in the RFP or in the statute?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So there's some much more qualified people that will be testifying on that later, but I can give you sort of, I'll call it the Reader's Digest version of what an international maritime standards are. So currently, fishermen have safety standards that are required by the Coast Guard, but they are sort of grandfathered out of doing certain things. If they have to take the safety training and the certification for an international maritime standard, it's a much higher standard. I can give you an example, which is fishermen are required to have a survival suit on their boat. God forbid their boat goes down, but there's nothing saying it actually has to fit. So an international maritime standard would say you have to have a survival suit that fits the people on the boat. They come in like large, medium, and small. So it doesn't help you if you have a large fisherman in a small survival suit, but fishermen are sort of carved out of that. It talks about being able to do certain CPR, basic first aid, that your fire extinguishers are not expired. There's a whole level of safety standards that I think are critical. And what happens is in offshore wind, they need what they call a scout boat, which goes out to make sure they're not looking or running over a fisherman's gear, and a safety boat, which is basically safety. But fishermen know the waters the best. They know whose gear it is. They know where it is. So they could, if they're trained to the standards and they're working on a vessel that has been upgraded, so it has the latest safety equipment, and they are to that international maritime standard, they are much more prepared should they run into some kind of issue. Right now, currently, offshore wind could hire me as a fisherman, stick me on a boat, and send me out to do scout work. And that is nothing but, in my opinion, sort of a disaster waiting to happen, because I've not been trained to the standard that every other maritime person is. I think using fishermen is a great idea because they know the waters, but they also need to have the safety and the training that other mariners have to be able to perform that job. I also think that using Connecticut fishermen that may be impacted by wind on Connecticut wind projects is a win for all of us. They can supplement their income if they are trained properly, and they can be assigned to a boat during the time that that particular type of work is needed. So again, this mitigation fund, if we were able to use this $16 million, which was a fine from an offshore wind project that never happened, to start this mitigation fund, it would do two things. It would help the mitigation issues that we're seeing currently. And it would also, if some of it was set aside for training, could help provide an opportunity for fishermen to perhaps upgrade their standards as far as their safety and their certification, and maybe have a nice coexistence between offshore wind and commercial fishing, which have been at somewhat of a detente in years past. So I hope that answers your question, Senator.
Yes, thank you. And I would never send you out to sea without proper training. Thank you, Senator, for your testimony, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. There are occasions where I think we're all out to sea. So I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you, Senator, for your
Thank you.
testimony.
Smooth sailing, everyone.
Yeah. Francis Pilaro, followed by Representative Barry.
Could Francis please turn on his microphone? Thank you.
There you go. Thanks, Senator. Similar to my testimony at your first public hearing on solar, Renew supports a uniform capacity tax method for solar and storage resources. The bill before you today provides for a study on energy storage taxations. We'd like to see language that would replicate the approach that's being considered for solar. Also for storage, as we look at the rate for taxation of storage, one thing to consider is that energy storage systems have a much smaller land footprint than solar systems do. So it's probably worth looking at whether the tax rate for storage should be as high as it would be for solar. Following on Senator Summers and Commissioner Dykes' testimony on offshore wind facilities and the mitigation fund, Renew supports what Commissioner Dykes said about this bill. Certainly, the offshore wind industry supports providing compensation funds for commercial fishing. It's just more the way to do it. Currently, states are doing this state by state, which is not very efficient and probably not in the best interest of commercial fishing. There are mitigation approaches that are being considered by those states, and it would work much more efficiently. For example, these projects aren't in state waters. They're not in a part of Connecticut. The fishermen who fish there in those lease areas do not just come from Connecticut. These areas are being fished by fishermen from numerous states along the East Coast. And the other thing is that some of these projects have contracts, with more than one state. So it's very difficult to say, oh, well, this lease area is Connecticut or this project is Connecticut's project. Well, that may not necessarily be true as well. So again, this is just a much more efficient and effective way to do it, and we support the states. They do have an RFP out right now to get a administrator to run this fund. So we would like to see the states succeed with this, and we think it'll be important not just for offshore wind, but also for commercial fishing. The last item, again, would like to echo Commissioner Dykes' comments about giving her department the ability to look at offshore wind contracts, not just up to 20 years, but up to 30 years. Again, it shouldn't be a mandate. It should be whatever is in the best interest of ratepayers. Right now, Rhode Island can consider contracts up to 30 years. The RFP, where offshore wind bids are due later this month between the 3 southern New England states. You have one state, Rhode Island, that allows up to 30. Massachusetts and of course Connecticut are looking at going up to 30. But if the 3 states could all consider similar contract lengths, it would be much more not just efficient for the process, but to the extent that a longer term contract is beneficial, you'd think that all states would want to participate in that. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Francis. With regard to the last bill you're referring to, you heard some concerns by Senator Fazio about the risk inherent in extending it to 30 years. Is your understanding, even in the rapidly changing world of wind turbine technology, that 30 years is a reasonable period of time? Is that a reasonable risk?
I do, and in our testimony, we've noted that when this industry first started getting going here in this region almost 10 years ago, that the federal government was really looking at the turbines not lasting that long, and they were basing their expected lifespans on, you know, something 20 years or less. But now when they do their analysis, they're looking at turbine life going up to at least 30 years, if not more. So the equipment can last that long, and you know, who knows? I think one thing that we're seeing across the country is that land-based wind projects are repowering midway through their contracts, or with their, you know, prior to their end of life on those turbines. And the reason is, you know, there could be some tax benefits, but it's also been technological. You have a bigger, more efficient machines coming around that it just makes sense to upgrade the existing equipment with that. So you never know what the technology is, and certainly in 25 years, I got to imagine there may be some better technology where you'd want to, you know, even repower these systems. And you know, there could be some negotiation with the department, however it is that far in the future, to try to find a better deal for ratepayers.
Thank you. I agree. I've been seeing some new kinds of technologies that look more like lawn ornaments than they do like turbines. So there's a lot out there. Quickly though, you heard the testimony prior to yours of Senator Summers with regard to a potential supplement to the existing or proposed interstate compact, if I can call it that. Would you be supportive of that, or you think we pretty much have to stick to the rigid confines of what the other states are proposing?
You know, right now, you know, Connecticut, the RFP that's out, since we don't have this multi-state fund set up, the RFP does provide for funding of a mitigation account. So it's not that we're going to ignore it. I think what this would do is set up something permanent. And in regard to that, we should be looking to the multi-state effort for the reasons I said. These aren't Connecticut specific projects. It's not in Connecticut specific waters, and it isn't just Connecticut fishermen. So we really need to look to the future and not lock ourselves into something that, you know, would really need to be eventually carried over into this multi-state effort.
But she alluded to the Rhode Island supplement. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, as I said, I mean, the states are currently providing for mitigation right now. It's just done on a state by state basis. And that's certainly, that will continue with the RFP that DEEP has out right now. So until we get this set up. So I think, you know, what commercial fishing, you know, is looking for in terms of, you know, safety and compensation for things like gear loss and so on. I mean, these aren't in dispute. It's more how we go about it and make sure that funds are paid out so that it gets to the, you know, the fishermen that need it the most. And, you know, it's not, you know, one state maybe has a bigger pot of money than another. You know, it really needs to be done in an equitable way, not just for commercial fishing, but also for the offshore wind developers.
Thank you for that. Obviously, we'll be very interested to see how negotiations conclude here. I don't see any further questions. Francis, thank you for your time today. We'll talk more.
Thank you.
Next up is Representative Barry, followed by Robert Silverberg. Or maybe followed directly. Together, even better.
This is a very fun committee. Good afternoon. Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Buckby, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Jill Barry, and I proudly represent the 31st District, the town of Glastonbury. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 5444. I happen to share the same opinion as the Connecticut Roundtable on Climate and Jobs and being in strong support of this bill. As a brief background, in 2009, the test bed legislation passed unanimously and established a program to integrate proprietary energy-efficient, cost-reductive technologies into the state of Connecticut. It's important to note these proprietary emerging technologies that hold the patents and intellectual property rights to their product or service. meaning no other company, no matter their location, can produce that product or service in that manner. In 2014, the state of Pennsylvania saw the success of the Connecticut testbed legislation and passed the Green Technology Implementation Act, a near carbon copy of the Connecticut testbed legislation. In 2015, Connecticut again unanimously passed an updated testbed legislation, changing the auspice of the program to DEEP and incorporated a new municipal component. Last year, the testbed legislation yet again passed unanimously. The 2023 testbed simply expanded the program from energy efficiency to all forms of engineering. But it also made an important distinction. The testbed is only open to businesses located outside the state of Connecticut. Therefore, those businesses cannot participate in the Connecticut Innovations Program, which is for Connecticut companies only. Again, we're talking about proprietary technologies. So if a company in Phoenix has the patent and IP to a technology, no company in Connecticut can duplicate it and vice versa. Therefore, the testbed program does not interfere nor have an impact on the Connecticut Innovations Program. Additionally, these out-of-state companies will not only bring their proprietary cost-reductive technologies to our door, but they'll also bring the jobs that accompany them. After last year's testbed passed both chambers, I was contacted by 4 different companies with 4 different proprietary technologies, all from outside of Connecticut. One of them was actually looking to set up shop in my district. All 4 of these companies said they would like to immediately apply to the testbed program and bring their business here, and that means jobs. Lastly, the testbed procurement process was established in 2009 and has been reviewed by lawyers from every agency involved with the legislation and has not changed. To now question the efficiency of the procurement program seems out of place, seeing as it's the same process that's been in statute for 15 years. With me is my constituent, Robert Silverberg, managing partner of Morris London, located in Glastonbury. As it happens, Robert works side by side with OPM and DAS to establish the original 2009 and 2015 testbed legislation. He was also instrumental in the creation and passage of the 2014 Pennsylvania testbed legislation. We would be hard pressed to find anyone in the building more knowledgeable about the testbed program than Robert, and I'm sure he'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. You've offered a very interesting counterpoint to the testimony of the commissioner from DAS. I have to confess, this is a real head scratcher to me, as you mentioned. Not only was this passed on a totally bipartisan basis by this body just recently, it follows on and simply expands, for the most part, existing statute that has worked to Connecticut's benefit. You've also identified the fact that there are any number of companies from outside the state of Connecticut who would be eager to take advantage of this program to the benefit of the state of Connecticut, both in terms of acquiring the technology and perhaps even hosting that company here in the state of Connecticut. I have to admit, I just don't understand the adamancy of the opposition of the department, given all of these benefits. At the very least, even if it's redundant, what do they have to lose?
I agree with you, Mr. Chair. I was not aware of this program until a company did approach me, and it was a waste management company. And when I found out about this technology or this program, it was perfect. And it was a perfect fit to bring that technology to Connecticut and to bring that business to Connecticut and the jobs that come with it.
Thank you. I think it might be advisable if you and I and other interested legislators engage once again with the department to better understand their reservations. I think the key point that you raised that I failed to raise when they were testifying was the distinction between in-state and out-of-state technology companies. That is a gap that this specific bill would address. It does not exist currently. So I wonder how they can claim that everything is working smoothly through CI, which, as you noted, is for Connecticut-based companies, if we are leaving out virtually the rest of the world when it comes to considering technologies.
I would state, Mr. Chairman, that's 100% correct. The purpose of the test bed legislation was to not step on the toes of the Connecticut Innovation Program, but to address the other proprietary cost reductive technologies that lie in the other 49 states. It was particularly, I would say it was heads up baseball to not want to step on a program that could help develop businesses in Connecticut. At the same time, I think it would be wise to implement cost reductive technologies that do not and could not apply to the CI program.
I agree with you, and I appreciate the baseball analogy whenever you can squeeze one in. I have no further questions other than to say that I would be glad to join you in engaging further to see if we could work out this conundrum. I kind of thought we had, but certainly we are not eager to entertain another governor's veto if we can avoid it. Again, thank you for your testimony. We'll talk more in the future. Next up is Patrick Fallon, followed by Representative Garibay.
Thing on. Hello, co-chairs Steinberg and Needleman and esteemed members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony supporting HB 5446 today. My name is Patrick Fallon. I'm the station manager of Simsbury Community Media, formerly Simsbury Community Television. Our organization has operated in Simsbury for nearly 40 years, located on 754 Hot Meadow Street in the lower level of the historic Eno Memorial Hall. Then Simsbury Community Television started with a simple mission statement: to keep the Simsbury community informed. We've accomplished this historically with 2 or less employees and a committed group of local volunteers. Our community access station was started when analog cable broadcast was the go-to source for entertainment, news, and education. Broadband internet wasn't even a thought in most households at the time. Most people didn't even own a computer. How times have changed. Back then, if you wanted to create a program, it was filmed and edited on tape. It wasn't until about 2007 when my predecessor, Karen Hanville, transitioned our studio from analog tape to digital. An example of how our humble cap has been keeping up with technological updates to make participation in our nonprofit easier for the community and furthering our goal of keeping the Simsbury community informed, something I'll demonstrate to you throughout this testimony. In the 2 years I've been station manager, I've continued to grow the technological updates originally initiated by Karen Hanville all the way back in 2007. I'm going to briefly go over a timeline of our accomplishments since I've been station manager. In 2022, we completed a renovation of our facility. The floors, walls, paint, equipment closet, everything was updated to meet modern requirements of studio operation. Again, in 2022, we created a field kit that was capable of remotely live streaming events. This meant that regardless of wherever an event was taking place, a good example of this might be the high school graduation, volunteers were able to live stream and broadcast the event to our YouTube channel and Comcast and Frontier channels simultaneously for the community to watch. For some relatives living outside of Simsbury or those unable to travel due to medical ailments or anything like that, that was the only way they could watch their grandchild, niece, nephew, or relative graduate. Later in 2022, and again in 2023, we hosted the Meet the Candidates campaign, where anyone running for local office could give a 2-minute speech about their platform. The Meet the Candidates campaign has run successfully since the start of SCM. It's one of the many ways we help keep the community informed. In the same year, we continued to foster and grow our relationship with the town of Simsbury, updating multiple PCs and equipment used in live broadcasts of government meetings and community events located in the Simsbury Town Hall main meeting room, Board of Education offices, and the Simsbury Public Library Friends and Terrafil rooms. In 2023, we began fostering high school interns as part of Board of Education's capstone project. Interested
I
students could.
apologize, but your 3-minute testimony is up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Sure thing. As somebody who's 34 years old and has been doing this for 2 years now, I can tell you I've never had cable television in my adult life. I'm somebody that would totally participate in giving to my local cap, but because of the way that the law is structured currently, nothing is contributed to me, even though I use the facilities that my local cap provides to me. Thank you very much for listening to me. And if you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you for your testimony. I think you put into perspective some of the changes that have occurred in the ability to inform the public. Technology has been a wonderful thing in a lot of these instances. But help me understand, a lot of the things that you noted as accomplishments really kind of have to do with sort of the brick and mortar aspect of this. And you also made mention of YouTube. Channeling some of my colleagues, they would argue, what's wrong with Zoom and YouTube meeting these needs? I know Zoom would be more of a Blair Witch Project version of, remember Blair Witch Project? Version of production. It's certainly not to the level of quality that you're describing, but help me understand why that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, at least for all the caps that I've associated with, one of the things that's most important to me is the level of accessibility. And we are in a very strange transitional period right now with technology. So there's still a need for cable television, yet the entire interface of how you receive television has already moved to a digital infrastructure. So a good example of the level of participation you get from your community could probably be summed up that there are retired individuals, and I'll use McLean Retirement Facility in the town of Simsbury, for example, where they may not own a computer, may not own a smartphone, a tablet or anything like that, but they do have cable television. And for some of these individuals, the only way they can participate in town events and functions is by watching Channel 5, 95 and 96 and seeing what's happening with the town. On the other side, we have a younger demographic, something that I fall into, where we don't have cable television. And a lot of this is kind of is on the same level of like the newspapers going away, right? You have a demographic who likes reading newspaper, and then you have another demographic that likes getting their news completely digitally, and nothing's wrong with either of those. But in my demographic, at least, how I consume media, how people around my age consume media or stay informed with government meetings, the budget meetings that happen in town, or even local programming is all digital. We generally use YouTube because it's a free platform. Some pipe dreams would be an app for us, so we could definitely have that community touch. But we are definitely in a transitional period right now where everything is eventually going to go digital, but there's still a need for cable and there's still a need for digital, but we only receive funding from the cable side of business.
Thank you. I have to admit, I admire the services and the quality of production that you provide to those who watch your broadcasts. I will also acknowledge, though, there are real differences across the state in terms of the nature of production services. It gives us a lot to think about in terms of trying to map our way forward on this, particularly if funds should become scarce. And I think you've also touched on the sort of duality between the funds required to operate efficiently and the capital funds necessary to maintain and upgrade technologies, which poses a challenge in and of itself as well. So I very much appreciate your testimony. I don't see any further questions here, so thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is Representative Garibay, followed by Mr. Geldof.
Good afternoon. Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator McCrory, Representative Foster, members Fazio, Senator Fazio, and Representative Buckby, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I urge for you to support community-based local media access, including support for our community access programming, which play a vital role in our democracy by providing pertinent, local, and timely information to our towns and cities on a range of local and statewide issues. HB 5446, among other things, defines the tax on gross earnings of community antenna television systems, one-way satellite transmission businesses, and certified competitive service providers to incorporate communication service providers who utilize landline, wireless, or satellite facilities, including the internet. Consumers are increasingly abandoning cable, which you just heard through previous testimony, especially in the younger population, in favor of streaming services. As technology advances, so should we, as a legislature, keep pace with the trend in acknowledging these new and preferred methods of transmissions mode. HB 5446 recognizes that trend by ensuring an important revenue stream is still retained for our community access programming. I urge you to maintain and improve upon statutory language that requires service providers to provide operational resources for community access programming. Likewise, I favor greater accountability through mandated and consistent reporting of how telecommunication companies are adhering to the requirement to provide operational support for community access programming. I oppose legislation that would encourage mergers of community access operations into more regional-based services. They are unlike other services, whether it's, cleaning of streets or snow plowing. The hyper-local focus of community access is the greatest asset of our community channels, familiarizing residents with local events and issues that might not otherwise know about them. As both a purveyor and contributor to local access media, I know well the importance of access to local program. Local access stations serve their local communities and their needs. They understand their communities. This is an important resource for conveying issues to my constituents. Keep them appraised of the status of legislation at the state capitol, for instance. Community access programming provides an opportunity for residents to hear firsthand from local leaders and a host of issues. Our public educational and governmental programming is the most difficult way to reach out to most effective way to reach out to local communities to ensure our citizens have the information they need to make decisions that impact their life every day. I have been involved in one way or another with the Windsor Public Access Station for many years. They have developed programs to highlight small businesses in towns, events like Torchlight Parade and Nightmare on Broad Street, the Farmers Market, and many other local events. My favorite, the Kids Vid, is a summer program that provides local kids with the opportunity to build lifelong skills that enhance teamwork, creativity, and love of community, which is what public access is all about. I urge you to support our town public access TV stations and all that they do for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I've heard from any number of people that you're an exemplar of utilizing the public system in order to keep all your constituents informed and up to date. It sounds like that's an ideal way for many of us to reach out to a broader audience. Tell me, in your experience with the organization that you work with, what's the level and quality of their production operation, and what do they really need to keep going?
Like any community-based program, they need volunteers. We work very well with the town of Windsor, who allows them to use space in our community center, so they're right in the hub of everything. I think we've worked hard through COVID to update some of the equipment through ARPA funds and used it wisely for those one-time things. It just needs that a little bit of ongoing support that we provide them now. And then it's their job to build on that, to get the volunteers, to get public donations, et cetera.
Thank you for that. So if I understand you correctly, your focus is the support they require is more on the operational side than, say, on the capital technology side. If we were to change things such that if they needed to upgrade their technology, that they would be eligible for bonds, in other words, through a different revenue source, and focus our program to simply support the operational side of some of these organizations, would that likely work?
I can't speak for the local access TV stations. I just know that I've been in recently and our equipment is updated through ARPA, et cetera. Our building, et cetera. I don't know how that affects all the public access TV stations. Personally, I think a little bit of both would be good, but.
But from what you described, it sounds like it's been working, at least in your neck of the woods, and very much appreciate your testimony. Representative Act.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your advocacy. Who hosts your show? Is it the town or a group, a cable group?
It's public access. Ours is Win TV. It's a 501c3. Any citizen can go in and do a program. Any citizen can take the classes. So some people take more, the League of Women Voters is a great example. They video all their programs and it goes on to public access. We have individuals that have a interest in motorcycles and they can do a show. So there's a person I know that does a cooking show, once a month. So it is up to the citizens, but Win TV in our town is very visible. They're at every event, they reach out to the public, et cetera. So it is open to anyone. And as a citizen, I can receive something from your district that you want this people around to know. And if I sponsor it, it goes on our public access TV. As a citizen, I have that right.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, again, Representative, thank you for your testimony today and for the good work you do for your community.
Thank you.
Next up is Jonathan Geldof, followed by Representative Osborne.
Good afternoon, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, Senator Fazio, Representative Buckby, Representative Foster, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in favor of House Bill 5406. My name is Jonathan Geldof. I represent Advanced Energy United. We are a national trade organization with a mission to achieve 100% clean energy in the United States. United represents the full range of advanced energy technologies and services, including wind, solar, grid-enhancing technologies, and more. Making our grid more robust and effective is crucial to meeting our clean energy goals, protecting reliability, and making energy more affordable. The transmission system is key to a high-functioning grid. Right now, New England's grid is in need of significant attention, and we commend the committee for considering this bill and the multiple ways we can start making progress. A recent Princeton University study estimates that we will need to roughly triple our current transmission capacity in order to effectively confront climate change. Connecticut is no exception. In addition to building new transmission capacity, we should be making improvements to the existing system through grid-enhancing technologies, aka GETs, and advanced conductors. GETs refer to a variety of technologies that can increase the capacity, efficiency, reliability, and safety of existing power lines. Examples include dynamic line rating, power flow controllers, and topology optimization. Advanced conductors can also help us get more out of the existing grid. The term refers to materials that conduct electricity more efficiently than traditional power lines. By replacing lines, many of which are past their planned operational lifespan, with advanced conductors, we can add capacity to the grid without the hassle of trying to find new rights of way. GETs and advanced conductors can often be installed in a fraction of the time and at a fraction of the cost of new transmission build-out. One study commissioned by the Watt Coalition found that widespread GETs deployment could enable more than twice the amount of renewable energy to be integrated onto the grid. Moreover, they offer significant savings for ratepayers. A recent study from the Rocky Mountain Institute, focused on the Mid-Atlantic region, found that GETs offered potential savings of $1.1 billion through reduced congestion pricing alone. To summarize, Advanced Energy United sees a lot of opportunity for Connecticut in advanced conductors and GETs, and we're very excited that the committee is considering how to best make use of these technologies. We look forward to working with you on these issues, and thanks for the opportunity to testify today. I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, your advocacy, and on behalf of our broader transmission needs. Could you give us an example or two of a GETS technology that might apply here in Connecticut?
Yeah, so dynamic line ratings is sort of top of the list. I know at least one of our member companies has also submitted written testimony sort of detailing it. Essentially, these are sensors plus software that give utilities just more real-time information, particularly capacity information, but also about ambient temperature, sagging of the line, which allows them to just sort of make decisions faster, easier, and have more knowledge about when it's safe to move power around. I also mentioned topology optimization, which is essentially software that identifies grid bottlenecks and shows and allows operators to make switches to prevent any individual line from becoming more congested. In general, when we're talking about GETs, we're talking about sensors that can be put onto existing line and just give more real-time information about the physical conditions that are going on there.
So if I understand you correctly, some of these technologies offer benefits of efficiency. Some of them will provide us with more real-time information, which will provide us with greater agency and control over some aspects of the grid, so that there are a variety of types of benefits that GETS offers.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, I'm glad that we're going to examine this further, and that Connecticut, along with other states, will be participating in efforts to mitigate some of the shortcomings of our deteriorating legacy grid as we make serious plans to upgrade it more broadly. So thank you for your testimony today. I don't see any further questions. Thank you again.
Thank you.
But next up is Representative Osborne, followed by Michael Vigilant, if I haven't mangled that too badly.
Good afternoon. Chairs Representative Steinberg and Senator Needleman, Vice Chairs Foster McCrory, and Ranking Members Buckby and Fazio, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today on House Bill 5446, an act concerning funding for community access television, community television network, and low-income internet access. I come before you today in strong support of HB 5446. In the day and the age of vanishing local press and journalism, reporting on local issues, community access television and community access media has become even more important in providing vital information and transparency, bringing local government into our residents' homes and the homes of each and every resident, even the ones who can't get out to all the meetings and programming that's offered. Conversely, the increased community media access need is dovetailing with an unfortunate decrease in available community access funding. And I support 5446 as a needed source of funding to continue the vital work of each community access television and media group that we have here in Connecticut. I'm a big cheerleader of and supporter of our hometown Simsbury Community Media. You heard just a little bit before from Patrick Fallon, the director of our current Simsbury Community Media. And I can't tell you what an integral part Simsbury Community Media is to our little town. Not that little anymore, 24,000 and growing. But it's really an integral part of our lives. We are so fortunate to have each and every Board of Selectmen meeting, Board of Finance meeting, Board of Education, zoning commission meetings are all available to each and every resident. And it really enables people who, they're juggling soccer and work and all their other obligations with their family. It really enables the average citizen, especially in a time where we don't have reporting anymore on local government and local activities. It really enables them to have the transparency that we all need and deserve in our government today. And I think the highest rated show on Simsbury Community Media is Exercise with Mary. So if you're interested in any chair exercises, I invite you to tune in to Exercise with Mary. She's very highly rated, and as well as some other really valuable educational needs and apprentice or interning sort of opportunities that our students have. So in short, I invite you to take a look at the other written testimony submitted by other supporters of Simsbury Community Media, including from First Selectwoman Wendy McStudis. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about my support and the real need we have for that increased funding to return us to the levels of funding that we used to have in the past. And I'll just close by saying, I'm also very cognizant of any additional taxes that we levy on any business or resident of the state. And I'm cognizant that any additional tax could in some way, shape, or form be passed down, especially to our lower income residents. And I'm grateful to have the confidence in this committee to be able to be ensured that our lower income residents won't feel the pinch of this burden. So thank you very much for your opportunity today. My opportunity today.
Thank you for our opportunity, Representative. And I want to thank you for testifying. I can't say enough how much I'm struck by, but not surprised by, how many legislators are staunch defenders of our existing public access system and have taken advantage of it, not just for themselves, but recognize all the other programming that provides added value to those communities. And we really are making a serious attempt to try to find ways to preserve the best parts of it, even as the industry that supports it is changing rapidly. I'll also say that I'm particularly interested in the chair exercises. As a chair, I think I'm greatly flattered there are exercises that are dedicated for our needs. And I look forward to learning more about those.
I'm looking forward to a robust exercise program with Mary myself this year. So thank you very much again.
Representative Buckby wants to know if there are ranking exercises as well, because that would only be appropriate.
We'll have ranking with Mary as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Michael Vigilant, followed by Representative Baumgartner.
Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Buckby, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am Michael Vigilant, CEO of Great Blue Research, located in Glastonbury, Connecticut. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the committee on House Bill 5444. As a brief background, I've spent 26 years in the field of market research, providing feasibility assessments and in-depth data points for private sector companies around the globe and public sector state agencies, both nationally, including several within the state of Connecticut. I'm here today to speak on the section of the legislation that pertains to the feasibility assessment. The purpose of the feasibility assessment is to ensure that state agency commissioners, department heads, and appropriate agency personnel have the opportunity to state their position on a potential test bed pilot. Additionally, the feasibility assessment will be able to ascertain the viability of a technology, product, or process performing a successful pilot for an agency. In Section C of this bill, lines 48 through 50 state that a proprietor of a technology applying for this program will have a feasibility assessment performed by an independent consulting or market research firm. If I may suggest to the committee some additional language, which I believe may improve the integrity of the bill. The market research firm performing this assessment should be selected by the applicant from a DAS vendor list. If no such dedicated codes exist for market research firm, I believe they should be created. By having an applicant select a firm from a DAS vendor list, they will have a greater reassurance that the assessment they're paying for is being performed by a reputable, approved, and experienced firm. Additionally, state agencies will be further reassured that the assessment performed will be accurate and comprehensive. In the interest of time, I'd be happy to provide greater detail on how the feasibility assessment process works through Q&A with the committee, but here's a very brief overview of the process and what steps are involved. Number one, identify the audiences being served and/or those who benefit from the technology. Number two, identify the market by understanding needs, expectations, concerns, barriers to entry, and likelihood of utilization. Number three, identify the proper methodology to best address the audiences and areas for investigation. And then finally, understand outcomes which may improve the path to market, setting clear expectations, identify resolutions to key areas of concern, as well as stated solutions that each technology addresses. So I'd like to thank you all for your time today, and I welcome any questions that you all may have for me.
Thank you for taking the time to testify. Help us understand a little bit. You've heard the testimony from the Commissioner of DAS. How is what we describe in 5444 different from what they're doing today?
I think it just based on the, I think as Robert mentioned, just the nature of in-state versus bringing folks from out of state, working with utilities across the country and serving on a feasibility assessment standpoint nationally. I'm seeing technology providers, not only from this country, but from all over the globe, bringing technologies in. So I think opening that door and having the ability to bring the most and best into our state just makes sense.
And if we forfeit the opportunity to at least avail ourselves of knowing more about these companies, would this put Connecticut at a competitive disadvantage?
Would you please repeat the question?
Yeah, if we chose to maintain the status quo and not avail ourselves of the technologies from other states, would this put Connecticut at a disadvantage?
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. I have no further questions. We really appreciate you taking the time to testify before us today. Appreciate your insight and expertise.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Representative Baumgartner, followed by Ivelisse Correa. I'm sure I've got that wrong. I apologize. Welcome, Representative.
It's good to see you, Mr. Chair. I know you love your baseball references. I've got a double header testimony today, so I'll be
with it.
Opining on two areas of cognizance for your committee, the E and the T. So we'll start with the T. Chairs Needleman and Steinberg, Vice Chairs McCrory and Foster, and Ranking Members Buckby and Fazio, and esteemed members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5446, an act concerning funding for community access television, the Connecticut Television Network, and low-income interest access. In my dual role as a concerned citizen and an elected leader, I've relied heavily on CTN and locally produced public, educational, and government programming to stay informed about key issues at both the state and local levels. As someone who grew up during the rise of the internet, the mobile phone revolution, and the social media age, I firmly believe everyone deserves to participate in the digital world. In Groton, we are fortunate that the town of Groton's Groton Municipal Television live streams most municipal meetings on its channel and archives every municipal meeting, including our boards and commissions, on its YouTube channel. They have effectively utilized the PEG-PETIA grant to pay for critical upgrades to equipment and have served as a model for how to effectively cover decision-making in our community, important for transparency and open government. Additionally, Southeastern Connecticut Television, Inc., SEC-TV, a private nonprofit, was designated in 2013 as the community access television provider for the towns of Groton, Ledyard, Stonington, North Stonington, and Voluntown by the Public Utility Regulatory Authority. SEC-TV is responsible for supporting residents, schools, town governments, and organizations with instruction and assistance in television production, editing, and ensuring programs are televised on our community access television channels. Many of my constituents in Groton, Mystic, and Stonington produce public access shows at the SEC-TV Groton studio free of charge, taking advantage of both the studio and portable camera and editing equipment available. SEC-TV also produces streams and archives meetings of the Stonington Planning and Zoning Commission and the Stonington Board of Education. However, additional investments through the PEG-PETIA program could expand this valuable service to include the Board of Selectmen and Board of Finance meetings. At a time with more and more of our communities are becoming newspaper deserts, and fewer people are engaged with local and state governments, it is critical to utilize our digital tools and financial resources to protect public access. I would like to lay out a few of those reasons, which I've done in the rest of my testimony, which you can find online. And I'd like to pivot now to my testimony in support of SB 383, an act concerning the effect of offshore wind facilities on state fisheries. This bill establishes a crucial safeguard, creating a dedicated mitigation fund. This fund addresses potential negative impacts on wildlife, fisheries, and the broader fishing industry caused by offshore wind development, provides clear financial mechanism to compensate those who may be harmed by the construction or operation of these facilities. I strongly endorse the recommendations of the Commission on the CES and urge the inclusion of their proposed compensatory mitigation fund requirement. Their vital work, because of their vital work, I'd like to acknowledge the contributions of my constituent, Joe Gilbert of Empire Fisheries, alongside Senator Summers, who testified earlier, and Representatives Cheeseman, Michelle, and Hughes, who serve on that commission. Specifically, I urge lawmakers to adopt the CES recommendation for upfront funding through mandatory payments at the time of contract award. This is essential to financially compensate both commercial fishing businesses and the environment for potential losses, degradation caused by offshore wind projects, including transmission routes. And additionally, I support the recommendation outlined in the 2023 summary report by the CES that proposes a clear funding structure with initial payment of $4 million or $20,000 per megawatt paid before a power purchase agreement is finalized. This upfront contribution provides immediate resources for potential mitigation needs. Furthermore, ongoing contributions per kilowatt hour generated, determined by the mitigation fund manager and approved by PURA, ensures long-term funding based on actual project output. This approach is both transparent and flexible, allowing for adjustments based on evolving needs. Commercial fishing businesses in my district, located at the town dock, particularly those in Stonington Borough community I proudly represent alongside Senator Summers, are crucial to our local economy. This bill ensures that they are compensated for any potential losses, safeguarding both a healthy environment and thriving fishing industry. Just one final comment. Senator Summers made comment about allowing for fishermen to have receive training to take on or be trained in different industries. And I would just know, we don't want our fishing industry to be decimated to the point where there isn't a strong and robust fishing industry. I want fishermen to continue to be fishermen. And that's certainly something I've heard abundantly clear in my district. And this is coming from somebody who is an avowed environmentalist and fundamentally believes we need to continue to procure energy that is renewable. So with that, I thank you so much for your indulgence. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Tell me, with regard to the PPA, the contracts, and your desire to see a stable funding mechanism, have you engaged deep on this subject? And if so, what has been their response?
I have. I actually recently met with their bureau chief for their fisheries. And we had a very extensive conversation about the history of the Offshore Mitigation Fund. If you recall, Senator Summers had brought up that DEEP was an engagement with other states to have a more regionalized fund. I would align myself with her remarks that perhaps we should have an additional layer to that, something that is uniquely for Connecticut to address some of the unique needs of the fishing community or the environmental quality within our state. But nonetheless, I would be, supportive of really any effort that would move into the direction of, creating some form of a mitigation fund.
So I understand you heard Princess Polaro testify that there are a good number of fishermen in Connecticut waters who are not necessarily from Connecticut. Are you proposing some sort of layer, as you described, that would be dedicated exclusively to Connecticut fishermen?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Mr. Chair?
Would this fund be dedicated specifically and only to Connecticut fishermen?
Well, as proposed in the regional fund, it wouldn't be. Obviously, it would cover fishing community that exists in other states. But again, if the state had its own, certainly it would be only for Connecticut fishermen.
I don't know how you do that, but it sounds like it's worth trying. One last question.
Yes, sir.
With reference to the public access, you made mention that that the New London facility would require additional funding in order to be able to cover the selectmen and some others. Explain to me, why is it that that would be necessary if it's already covering a number of other boards and commissions within the communities?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, the town of Groton has its own municipal television network where they televise all of our municipal meetings, all of our boards and commissions. That's something that came about after the pandemic, well, during the pandemic, and we continue to provide that service to our residents and then archived on YouTube. In terms of Stonington, however, their board of their Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as their Board of Education meetings, are televised and then streamed on the SEC TV channel. However, the Board of Finance and Board of Select meetings are not. Part of the issue is that there is not funding provided. There hasn't been funding provided to the town to establish, or to build out, their meeting spaces, so they can live stream. Over the years, Groton has done this in large part because of the PETIA grants. But however, Stonington is looking to sort of follow Groton's lead, but it's a little bit more strapped for resources. So again, this existing grant has been a great tool for communities to make investments in those critical upgrades.
Thank you for that. It's clear that some communities are further advanced or taking advantage of, once in a generation funds, and it'd be good if everybody could have that capability. Seeing no further questions, Representative, thank you for your testimony today. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Great to see you both.
Next up is Ivelisse Correa. Again, I apologize for getting that wrong. Almost certainly followed by Representative Comey. Is the witness here to testify? Seeing none, I guess we'll move on to Representative Comey. Representative.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. Chairman Steinberg and Needleman, ranking members Fazio and Buckby, and members of the committee here today. I am here today to express my strong support as well for HB 5446, an act concerning funding for community access television, the Connecticut Television Network, and low-income internet access. I want to thank you, first of all, very much, and appreciate your dedication to providing solutions for this issue over the years. I know, I've been here a couple of times so far, and I do believe this is one of those issues that is worth fighting for. This bill establishes a legislative solution to provide a sustainable financial approach to support the state's community access television operations, the public educational and governmental programming, PEG programming, with an educational technology investment account grant program. These channels are an invaluable resource for our communities and really an important tool to engage citizens in the work that we do in the government, both locally and at the state, providing access to our school boards, our town committees, and hyper-local programming. I'd like to recognize that I sit here today testifying in support of Branford Community Television, in part because of the extensive contributions of Branford State Representative Ruth Clark, who served before me. She played a critical role in developing policies in the early 1970s that would establish community access television. In 1973, the Department of Public Utility Control made a determination that new cable companies, in order to receive what's known as a Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, must have public access channels and provide a reasonable level of support for these channels. Now, much has changed over the decades and in the decades since, and the communication playing field has evolved drastically. We've seen competition in the industry, evolving technology, and the growth of dependence on high-speed internet is the new norm. The policies that surround the funding of PEG stations now must evolve as well, and House Bill 5446 provides us with these new and innovative solutions. I'll tell you that meeting the needs of our communities has really been key to the local approach to programming. And over the past year, BCTV
I've recognized has produced broadcasts that introduced residents to our first poet laureate. And the 2023 widely attended Nepal Festival, which featured dignitaries from actually across the world. And when the town of Brantford moved to a different recycling system, BCTV worked with the town to produce an in-depth program so that residents were educated, and it really shed light on how the impact that policies actually overseas necessitated these changes in our community locally. So these are just a few examples of the important role RPEG stations play in our communities and for our residents. And I really think that they're bringing the world into, in these cases anyways, their homes. And finally, nearly every day I hear from residents in my district who struggle to afford broadband internet access, and HB 5456 will allow Connecticut to explore and develop a plan for a Connecticut Internet for All program and providing financial assistance to low-income households for subscriptions to broadband internet access service. So I would just close by saying that local interest is at the heart here. The corporatization of media enterprises control our newspapers, our broadcasters, our cable outlets, and many of our online sites. PEG services provide important town government educational and public interest content. They are unique to our community. They cannot nor would not be duplicated by any other media outlet in the state. And I think it's time for Connecticut to show that we value these locally trusted access stations today more than ever. Again, thank you for the work that committee leadership has led raising this bill, and I'm willing to work with you in any way that I can to support you and to get this over the finish line. And I know it's been a long day and you have several pages of people ahead, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to.
Well, thank you, Representative, for taking the time to speak to us in advocacy of the program and enumerating a lot of its benefits. You know, any organization that can educate people on how to recycle better is doing a great job, because it's pretty complicated. And my guess is they'll need to do it again pretty soon as we update our recycling laws in the state. I think it's worth reminding everybody that we should not take for granted our ability to get information via public access that is unfiltered and ideally without bias. And that is a handy thing in this day and age. Seeing no other questions or comments, again, thank you for taking the time to be with us today in our long journey to cover some of these bills. Very much appreciated. Next up, we have Christy Prescott and Hamad Chowdhury, I believe, participating remotely. Please go ahead, Christy. If you, I think you're still on mute. You may want to check on that.
That I was. Thank you. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Steinberg and Needleman, Ranking Members Fazio and Buckby, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Christy Prescott, and I'm the Director of Wholesale Power Contracts for United Illuminating, and I'm providing comments today on Raise Bill 385, an act concerning energy procurements. In 2019, DEEP instructed Eversource and UI to execute power purchase agreements with Millstone and Seabrook nuclear facilities. And since those contracts began, UI customers have paid approximately $400 million to the owners of these assets. And these contracts have provided a firm financial offtake for these already in service nuclear facilities. Yet, UI has not received unanimous public support for a recovery of the cost of administering these contracts. Before the Millstone nuclear contract was previously selected, DEEP and PURO were required to evaluate the economic condition of the facility, and they used this determination as the basis of the justification of the resulting contract. However, it does not appear that this bill requires an updated economic evaluation prior to conducting another solicitation for nuclear assets. Both of the current PPAs for Millstone and Seabrook run until 2029. Therefore, these units are already supported by Connecticut's customers until and are not necessary currently now in 2024. Excuse me. Deep and Pura should be required to demonstrate that absent the PPAs, these facilities would shutter due to economic pressure. And as part of the analysis, the state should evaluate all available programs at the federal level, including the Inflation Reduction Act. Recently, nuclear plant operators in New Jersey indicated to the state that they'll no longer be requesting state-level nuclear subsidies as a result of the new federal tax credits provided in the IRA. Nonetheless, UI believes that the language in the bill requiring coordination with 2 or more states in the ISO region is an improvement upon the previous procurement process. The energy supply constraints are a regional issue, and UI points out that there is a mechanism for ISO New England to ensure the reliability of the supply sources of the region through the reliability must-run contracts for units at risk of closure. And we suggest that such a solution should be considered by ISO New England to spread the cost of these facilities to all of the ISO New England states instead of shouldering by Connecticut customers or just a few of the New England states. In addition to the procurement sections discussed, this bill also introduces the concept of using the energy procured under the PPAs for standard service. UI believes that this concept may be useful in certain circumstances. However, there are several additional details and circumstances that we would like to be considered, including acknowledgement that there might be situations where market prices may be lower than the PPAs based on actual market conditions that occur during a service term. And also in situations where a unit is not operational due to perhaps a scheduled or even an unscheduled outage, that the EDC should need to replace such energy at what would be a full market price, which could be higher than the contract PPAs, especially if an outage occurs in the winter months, which are highest price months for energy. Currently, Connecticut customers are not subject to this volatility since the
I
standard service
apologize, but
rate.
your 3-minute testimony is up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Currently, customers aren't subject to volatility since standard service is firm and the risk of price volatility lies with wholesale suppliers. The only other point we wanted to make is that these contracts do only provide energy. Standard services, energy, capacity, and ancillary services, as well as RECs, which adds on an additional cost to standard service besides the PPA rate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and covering so much ground, Christy. I think we all take your point about risks inherent in PPA contracts as anything else, and sometimes you benefit and sometimes you don't. With regard to your comments with the federal IRA funds, you mentioned Jersey has decided to suspend its in-state subsidies with the assumption that the IRA can pick up some of that slack. How confident are we that subsidy stream from the feds is going to be stable? Won't a time come in just a period of a few years where we'll be back to our own devices?
That's a good point. And we can certainly supplement our testimony with the information from New Jersey. Again, the economic conditions and the running of a facility is the decision maker, decision of the nuclear power generating facilities itself. And certainly if there's an economic condition to be made within exercising opportunities in the regional market, we expect that would mean that they anticipate that the market would provide enough financial stability for them to participate in the market as is and not rely upon public policy contracts.
Thank you. I haven't had the opportunity to read any written testimony that you may have supplied. Do you offer specific recommendations with regard to those things you're concerned about?
We haven't provided a specific red line in terms of the sections that I commented on in terms of the PPA or the use of it for standard service, but we were going to closely look at the recommendations made by Pura in that process. We want to make sure, though, that if we were to use the energy for standard service, that that is an option. Again, I think Chairman Gillette mentioned, a tool in the toolbox, which we think we would support. We believe that there'll be situations where it may make sense and it may not, and we don't want to have to conduct a procurement in a certain way because the language requires us to do so, but yet maybe able to take advantage of some opportunities in certain months or certain time periods where it may make sense to utilize energy from power purchase agreements where we have set rates.
Thank you for that. Obviously, our recent experience makes us reevaluate the entire procurement process. And I understand we've made it somewhat more flexible for the EDCs to procure and avoid some of the unevenness of the wholesale marketplace. We'd very much welcome any other thoughts you would have regarding ways in which we can protect ratepayers by giving you the flexibility in your procurements to smooth out, increases that may relate to exogenous factors. So we hope you'll continue to engage us on those subjects. I don't see any other questions or comments. So again, thank you. I understand Hamad is going to testify separately. But first we will go to, I understand Stephen Lewis had to step away. So Bernard Pelletier, Bernie, you're up.
Good afternoon, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, and indeed the entire Diaspora that is the Energy and Technology Committee, wherever and however you are here. I admire your stamina, your dedication, and your patience. My name is Bernie Pelletier, and I serve as Vice President for People's Actions for Clean Energy. And I am grateful for the opportunity to supplement my written testimony on 5438 concerning energy efficiency programs and 5439 concerning heat pump adoption. We've heard this morning about the many virtues of energy efficiency, and I'm not going to repeat those. I think by now we're all in agreement. What I'd like to talk most about is getting these programs on a sustainable funding track, because we live in a bust boom world. Even prior to the history that Commissioner Dykes recounted, there was a sweep of the funds in 2017, and that set in motion this boom and bust cycle that was augmented by things like COVID. So it's something that it would really be beneficial if we could put this on a consistent financial track. Right now, the programs are funded on a wobbly three-legged stool: RGGI funds, CAM funds on all of our utility bills, not delivered fuels, but gas and electricity, and a little bit from the capacity market. This wobbly stool, which we're grateful to have, but is actually yielding less and less money over the period of the last 4 years. These programs are foundational. Every climate bill that we have here rests on the back of these things. So as our funding is wobbly, all these things that rest on that wobbly stool themselves are more wobbly than they need to be. I do understand, and the ramification of this is that businesses and residents, whether they be market rate or low income, often as they get into the fourth quarter, find that they're slow walked, that you cannot participate in these programs because you have to wait until the next budget year becomes available. So when I look at, and I know you all are faced with the fiscal guardrails. I am a fiscal conservative myself. And so the ask for $145 million is something that no doubt is hard to swallow. So what I would like to propose to you all is an alternative way to look at it. I would like to have us view the sweep in 2017-2018 as a bridge loan from these funds to the state of Connecticut. And I would like to propose that we view that $145 million as the principal on that loan, which we would now ask to be paid back, not necessarily all at once. You could appropriate it all at once, but in terms of dispensing it into these funds to stabilize them, I propose that we award DEEP the King Solomon-like role of balancing the demand for these programs and whatever infusion we can bring in from that funding. If some of the stuff that Commissioner Dykes brought us up to speed on this morning comes to bear, if there's other funds coming from elsewhere, maybe we don't need that money. But right now, this is the only game in town that I can see. I also strongly
I
support.
apologize, but your 3-minute testimony is up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Thank you very much. I strongly support the study. New York, Massachusetts, Maine, Vermont all have examples in program and funding that we can look at. And I will submit a little bit more testimony on an act concerning heat pump adoption. I'll just say that PACE has been running the Heat Smart Connecticut program, and there is an enormous need in Connecticut for more education, more outreach, more push from on high, and this is on high, to get these campaigns, to get this technology into Connecticut. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernie. I share your serious concerns about the stability of our funding mechanisms. They have let us down over and over again. I'm also concerned to some degree about the prospect of future raise to the Energy Efficiency Fund. We've killed once, we could kill again. I'm not sure that that is the safest way for us to house these funds, if we want to count on them for all the good uses that we apply to, particularly as you mentioned and Commissioner Dykes mentioned. I think it was Commissioner Dykes. The utilization of these funds has only increased since COVID. And I think we've got the attention of a lot of homeowners that this is the opportunity for them to make investments for their long-term stability of their costs. And here we are frustrating that by our unwillingness to assure those funding sources. I know right now I'm missing a debate between the Appropriations and Public Health Committee about the LIHEAP funding. And that remains, kind of a hot potato year to year between the feds and the state government. All of this seems very unstable. I agree with you that wobbly is not a strategy. It doesn't give me any confidence at all that we're going to be able to meet the needs going forward. So very much appreciate your testimony. I think we all desire to put in place a mechanism that assures a steady amount of funding, which will benefit those who are doing our audits and our installations in a way in which they can maintain their employees year round and not have to lay them off or fire them in the middle of the summer when funds run out. This is not the way to run an airline or a state or certainly an energy efficiency program. I hope we can get to that point and appreciate your support for our efforts.
I very much appreciate those comments, and I'll just add, and you're going to hear later from some other folks from PACE, one of the things we pride ourselves on is taking a numeric analytic approach to these things. So in your deliberations, as you look at this, feel free to call on PACE. We have a lot of data at our fingertips, and we're angling to get some more. And I'm a big believer that data is one way to get us through these policy hurdles. Thank you very much.
I agree. Data is important. And if we're lucky, we'll actually pass the Energy Bill of Rights and have a lot more data for everybody to share.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, we'll go back to Hamad Chaudhry, followed by, I understand Stephen Lewis has returned to bless us with his presence. So he'll be after Hamad.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ranking Representative Steinberg, Senator Needlem, Representative Buckby, and Senator Fazio, and rest of the esteemed Energy and Technology Committee members. My name is Hamad Chaudhry. I am Senior Manager of Conservation and Load Management here at Avangrid, and I head energy efficiency programs for United Illuminating, Southern Connecticut Gas, and Connecticut Natural Gas. Today, I want to provide a couple of comments about House Bill 5438 and Act regarding energy efficiency. But before I get to my comments, just quick overview of Energize Connecticut energy efficiency programs in Connecticut. For about a decade or so, these are some of the most successful programs in the country as ranked by the American Council on Energy Efficient Technology. We are proud to serve our customers with energy efficiency programs and products through Energize Connecticut brand here at Avangrid and our friends at Eversource, I believe, so things along the same lines. Just to give you a quick recap, just for 2023, we have helped about 42,000 homeowners weatherize their homes. We have helped about 18,000 customers install heat pumps. We have helped about 145 businesses install energy efficient programs. So in short, these are highly successful programs as noted by ACEEE. Now, my comments about House Bill 5438 regarding the 145 million funding. I believe the energy efficiency programs under Section 16-245M are the right avenues for these funds. However, we have some concern with the funding date of June 30th, 2025. The way energy efficiency programs work, we need some time to ramp them up, ramp them down. If we have to spend these kind of funds in 1 year, that will be quite a bit of challenge. So I propose that the investment of these funds is aligned with the 3-year program cycle as we are actively planning for our 25 to 27 program cycle. My second and last comment is regarding the proposed study. As I alluded to, Connecticut programs are some of the most successful programs in the country. We already, as is, work very closely with DEEP, with Energy Efficiency Board, with a lot of independent evaluators. Our programs are very well evaluated by the third parties, and there is a lot of data available on our programs. We provide data on our programs in Energize Connecticut dashboard. So I would believe a new study would be redundant, given that there is so much availability of data and reporting is already there, and we work so closely with all the stakeholders. So with that, those are my remarks. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for covering so much ground so quickly. If we don't need to further study, as you said, could you help direct us to appropriate expert resources to educate ourselves?
Absolutely. First and foremost, the program staffs at Avangrid and in Eversource who are administering these programs, we have a lot of years of experience in energy efficiency programs. American Council on Energy Efficient Economy ranks states as well as utility programs across the country. So that's an excellent resource. There are already quite a bit of studies done, as I understand, from Lawrence Butler Lab, from some other labs, which are available on different utility models of implementing the programs. So along those lines, there's enough literature out there that I believe has quite a bit of information on programs and what have you.
Thank you for that. I don't know if you were listening earlier to some of the testimony, but with regard to energy efficiency, what is UI doing with regard to some of these new GETS technologies that might impact both efficiency and real-time information processing?
So we are running some very comprehensive energy efficiency programs. I might have to get back with colleagues to get a comprehensive answer on some of the new technologies, but within the energy efficiency, conservation, and load management programs, what we are offering through Energize Connecticut is basically everything under the sun you can think about. From the energy efficiency programs perspective, we have rebates for heat pumps. We have incentives for installing new efficient equipment. We have assessment opportunities. We have weatherization opportunities. So everything that we can think of within the energy efficiency ecosystem, we are offering to our customers. Obviously, there are some new technologies which are always coming to the programs. There are different partnerships we have with industry, for example, with University of Connecticut, we have this industrial assessment center where we can do some assessments for our customers. So along those lines, we have basically everything available to customers, and any new technologies, I need to check with our colleagues at what is the best way to test those technologies to bring into the programs.
So I look forward to engaging further to learn more about those. Everything under the sun sounds pretty good, particularly for solar. And I want to thank you for taking the time to share with us. Obviously, there's more that we really need to do to afford all of our citizens and corporate entities the opportunity to take advantage of the latest and greatest in energy efficiency, technology, and understanding. Again, thank you for your testimony today. Next up, we have Stephen Lewis, followed by Jessica Kane.
Good afternoon, Chairman Steinberg and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Stephen Lewis. I'm a volunteer with Sierra Club Connecticut, and I serve as chair of their legislative committee. And to abbreviate my remarks today, which I've submitted, I'm going to focus strictly on the heat pump bill, and I'm going to talk about objections or concerns that you may hear either have already heard or have questions about, or perhaps you will hear over the course of the coming weeks about heat pumps. To start with, I'd say that there are a number of misleading claims coming from incumbent heating fuel businesses specific to heat pumps. And to understand the tactics and misinformation the industry has pushed in Maine and now in Connecticut, I'd point you to a Washington Post article from February 7th, 2023, entitled "Heat Pumps Are Defying Maine's Winters and Oil Industry Pushback." Here in Connecticut, you will hear the increased energy demand from heat pumps and electric vehicles will not be able to be supported by our electrical grid and supplies. In fact, ISO New England's annual demand forecasts, recently updated in November 23, estimates the impact of demand from growing electrification of heating by 2030. The purpose of these forecasts, as you know, is to match supply with demand looking ahead 10 years. There is no evidence to support the idea we will run out of energy or the grid will not be ready to handle it. It is well understood that grid investments will be necessary and are already being made. A case in point is the rapid deployment of an additional 100,000 heat pumps added to Maine's grid over just a few years, which did not in any way lead to shortage of electricity or unsustainable demand on their grid. And this is not any kind of barrier to their new goal of an additional 175,000 heat pumps by 2027. Second, you may also hear that heat pumps don't work in cold climates. This is disinformation. Heat pumps work spectacularly in cold climates, as demonstrated convincingly in Maine and in Norway and many other cold climate locations. Older generation heat pumps were not as efficient in very cold weather, but new models are efficient down to as low as 10 below zero, maybe lower than that now, since I installed mine. Heat pump technology is on a learning curve, and with the invocation of the Defense Production Act to ramp up the scale and speed of production, there will be both plentiful supply of these units and parts and continuously improving heat pump performance and falling costs. Third, you may wonder and what we'll hear about the affordability of installing heat pumps and whether they save consumers money. This has been answered fairly definitively by the National Renewable Energy Lab in their newly published research in the energy journal Joule from February 12th, 2024, titled "Heat Pumps for All: Distribution of Costs and Benefits of Residential Air Source Heat Pumps in the United States." This exhaustive study's key takeaway: if you heat with fuel oil, propane, or electric heating, consumers will in almost all cases save money, no matter how efficient their heat pump is. When consumers buy the newer, more efficient cold weather heat pumps, they will save more, and this is true for gas customers as well. And if you already use air conditioning, you can save money by upgrading to heat pump cooling. The upfront cost of
I
installing—
apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
I will, thank you. The upfront costs can be certainly addressed now with the Inflation Reduction Act funding, the rebates, tax credits from that, as well as the rebates that are available from the Energize CT programs. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Well, thank you for taking the time, Stephen, for focusing on heat pumps. I appreciate your allusion to the Washington Post article. I think that puts heat pumps in perspective in terms of the continuing advances in the technology. Of course, there was another Washington Post article just recently that stated the entire country may be playing catch up to provide enough energy for all the electrification.
Yes, the New York Times today as well.
Right. you know, I've had heat pumps for 3 years, and one of the things that I've noted, instead of having the wild gyrations of energy use and temperatures, that heat pumps really kind of smooth it out, which is inherently more efficient. So is it fair to say that even though there may be more load on the grid, that is a more efficient load and actually is mitigating overall energy use?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, if you're trying to forecast demand hour to hour, day to day, and in cold snaps and things like that, you know, that load is pretty steady and pretty, you know, able to be modeled. But, you know, I do believe that heat pumps are more efficient in replacing electric heating, for example, as well as for certain air conditioning replacements. And so you may be taking some electric demand off the grid by upgrading to heat pumps in those specific situations.
An excellent point. I think we really need to be looking at that. It's not pure incremental, but in terms of sort of the net impact as opposed to sort of the gross impact.
And if I could add one more thing, I also installed a heat pump hot water heater in my home, and you know, the Energy Star yellow label that's on those devices gives you a range of the expected cost for the consumer on the use of that heat pump water heater. And the range starts at 120 a year and goes up to like 500. And my heat pump is labeled at $113. So it's literally lower than the low end of the Energy Star scale for hot water. So just to give you perspective of the efficiency and the reality of the savings.
Thank you. And I think you're alluding to the advent of the new frontier, which is if we ever get smart meters installed, we will be providing consumers with much more control over the usage of their appliances and their energy. The appliances are there. All we got to do is create the controls allowing consumers to make those choices. I hope we get to that point sooner than later.
So do I. Thank you for your time. Additional questions? No, thank you.
Next up is Jessica King, followed by Diane Martel. Let me say that out loud. Welcome, Jessica, followed by Diane.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Steinberg, Needleman, Ranking Member Fazio, and Buckabee, and other members of the committee. I'm Jess Kane, Eversource Vice President of Customer Operations and Assistance Programs, and I'm here to support House Bill 5441. Our intention in supporting this bill is to help identify solutions that balance special protections for some with the cost to all customers to pay for them. We share a goal to offer quality, affordable service for all customers. And this bill addresses protections for some customers who can pay but don't, to help lower bills for all customers, including those who have a financial hardship. We agree with the OCC's super reasonable discussion this morning and support the committee's efforts to address collections methods to manage and reduce arrears associated with medically protected customers. We also agree with the OCC that where the line is on defining financial hardship, we can work through that together, but there should be a means test. The last thing that we want to do is disconnect anyone's service, yet unpaid energy bills increase the cost for all customers. For customers with a financial hardship, Connecticut offers some of the best programs and protections in the nation, including the new total bill discount of up to 50%, winter protection for nearly half the year, plus arrears forgiveness programs for those with overdue bills. Customers with someone in the home who has a serious or life-threatening medical situation should contact us and we can help them. Take advantage of the best programs and protections for them. Across our 3 states of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Connecticut, we offer the option for customers to have power loss alerts sent to their emergency contact for outages and shut-off notifications with reminders to pay to avoid disconnect. No other state in the nation that we're aware of protects service year-round for medically protected customers who do not have a financial hardship. Currently, Connecticut customers of any income or wealth can get medical protection and year-round in certain scenarios. They can maintain that protection without paying. We do not believe that was the intention of the statute as written, and it's not fair. It's not fair to all customers. 7,000 medically protected customers without a financial hardship have racked up unpaid bills amounting to $60 million. The average past due balance of the top 100 is $55,000. Hundreds have never made a payment. The result, in 2023 alone, $20 million in uncollectible costs were created that are projected to increase the average residential customer's bills by about $12 in total over the year ahead. $12 might seem small to some, but it all adds up. And we'd like to be part of the solution and at least tee up decisions to make intentional choices about the costs of total bills for customers. With that, we support House Bill 5441. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. I think everyone would agree that as well-intentioned as our desire is to lessen the impact of those who are burdened by energy costs, that perhaps the language as written went beyond that which is practical. Have you offered in your testimony, I hesitate to call it a solution, but an alternative language to accomplish our desire?
We believe that with Claire Coleman's testimony this morning, we can work together on what the means test is. If the means test, there should be a means test. If it shouldn't be 60% of state median income, which is what financial hardship is today, fine, let's work together and figure it out. But it's not fair when we see customers with multi-million-dollar homes on Zillow owing $55,000 a year that their low-income neighbors are paying their bills. It's not fair, but we can figure it out together.
I totally agree, and I'm glad you agree that it's soluble, and we'll bring the parties together. We have enough in arrearages already without making it way too generous. Did you have a question, Representative Foster?
I have a few. I hope that's okay.
You
We've
got it.
had conversations about arrearages before. I feel like I understand the issue well. But I have a couple of questions. One is, you have access to the data that we don't. And so if you're looking at your data and you look at who is eligible now, we're doing direct certification for low income rates as a data share from DSS. If you look at where arrearages are and who qualifies for those programs, what's the difference?
So I would say we're very excited with our 5-year push to have Connecticut be the second state in the nation to do data matching with the state. I've been proposing this for 5 years like we do in Massachusetts. As recently as it's about a month ago, we got the first insight into the full data matching. We have been doing data matching with Connecticut for 14 months as an opt-in. Out of the data matching with Connecticut, the new insight is that we should be able to give benefits to about 100,000 additional customers with a financial hardship.
But more specifically, are you aware of how many of those have or are carrying arrearages? Because I think one of the things that we're all grappling with, and I think advocates who are concerned about the negative impact on vulnerable populations, is that we're going to be cutting off all of these folks who are like in a gap somewhere between. And so we have the anecdote of the multi-million-dollar homes where people have arrearages. We certainly should take action. But I'm curious if you are able to say that the majority of arrearages actually account for a small amount of people who are qualifying for these programs, and that this shift would actually make a meaningful difference in arrearages.
So this shift would address the $20 million of incremental cost from 2023 alone. That's not a 1-year thing. That same cost happens every year. It just changes in the amount. About a third of today's verified financial hardship customers have a past due balance. Those customers who are newly identified through DSS, as we work to analyze those, a much smaller percentage have a past due balance, because if they have a past due balance, they've typically reached out already to get their hardship verified and then to benefit from winter protection and our arrears forgiveness programs and the new discount rate.
Okay. So what changes, would you support to reduce the cost of medically protected customers' unpaid bills that are ultimately paid for by everyone? So what measures for collection are you amenable to consideration of?
A means test of some sort. We're happy to work with OCC and other stakeholders on what that would look like. In addition, following the spirit of the statute, which required that customers, even with a medical protection, needed to be making payments. They needed to be engaged in a payment plan. Currently, that's not enforced by the regulations, which say that we can't terminate anybody for any reason if they have a medical protection. So in addition, we used to have levers of being able to gather deposits, wage garnishments, or legal collections. We have been ordered to cease all of those practices. So there's literally no way for us to help collect on unpaid balances for medical customers in Connecticut. And so Connecticut is an extreme outlier in this area in the nation.
I have been navigating with a constituent and Eversource, an unpaid balance that they've been trying to get onto a plan to pay down. And it hasn't been particularly easy for her to navigate this process. She wouldn't qualify for medical or financial hardship. She just has a very large balance and is looking to get into a payment plan. And so I'm curious, like how trained your staff are for going through this process with customers, and what is being offered. So what's the standard protocol as you're trying to make a difference in people getting onto plans so that they can pay down their arrearages and help the ratepayers as a whole?
First of all, we're happy to help that customer if there's been a unique challenge. All customers can go online today and sign up for a payment plan, even if they're not financial hardship. If they're financial hardship, we're going to pop them with the best program for them, which is be an arrears forgiveness program instead of an 18-month payment plan. The customers who call us, we are required by a Purist script that was ordered, about 5-page single-spaced, that we must initially offer pre-qualify everyone for financial hardship. And if they don't qualify, we must pre-qualify them for medical hardship. And if they don't qualify for that, then offer them the longest payment plan possible with the lowest payment amount, and then offer energy efficiency, and then offer the renewable energy program. So we are measured on that. We have not had any issues with that in about 3 years, where we had 5 imperfect calls out of the millions that we take a year. So we do offer that. If a customer breaks more than 2 payment plans in a 12-month period, you can't keep getting on payment plans because you need to be contributing your part, and the commitment has been broken too many times.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm really eager to see a way for us to diminish arrearages in a way that makes sense and is savvy. And I'm hopeful that things like getting people automatically enrolled, which is in the process, is going to happen. And I also think that there needs to be, I personally believe that a test of necessity is important, but I just want to make sure that, like, as we get to this place where it's moving forward, that everyone has the tools that they need to be comfortable, and for as many people as possible to be in a program, a payment plan as possible. And so I really appreciate your testimony, and thanks for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you. We look forward to collaborating and coming up with an equitable solution. Hopefully we can start working down the backlog a little bit, so everybody's treated fairly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me. All right, next up we have Diane Lauricella, followed by Raphael Podolsky.
Good afternoon, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, the ranking members, and the distinguished members of this great committee. My name is Diane Lauricella. I live in Norwalk. I'm an environmental management professional. I'm also here representing a ad hoc volunteer group called Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition. I am a member of the statewide Connecticut Energy Network, but I'm not speaking on their behalf today. What I try to do is encourage my customers and also people I teach about energy reduction and renewable energy is to green up their particular homes or businesses. I wanted to focus on two bills, but first give a shout out and support Senate Bill 384 about the low income energy and water advisory board. I was really pleased to see the mention of weatherization as a step, not just giving extra money for paying for your energy, but also helping people reduce their energy bills and be more comfortable. Also, a shout out for House Bill 5406 about the transmission lines and getting the grid in better shape. Please make sure this task force does quick work, a quick turnaround, so that we can catch up to what other countries and other states are doing. I want to focus on House Bill 5439. You've heard a lot of wonderful testimony, and I've, Chairman, heard your comments about heat pump adoption and increasing it. I agree with PACE and Sierra Club and League of Conservation Voters' written testimony as well. Please don't believe the myths. I sat through an environment committee where several organized group talked about myths about heat pumps not working in the heat. The Sierra Club's testimony just recently hopefully helped you, all of you know that it is not true anymore. I do say that there is a need for education. A lot on the local basis, a lot of building management people in the towns don't understand heat pumps. There needs to be a much more robust way to educate people, even using YouTube and video, on how this technology will help save them money and help them be more comfortable. I want to focus my last minutes or seconds on House Bill 5438. Thank you so much for raising this bill. A long time in coming, and I know many of you have been trying for years. Energy efficiency, of course, is best seen as the energy that we don't use. That's the cheapest kind of energy we could have. The thing that's been missing is that we need a much more seriously deeper measures allowed and encouraged and educated for more affordable rentals, more stable workforce, improved quality of life, especially for low wealth folks, reduce energy costs for renters, homeowners, and businesses, improve health outcomes, and decrease operating costs for people that live in homes and small businesses. I do want to say that what is kind of interesting and something counterintuitive.
Ms. Floricella, just a heads up, your 3 minutes is expired.
Okay, I will wrap up. Thanks so much. I just wanted to state that part of the wobbly stool is the fact that you've heard from a utility, Avangrid, recently. The system they have at Energize CT, in my professional and advocacy position, has some terrific programs. The problem is they are not educating the public and the local governments at large robustly enough and well enough. And the Energy Efficiency Board distribution of millions of dollars on our regular bills given to mostly the utilities is not being spent well enough to help bolster and provide the programs that you today are trying to put forth and also in your committee. So please, please, I want a shorter study, not a long study, but a short study, because the money is not being equitably placed in places where you need it in this state. Thank you so much for listening to me. I support you, and thanks for letting me speak remotely.
Thank you, Diane. It seems like whatever committee hearing I'm at, you're testifying, so you're all over the place. Help me understand a little bit better your last comment about the funds not being used to their best effect. Do you have a specific example?
Okay, I don't have the form of the Energy Efficiency Board. It's been a controversial issue, but there's monies for that are, again, I don't have a bill in front of me, but there's part of what each of our electricity bills include money that goes to the Energy Efficiency Board. And I very much feel the membership of that board has vastly improved. However, the monies for the education and marketing have not been spent equitably and wisely, because so many people do still not understand how they can be more comfortable, healthier, and reduce their energy bills. And in fact, many times we just do superficial education, and people don't realize if they do weatherization and sealing of leaks, that's considered more a deeper kind of approach. But the utilities give a list of how these things can be done, but it's counterintuitive that they would really drill down, so to speak, and make sure that their customers, in my opinion, really make their homes not net zero, but almost. So right now there should be, in my opinion, a shifting to not-for-profits, and those in statewide, some will speak today, including PACE, that could give a much more balanced and neutral position about how these measures in the Energy Efficiency Fund as well can be utilized in a way that will expedite, because all of us, I don't know about you, Mr. Chairman, we're not getting any younger. And this process has taken so long. We cannot wait any longer. So let's give some of the money, they get over $1 million a year for marketing. And I just don't think it's being placed well to educate people about the different measures, the weatherization, renewable energy, and heat pumps.
Thank you for that. You make a good point. Here we have been asking the utilities to be accountable and transparent on much of their other operations. They have a significant amount of control over the energy efficiency funds. Maybe we ought to be asking for an accounting of how those funds are spent as well. It's high time. The Energy Efficiency Board and the fund have run for a long time, and the world has changed. So
yes, thank you.
Apply to everything related to the utilities, including energy efficiency projects. Thank you. Representative Mashinsky has a question for you.
Thank you.
Sure. Could we avoid that problem by automatically scheduling folks who receive energy assistance for weatherization in their house or apartment, and then just systematically do a portion of those every year until they are all done?
You're speaking to the Low Income Advisory Committee, Representative Mashinsky?
No, I'm wondering if we need instruction from the legislature that if you're receiving fuel assistance, then you would need to also accept weatherization help. And then we would systematically weatherize these folks who can never get through the winter without assistance. And then over time, we would gradually upgrade all these old housing stock homes to so that they're all as efficient as they possibly can be. It might take 10 years, but eventually we'd get there.
Yes, I always thought that before I agree. I think it would be great to have a directive from the legislature. I believe Operation Fuel, a wonderful organization, has begun moving in the direction of home energy solution, HES, i.e. income eligible. I think it should be a mandate, but the problem is a lot of the low income folks are renters, and so there lies the conundrum of whether the landlord will accept. And if there's any way to mandate it, I think it should happen, because they should go hand in hand, and it would be very terrific for the legislature to direct, as you suggest.
Okay, I had the same thought that this landlord issue, which keeps popping up as an obstacle, would have to be worked out if we did a requirement of so many units a year had to be weatherized. The other reason I'm suggesting this is a possible idea is that we would be able to keep the workforce on year round and just have them methodically go through that list year by year. and avoid that problem where we train them, they start working and then the funds run low and then they all get laid off, which doesn't help anybody, certainly not the workers.
Yes, thank you. And I agree. And Bernie Pelletier, who spoke just before I did, totally agree that we have to have a more sustainable, reliable workforce because I'm an environmental consultant. It's very sad when we're not sure who you're going to be working for the following month. So thank you so much for all of you mentioning that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions from anyone. As always, Diane, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Raphael Podolsky, followed by Melissa Copps.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, members of the committee. My name is Raphael Podolsky. I'm a lawyer with Connecticut Legal Services. We represent low-income households. I'm here to testify against House Bill 5441, at least in the way it's now designed. The bill limits the existing medical protections to customers who have been coded as hardship cases. And you may say, why would someone who's representing low-income people care whether or not that program that we have now also protects people who may not be coded as hardship? And for me, the primary answer is that the coding of hardship is not necessarily even close to a complete listing of everyone for whom it would be financially stressful to be able to pay their full bill. And so that there are loads of people who are not coded as hardship that in fact have hardships. And one of the things that's interesting to me from a previous witness who talked about the program that's now in the process of implementation of data sharing with the Department of Social Services, and if I understood her correctly, she said they added 100,000 new names as a result of the data sharing. Now, right off the bat, that's only people who are getting benefits from the Department of Social Services. That's not everybody who's low income. But what that says to you is that a large number of people who normally would fall into that category if they were coded would now lose the protection. So while it may be true that there's somebody with a multi-million-dollar house who has not been paying their bill and has been protected because of their health condition, their documented health condition, by the way, that may be true. That is clearly an outlier, I think. And so that if what you do is you write a bill to pick up that outlier, what you bring in, you create a whole new problem for people who would otherwise be covered. And for that reason, it seems to me that the direction that you ought to be looking and working towards is how do you get everybody who's potentially eligible signed up as a hardship customer? Because that will greatly narrow the category of people who arguably could afford to pay and according to the companies have not. So that involves more aggressive marketing. It requires really looking at the other categories under hardship, under 125% of poverty, people who are unemployed. There's several things that are in there. This bill, unfortunately, actually strikes the phrase including but not limited to in the definition of hardship, which is something, no matter what you do with this bill, you should not make that change. It should certainly be possible to include somebody in hardship that is not in one of those specific categories. Is it possible to do collection work? In general, we would not take the position you should sue people who are behind in their bills precisely because you're going to pick up lots of people who really cannot afford to pay bills, and it could be very harassing. On the other
Mr.
hand,
Podolsky, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay. I'll quickly finish. On the other hand, if there was a true identification of people who at the upper end, that very, very small category at the upper end, who truly could afford, then maybe a certain amount of targeted collection work might be acceptable. So about taking all these things together, we would ask you not to move this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi, as always, for your staunch advocacy on behalf of everybody. But you can understand why we are trying to accomplish this. You've heard the testimony of others who believe that there's a way in which we can appropriately target those who should not be eligible. Obviously, accessing the right kind of databases if they exist with that kind of information. Is there no precedent for us being able to, I don't want to use the word discriminate, because that really would be the wrong word, but separate out those who are arguably ineligible for this kind of program?
I mean, it seems to me that, I mean, you may want to, I think the answer is yes, there are ways to try to do this. I think you probably want to make sure you're bringing in stakeholders who represent low-income people, who represent seniors, for which health issue is a major problem regardless of their income, who represent people with disabilities. I think you want to get those groups into a process to see both halves of that, which is how can you recruit and correctly identify more people for whom this would be a financial hardship. And the rising prices for the product compounds that, because it enlarges the category of people who are potentially might qualify as hardship. And at the same time, take a closer look and see to what extent the companies are able to isolate what I would call the outliers. One of the things that's interesting to me is I understood the data which was presented to you about what costs are lost by the company. What is this costing and what's being moved into the rate base? My understanding was they're saying, well, these are people who are getting medical protection. And therefore they concluded from that all those people, or at least a large number of them, could afford to pay. But what I would suggest to you is that what they are using to distinguish is who's a hardship case. So these are people who are not coded as hardship cases. And I would suggest to you that a pretty significant portion of those unpaid bills are coming from people who, if this were thoroughly laid out for everyone, would turn out to be hardship customers.
Thank you for that. The complication is, which group do we try to separate out, the larger or the smaller? But it sounds like the criteria we use are particularly important.
And I think the utility companies would probably agree that most of the people that they're most concerned about are outliers in general. I could be wrong on that, but I would think they might.
Thank you, Rafi. I really appreciate it. I don't see anybody else with any questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Up next is Melissa Copps, followed by Tom Malone.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, Senator Needleman and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm an architect speaking on behalf of Build Green CT, which is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to accelerate the just and sustainable transformation of the built environment. I'm also an energy efficiency board member, but I'm not testifying on behalf of the board, and any opinions I express are mine alone. But I do point it out in case you have any informational questions about the energy efficiency programs I might be able to address. We support HB 5438 to repay the previously diverted funds to the energy efficiency funds. The demand for these programs has continued to increase, but the main on-bill funding mechanism hasn't increased since 2012. Even though construction costs have increased by almost 50%. Massachusetts spends twice as much as Connecticut on their energy efficiency programs per capita. We're also asking the programs to do more than they were originally designed to support the goals of equity and decarbonization with no additional funding. The program should have the flexibility to spread the funding over a number of years. The current instability of funding causes a boom and bust cycle that disrupts the workforce that a one-time influx of funding would not solve. You know the difficulties Connecticut residents are facing with energy costs, but notably, the energy affordability gap has increased 37% in just 3 years, and over 400,000 households are facing unaffordable energy costs. Investing more money into the energy efficiency program can have a huge long-term positive impact on reducing the state's level of energy insecurity. I also want to note that we support HB 5439 to deploy 310,000 heat pumps. And we support a public process for deep development of the plan to include home weatherization, energy, and workforce considerations while pairing it with solar energy and battery storage. And we think there needs to be an additional funding mechanism to support this deployment to not put further stress on our already overextended energy efficiency programs and to ensure equitable access. I'm happy to answer any questions, particularly about previous discussion about education and spending of funds. And thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much, Melissa. I don't see anybody with their hand raised. Does anybody? Thank you so much. Tom Malone up next, followed by Jennifer Evans.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tom Malone, Valco Renewable Energy. Valco is a small commercial solar developer in Connecticut. I'm here testifying on SB 383. I applaud the committee for proposing a bill that begins to focus on the substantial and many adverse impacts of offshore wind. But I oppose it because it just doesn't go far enough. The state of New York recently announced results of its offshore wind procurement. The price was $150 per megawatt hour. Now recall that the price cap in the SCEF program is $133, already nominally 10% less than offshore wind. But a nominal comparison would be misleading because, unlike solar facilities under 5 megawatts, offshore wind projects do not qualify as load reducers in ISO New England, therefore do not provide any offsetting and substantial savings to their power purchase price. The end result is offshore wind's current pricing in an apples-to-apples comparison being 3 to 4 times the price of distributed solar under the SCEF program, even at the cap. The market price currently of offshore wind really provides a compelling case for the volume caps of SCEF and NRES to be suspended with the current procurements. But the real question seems to me is, does offshore wind have any redeeming features at all? And should there be an absolute moratorium on offshore wind? Would this committee support the construction of a multi-million-gallon petroleum oil storage facility off Connecticut's coastline that wasn't built to survive a Category 3 storm or greater? The answer is no. Then why support offshore wind? Offshore wind turbines under current standards cannot survive Category 3 or greater storm. There will be a lot of oil storage out there at sea, which will reach the shore in 24 hours should disaster strike. What really should happen is offshore wind should be put on hold until offshore wind turbines can withstand such a storm. On the issue of extending a PPA term for offshore wind only for 30 years, it just makes the nominal cost look lower. So it's really smoke and mirrors. So $150 per megawatt hour PPA then can look like 134 megawatt hour PPA. And offshore wind brings with it massive transmission buildup, as Commissioner Dykes testified today. And all that's going to be authorized in Washington, not in Connecticut, so the cost will be out of your control. One other comment, the bill that authorizes the regionalization agreements for Millstone is simply bad. Connecticut should acquire all its energy, all the energy that it can from Millstone as soon as possible and for as long as possible. Millstone needs to be the foundation of Connecticut getting to its renewable energy goals. Millstone energy should be used to provide standard service and last resort service. As Representative Cheeseman pointed out earlier, it would be a tragedy of epic proportions for Connecticut to turn over Millstone's fate to other states. And in terms of price, in terms of
Mr.
standards,
Malone, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Tom. Anybody have any questions? Always. No. Oh. Representative Cheeseman was happy that you made positive comments about her questioning earlier. Thank you so much for your testimony, as always, Tom.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Next is Jennifer Evans, followed by Joni Wedler.
Evans, and I'm here to welcome you to Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator McCrory, Representative Foster, Senator Fazio, Representative Buckby, and esteemed members of the Committee on Energy and Technology. I am Jennifer Evans, Executive Director of West Hartford Community Interactive, which is currently celebrating 45 years of service to West Hartford. I'm here today, just to be clear, to express our support for HB 5446, an act concerning funding for community access television, the Connecticut Television Network, and low-income internet access. And I wanted to say Happy Pi Day. I think it's quite appropriate that we find ourselves here on 3/14 because pi is a fundamental mathematical constant, and we are, I believe, community media is a fundamental to our governmental process, to local information and education, and to building community. What we have here is not an issue with community access programming or how we function. What we have is a math problem. Our station's core funding is down over $62,000 since 2008. Yet communication service providers like Comcast are posting $45.6 billion in profit. Verizon, over $79 billion in profit. We deeply appreciate the diligent work of the OCC and the community media stakeholders to create a sustainable funding model for community media while balancing the critical factors of public access, affordability, corporate support, and reliability within the state's energy and technology sectors. The complexities involved in this balancing act are vast and challenging. This bill strikes that balance. Community service providers use our public infrastructure for free. And the one benefit that they provide to communities is local community channels. While communities invested in building these channels into community anchors institutions, these companies have spent their energy looking to sidestep regulations, suppress the development of the channels by lobbying against common sense evolutions, including HD, closed captioning, and requiring us to pay them for installing fiber, which is legal, and we did through PEGPESIA grant funds. But in 2007, I sat in this room and I heard all the promises that would come with deregulation, a la carte pricing, local jobs, lower consumer bills, cost neutral funding for our stations. You won't see a drop in your funding. You were going to be fine. That's what we were assured, but that's not where we are today. And our station, like many, has had to lean on our community and municipal support to help maintain station operations. We currently raise over 56% of our budget, but there's a point at which you can't make it work. We've had to cut personnel and transition to a mostly part-time workforce. If we were fully funded and we could get back to where we were in 2008, imagine what we could do. The legacy of the communication providers is one of promises unkept. It's a Cardiff giant. It's a deep fake. The idea that our drop in the bucket funding affects or has any correlation to what they have related to profits is ridiculous.
Ms. Evans, just a heads up, you're at 3 minutes.
Oh, darn. I do have a couple housekeeping if it's okay.
30 seconds.
Okay. First of all, I also am speaking on behalf of Gil Martinez from Hartford Public Access because he can't make it here today, so you can cross him off your list. And I just want to say that, so there's one.
We'll give you 45 seconds, and Gil's not here.
Awesome. So I just want to thank the committee for firstly having the courage to put forward this bill and know that it has my total and full support. And the senior citizen discount was lost in 2007 as part of the re-regulations. And I was listening to the committee and I was just thinking like, oh, well, you do have the power to regulate the cost of bills. So I don't think that the little bit of money that this would do to sustain community media and all that we do for our communities is going to make a difference to the average subscriber.
Very much appreciate it. Anybody have any questions? Thank you so much.
Oh, no questions.
Passionate advocacy. Joni Wedler. Followed by John Hartwell. who works for somebody called retired. I like that employer.
Esteemed leaders and members of the Energy and Technology Committee, my name is Joni Wedler, and I'm the Executive Director of Nutmeg TV. I wanted to thank Representative Steinberg and thank this committee for raising this important bill, HB 5446. You know, I came here today with a formal statement, but I can't read it. As I sat waiting for my turn, I realized that I needed to speak for the heart, from the heart. Nutmeg TV has been in business for 34 years, and we're not going to make it very much longer. If I don't speak from the heart, I'm going to regret it. And so I just jotted some notes to share with you today. Firstly, Senator Needleman, I want to thank you for pushing this study forward. Without it, we wouldn't know where the real bullseye lies. And that is on the inequities causing the failing funding system that's affecting the state, and it's affecting PEG. As well as the unfortunate fact that 57% of the state of Connecticut doesn't even know what a PEG is, because they are in underperforming areas where customers are paying for it and don't have it. Connecticut is not alone. This shift is happening everywhere. Maine's governor just signed into law in February similar legislation, and Vermont is right behind them. This is a current tax that is just being expanded to all providers, not just a few who use our public rights of way. Opposition talks a good game about burdening customers while they raise rates. I don't know if you've looked at your bill, but my bill went up $20 per month starting in January for the same services. My set-top box at home that sits on top of my TV is fully depreciated. It's 10 years old. They didn't pay tax on that equipment, and they just raised my bill by $1.50 a month for that. Nutmeg TV will close soon without change, as the Waterbury PEG is closing right now. So it's my last time before you. I've been here 4 years. I ask you to please believe that change is possible this year. I ask you to believe that we can make it happen as our sister states have done. This bill was expertly written. And as Pira said in the study, they need the tools in the toolbox to make it happen. You now have the tools. We can do it together as a bipartisan movement, creating digital equity and funds, not just for PEG. Gross earnings tax lost $35 million. It's going to continue to decline. This will fund the state. This will fund PEG. This will also fund municipalities. We only had a week from the time this bill came out to today. And so municipalities really don't know at this point that the exemption on taxes removed will bring a lot of money to them. Money will also go to educational technology and low-income folks who cost is a contributing factor for them not being able to connect. And for companies to create a level playing field. And to those companies listening today, make all the money you want, but pay your fair share. It's time to level the playing field. I thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Johnny. Yep. Representative D'Amico.
I don't want to supersede any ranking members or anything, Mr. Chair, if that's okay. Really? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Joni, for coming in. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Buckby, for your indulgence. So, Joni, I don't know if this area has been tread already, because I was in and out, as the good chair knows, in and out all day long here. So you talk about paying the fair share, that these companies should pay their fair share. Could you just expand on that a little bit, expound on that a little bit? What does that actually mean?
let's say you opened a shoe store and you had to pay the landlord rent. And I opened a shoe store next door to you, but I didn't have to pay rent to the landlord. Would that be a fair, competitive environment? I don't think so. That's what's happening on our streets and highways. So if companies are using our public streets to sell a product to customers, then they all have to pay their fair share. Here we have Comcast, here we have GoNet Speed. Okay, they're running lines along the same, right next to each other, and then they're not paying the same things. Some are paying gross earnings tax, some aren't. Some are getting a personal property tax exemption, some are not. That's what we mean about leveling the playing field. So this is not about, it's about PEG. You're hearing about PEG from those of us that are here, but this is about so much more. We just happen to be a byproduct of a failed system. And that's why our funding losses are going down, just like the gross earnings tax. And I might add, I was listening to Senator Fazio earlier, and I'd like to address him in that he's right. Intentions don't matter, and the likelihood that these companies are going to pass this on to consumers is accurate. If I'm selling shoes and I have to pay my rent to the landlord, obviously the price of the shoe is going to also include that. And this is an existing tax. We're not reinventing the wheel here. This is a tax that's already in place. It's just not being applied to everyone. And so it needs to apply to everyone who's on that street. There's also a dollar for dollar deduction if they don't pass it on to the consumer. So if a company decides not to pass it on to a consumer, they do receive a dollar for dollar credit. So that's in the bill. I thought that was pretty good to have that in there.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could, just one or two more questions?
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I will try not to abuse the privilege. So I'm looking in your testimony, Joni, and you talk about, you say the cord was never really cut. As Pura points out in their study results, the customer has shifted away from traditional cable, but the shift is on the same cord, the same infrastructure, using the same public street, and customers have the same access to PEG offered also on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV and YouTube. So again, do we need to expand on that a little bit or?
Sure. The wire, if you are running a wire to a billable customer along a public right of way, and that customer just shifts their service from cable to receiving their entertainment over a streaming platform, it's the same wire. The cord was never really cut. Everyone says they cut the cord, but the cord is still there. The wire is the same wire going to the same customer on the same street.
Would you be able to, what is the justification? What is the argument on the other side as to why what you call an unfair system? And I think many people would agree with you. What is the justification or the rationale for keeping it that way?
Well, it's the Wild West. You've got companies who are getting a personal property tax exemption. Did you know that Connecticut is the only state in the country that is offering a personal property tax exemption on these companies? So, my set-top box, they didn't pay tax on that. They don't pay tax on any wire, any truck, unless it's registered out of state. So of course they don't want to change anything. We cannot regulate rates for these companies in Connecticut. That we cannot do, but there's so much we can do. And like I said, Maine has just signed that into law. This is happening everywhere. The technology has migrated and we applaud the technology and the changes that it's made. We want to watch what we want, when we want, how we want. But what we're saying is, make the money, advance the tech, but, you got to pay the landlord if you're going to use the infrastructure. If you're not going to use the infrastructure, then we don't have a discussion.
So I just want to ask you two more questions, if I could, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at the testimony from the Office of Consumer Counsel who
Yes.
testified a couple hours ago this morning. And she says, in sum, House Bill 5446 passes legal muster on all three major legal areas that its opponents will raise. Would you agree with that assessment that it passes legal muster?
Absolutely. I mean, Attorney Cohen worked for the cable industry. He made that known when he was here. I am not a lawyer, but I can assure you that this bill was vetted. It was vetted within the state as well. And make no mistake, these companies also, they.
Here, like same as it is here.
And then we
Whoever has
have
not
San
effectively muted
Francisco.
themselves, would please conduct your other conversation privately. Thank you.
I'll go back to that. We look back at Maine legislation, NECTA versus Frey, where they sued there and the state of Maine won. So it's, when there's a precedent set in one state, it's going to trickle down to other states. So of course, oppositionally, there's going to be a lot of opposition to what we're trying to do. But I do believe that the OCC has worked very, very hard and met with other state agencies here to make sure that this was ironclad.
Now I'm going to ask you a softball question, and then I promise, Mr. Chair, I'll be all done. What is it that we are going to lose? I represent Farmington, as you know. What is it we're going to lose in Farmington and in central Connecticut as a region if we lose Nutmeg TV? If the unthinkable happens, as you alluded to earlier, what are we going to lose?
Well, if H 5446 does not go through, the state is going to continue to lose money on their gross earnings tax. That's happening. It's in black and white. And we will not have extra funds for our low-income program that we're looking at in educational technology that we're looking at to provide more digital equity. But Nutmeg TV serves 247,000 households. I've been here for 4 years talking about how wonderful we are. Those of you who have been to our facility know that we're open. We've been open through COVID. And just because we're losing funds doesn't mean we're not relevant. Just like because CTN or the state may be losing funds from gross earnings tax doesn't make you irrelevant.
Thank you, Joni. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have more of a couple of comments. Number one, hands down, the best props presented at all times. In fact, Representative Ackert needs that bucket truck. You guys can talk about that afterwards, but I just wanted to take a moment and thank you. There's a lot of times people come in and they've submitted written testimony and we see that and we read that. Then they come in and they grab the written testimony and they read the written testimony, and some people need to, and that's okay. When someone comes in and chooses to speak from the heart, it's appreciated on our end. It's felt more on our end. I wish more people would do that and care so much where they do want to take that time. Hey, the written word is down, but this is what I want to do. So I appreciate that personally. I just wanted to thank you for that, regardless of how this goes or how it's changed or whatever happens with it going forward. All that aside, I appreciate every bit of the passion you have for it. Right. And thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. And the reason I had to do that was the last guy that I said goodbye to, the last employee, was a new father from West Haven who drove up every day and loved his job. We're doing an outstanding job. All of us are. And we are losing ground and going to have to close our doors. And really, Waterbury is closing right now. And that is going to happen not because of what we've done, but just because of a failed system. We applaud the technology. We applaud what the companies are doing. We want to be willing partners and work with them, but that hasn't been the case for 4 years. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I was going to comment briefly before Representative Piscopo. It might take a minute to that moment. Thank you. I also wanted to thank you, first of all, for bringing this issue to our attention. It kind of was, but also making it understandable, which is always a challenge with legislators. I assure you that whatever shape legislation takes this year, assuming we get it to the floor, this is not the end of the conversation. This is the first bite, if you will. Obviously, we want to solve the entire problem if that's possible. But we want to thank you for at least helping us chart a path and maybe finding a way to get some of that done this year, at the very least, to keep organizations like yours going and serving the people across the state. I will only reiterate that I feel that public access TV is a critical public good, and we need to maybe go a little out of our way to make sure it remains. So again, thank you for not only your educating us, but the creativity you've used in order to get through our thick skulls. And now I'll hand over to Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Representative Steinberg. You were out of the room when I thanked you for, and the committee for raising this bill. And also to tell you that the reason I didn't read my formal statement today was because we will not make it till the fall if something is not done. And I know you're all doing your best, but this will be my last time in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to step on any of those words. I'll just say ditto. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, I believe we have John Hartwell, followed by Gil Martinez.
The retired John Hartwell. Thank you, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, members of the committee. My name is John Hartwell. I come here in support of HB 5446. For a bit of context, I'm an elected member of the town government in Brantford, where we rely heavily on public access to televise, record, and archive all the major public meetings: Board of Finance, Board of Selectmen, Board of Education, Representative Town Meeting, Police Commission, Planning and Zoning. All of these are televised and archived so that citizens who can't come out on a Wednesday night to watch my meeting can in fact come back and find out what happened, who said what, and why. And this is an extraordinary resource for the people in our town. Before I became an elected public official, I was a board member and the treasurer of Brantford Community TV, BCTV. You've heard about that today. So I fully understand the funding problems that we have. And finally, for 2 years, I actually produced and hosted a community access TV show on Channel 12 in Norwalk, where I used to live in Westport. And at least one member of this committee has been on that show. That would be Representative Steinberg. But to spring off of what Representative Buckby was saying a moment ago about speaking from the heart, rather than reading my testimony, I would like the indulgence of the committee to turn over my time to Walter Mann, who's with us today. Walter is the manager of BCTV, as well as 2 other operations in our New Haven County area. And so he works part-time for BCTV, part-time for 2 other stations as well. And I think it would be good for the committee to hear directly from him because he's time crunched this afternoon. And so I would rather, if I can get your indulgence, turn over my time to Walter Mann.
Please bring him forward. We'd be glad to have but you're still within the roughly 3-minute time frame. We'll allow a little leeway for him to get to the microphone. But he is on the list, so maybe we can grant him a little extra room. All right, we're killing a couple of birds here, so please proceed.
All right, I appreciate that. And I want to thank Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg and all of the committee for all your hard work you do throughout the year. I'll be quick. As John said, I do hold the position of Executive Director at NHTV North Haven, Station Manager of BCTV Brantford, and Station Manager of Tutucket TV in North Brantford. I've been in the PEG industry, if you will, for 40 years, over 40 years. So I have a lot of experience in that. And some of what I'm about to say, you've heard already, but I think they're critically important points. And I don't know how else to say it, but then it's about greed, the greed of communication service providers. in Connecticut. House Bill 5446 proposes a 5% gross earnings tax, and they will say that is a new tax. But in fact, it's not. It's a tax that would supplement what you could call an older tax that has basically been chiseled away due to the following of antiquated language and state laws. And those companies have been weaseling out from under, which is why the state has lost over 35 million, and PEG stations are starting to close due to their funding being diminished. And they know that. They may say that this tax would cost them jobs, that people would lose their jobs at these cable companies. But when you think about it, you're just replacing a broken tax with a fixed tax. The tax is a tax. It's just being replaced with a different one that works and that covers all the things that need to be covered and updates old language. And I think it's critical to remember again that obviously they're using the public right of way to string their cables. You've heard that today. They still do that, and the only difference is instead of cable TV going through those lines, there's other video services that are going through those lines. And I think it's important. I use this analogy all the time, but if I owned a deli in a shopping plaza and the next week I started selling shoes instead, I'd still have to pay the landlord. Wouldn't matter. I have a lease, I have obligations that I agreed to, like these companies agreed to back in the 70s when they first started cable TV service in Connecticut. And I think another analogy I would use is that power companies, whether their power is generated by coal, nuclear, or whatever source, you don't see them trying to triple the rates or get out from under regulations because the power source is different. It's still going over the same lines. So I think that's, really critical to remember. They're using public rights of way, and no matter what they're pumping through that public right of way, they should be held accountable like they've always been, and they shouldn't expect to weasel out from under those obligations, which is what they've been doing, and they want to continue to do that until they don't have to fulfill any of those obligations that they're currently under. So, and that's really all I have to say. I wanted to try to keep it short. So,
Thank you for your testimony.
Yep.
I would differ with you. I do think the electric utilities would like to triple their rates.
Oh,
given the
yes.
opportunity.
yes. Yeah.
I say that facetiously for the most part. Representative Ackert.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony, both your testimonies. I'm more into since it's Pi Day and it's math day, essentially, right? We talk about the numbers, and you talked about a dwindling down of what was being paid in a manner, being chiseled away by legislation. How do you correlate where we were and what happened over the years? Can you add to that, or can you comment? You ended one was in 40 years in the business, because it's hard for me to say, because to me, the way the language reads, it's a different tax by the way I'm reading it. So, but please indulge me if you would.
Sure. Thank you very much for the question. As the former treasurer of BCTV, it was my job to put together the annual budgets. And what I did was 4 years, while I had access to it, while they would still give it to us, I would get the subscriber numbers from our local cable provider, because the amount of money that we get was directly tied to the numbers that they told us. By the way, those were never audited from our point of view, so we never knew for sure what was true and what was not. But we had to take those numbers at face value, and they showed for our region. So there are 8 independent cable operations in our particular region. They would show what was the average subscriber base month by month for a quarter. Then they would tell us what our piece of that was, and there was a funding mechanism that comes out of that. So much of the funding was allocated across the board for everybody, and then the rest of the funding was allocated according to the number of subscribers in your particular town. So we could see all these numbers. By the way, they've stopped giving those numbers out. So who knows now what's going on. But so what I would do as a treasurer, as a, former MBA, former banker, sort of guru kind of guy, with the spreadsheets. Sorry about that. I put together a spreadsheet. I said, where are we going? Well, we're going down. inexorably down because the cable TV subscriber base is falling on average at least 1.7% every quarter. And that's every quarter, not for the year. So it's quarter after quarter after quarter. So as those go down, they stop paying us. Now, Pura said, well, okay, we're going to increase the amount of money that you have to put out per subscriber. That almost balanced things out a couple of years ago, almost, not quite. But going forward, assuming the same erosion in a subscriber base, sooner or later, there will be no money. But as you have heard multiple times, and like to reinforce this, the services are going over the same wire. The cable companies are are going after the same customer base that the other telecoms are. They're using the same public infrastructure to deliver those, but there's this wildly different way of looking at the two industries. And it makes no sense whatsoever. It truly makes no sense. So one of them pays gross earnings tax, but doesn't pay personal property tax. And the other one is reversed. If you were making this system today, if you were setting up a system to put this together, you wouldn't do this because it makes no sense. So what we need to do is level the playing field. We need to restore the funding levels to that which Joni and her crew can subsist on. I mean, she's firing people. They go today, they have a wonderful operation. They have very up-to-date equipment, which by the way, is also comes out of the same funding source, the PGF funds. You know, Walter's been using that in his station as well. So up-to-date technology, a dedicated professional crew to deliver services that are, I think, vital to local democracy as we watch the newspaper industry disintegrate in front of our eyes. Everybody in this room knows that local reporting is virtually gone. And what BCTV provides is a platform, and by the way, with some funding from the town. The town of Brantford gives some money directly to BCTV every year, a small amount, $8,000 the last couple of years. Hopefully we can make it a little bit more. Against a budget of $95,000. Most of the money is coming directly from the cable company. There's also some funding that's done by doing fundraising. Boards try to make up the difference, but you know, it's a struggle. So it's a public resource that's been in place. It's part of our local New England democracy. I mean, think about how proud we are of what we do in this country, and especially in this state and in this region, to keep people engaged. Think about the thousands and thousands of hours of volunteer time that go into things like these stations, but all the other boards and commissions where we spend hour after hour grappling with the local needs and concerns. And what BCTV does is to capture all of that and make it available so that people can actually relate to their government. It's important.
I know the station, I know the operation of the station. I'm trying to grapple with dollars and cents. I was on a TV show for 9 years. Every Wednesday night on a local cable access show.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to figure out is how, you know, viability to service to, and I struggle with the correlation of the power line issue, the cable line issue. I struggle with that correspondence, but I'm going to continue to listen to the dialogue, and I appreciate your services, to be quite honest with you, and the value that you bring to your communities. We watch, my local boards of beds, because I don't get to go to them. It's like one night home, and I'm going to watch the Board of Ed meeting so I can click it on. But again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Could I just add real quick to that? I think to answer your concern, or at least how I would answer that, is that what do you do when a tax based upon language that doesn't apply anymore due to technology doesn't make sense. You can't just say, oh, well, and forget about and not worry about the issue. It's still an issue. And it's something that needs to be addressed. And it's not, it's not our fault. It's not the consumer's fault. Technology changes, but the laws, obviously, when they were written, couldn't foresee that, obviously, back then. But we need to do something now. If we applied that to everything in our daily lives, we'd be in a disaster. So we can't just say, oh, well, and not worry about it. I think it's got to be something that has to be addressed.
Thank you. And yeah, it's a, we're not a worrying group. Well, some of us worry here, but we're an action group here. So what do we do? What do we do and how do we resolve a concern? So if possible.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add one more thing about the money.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. We need a stable funding system here that doesn't require this community to come back to the legislature year after year or come to a regulatory agency year after year and make a case. We need a system that's going to work, that everybody can understand, that's simple and equitable, and then let it run. So that we shouldn't have to come back here and say, oh, by the way, can you put us in this bill, give us some money? Because we know that next year, if there's a problem, that money's going to go away. So we have an ecosystem that's built up. It's actually dying right now, slowly in front of you. We need to resuscitate it, give it the funding that it needs, and then let it do its job.
Thank you. I wish I was as sanguine as you that even if we were to fix it now, that we won't be revisiting this sometime, given there may not be any cable companies in a period of years. And then where are we? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hartwell, and thank you, Mr. Mann, for coming in. Perhaps you've already answered this, but maybe you want to answer it in a different way. So Mr. Mann, you mentioned a couple of times in your testimony that these companies are weaseling out of paying their fair share. So I don't know if I would use that word, but that might be the appropriate word. Who knows? What would be the ostensible justification for them to be able to do that all these years? I don't want you to make their case for them necessarily, but what would be ostensibly, how can they do that? Is it just a matter of they're now connectivity companies versus cable companies, or does it go deeper than that?
Well, the communication service providers, cable TV companies, what have you, they obviously have full well known for a number of years that the cable TV subscriber numbers were dwindling, and as that happened, their costs became less and less because their costs were based on laws that were not written with the idea of anything else other than cable TV technology, communications technology. And they full well know now, obviously, that I guess what I would say, if you don't want to say weaseling, is they're taking advantage of the fact that they can get out from under something that they've always been under, and that is the regulations that were put in place when cable TV started. They're getting out from under those requirements because technology changed, and they feel that what they do is different, and obviously what they do is not specifically in the language of the old law, and they know that. I don't know if that answers the question, but.
So someone suggested to me earlier that a different way, rather than weaseling, that they're basically freeloading. Would that be an accurate way to describe this? In your view?
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is if they have a problem with, keeping up with the same type of regulations they were encumbered with when they offered cable TV, then they don't have to use those public rights of way. There should be a cost, and they should have things that they need to live up to use those public rights of way. And you're right, freeloading is, I would say that's just as bad as weaseling, but I think that's what they're doing. And, if they don't want to pay, then they shouldn't be able to use those public rights of way. That's the way I look at it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Whatever the term is, we can do better. And that's what we're going to look for. Representative Terzian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, guys, for coming and testifying. I appreciate it. I forget whether it was you, Mr. Hartwell, or Mr. Mann who mentioned if we saw something like this, we would have to do something, and that's not true. I'm sitting here thinking maybe we should solve this problem, and it could give us confidence to look at someday, what are we gonna do when the gas tax doesn't bring in enough money to keep our highways going? Here's a problem we see is, in that case, we see it bringing in less money, and we see people getting more efficient cars, and it goes down, and we keep pretending it's not gonna happen. Maybe if we didn't ignore what's going on here, and we shouldn't, because as Mr. Hartwell mentions, it's important to democracy, and we're pretty much all in favor of that. Almost everybody's in favor of that. Maybe if we took this seriously and decided, let's solve it now, and like you say, with a dedicated stream that we won't be looking for a new solution next year, it could give us a leg up on solving the recurring problems of what do we do should everything not stay the way it's always been. And I've only been here for a couple of decades, but I hear it's not the first time that everything did not stay the way it's always been. So thank you very much for bringing this forward. As big a problem as it is, I'd just like to point out it's actually a bigger problem. So we should solve this now and work on having a mindset and a process where we can look at problems coming and do something while there's still time to do something ahead of it. Thank you very much for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming. Joni, I'm sorry I wasn't in the room, but I was voting someplace else and doing the closed caption thing for here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, for asserting that the role of government should be look to the future and have a plan.
Can I just
Sounds like a
add,
good-
sir, can I
Please.
just add respectfully real quick? I think you brought up an amazing point. I can't believe none of us, well, that I know of, have thought of that, but it's true. I mean, this may be to us a big problem, maybe to others a small problem, right? But there is going to be a similar circumstance in the future, and it's going to be a lot bigger. And there are going to be companies then that will try to take advantage, just like the ones that are doing that now. So if you learn from this, you'll be ready to confront the bigger project, or bigger problem rather, in the future. So thank you for bringing that amazing idea up. So it's a great point. So.
Did you hear that, Mr. Chair?
You are now in charge of solving the problem. Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And your continued involvement as we try to figure it out. Thank you. Next up is Gil Martinez, followed by Mal Leichter. Oh, she did. Sorry. Okay. So who are we on? Mal Leichter. Apologies for not being caught up. And then Nick Levine.
Well, as an amateur producer, I couldn't have been set up any better than Representative Terziak just did, because I am here in many roles. I first of all, thank you to Representative Steinberg, to Senator Needleman, to co-chairs, to ranking members, and to the rest of the committee, whether you're here or whether you're there. And I wouldn't feel appropriate if I didn't talk about the internet. I have a varied background. I'm here because I am on the excuse me, board of directors at the Community Voice Channel in Bolton, Connecticut. But I've also dabbled for 19 years as a member of the Board of Finance, as a vice chair, as a chairman of the Board of Finance in Hebron, Connecticut. And the fact that you mentioned that this is just the first of many problems is not only is it the first of many problems, but it's the first of many problems that if they don't get solved here, they end up down in my board. And the cord cutters, for instance, and by the way, this is my testimony, which I'm not using because I think my predecessors did an excellent job. And I think there's a lot of information out there that is beyond what is House Bill 5446 about and the fact that I do support it. There's a lot more information that goes much, much deeper than just finding money to fund PEGs, to fund the grants that are out there. Most importantly, to fund public access for people that can't afford the internet. I think these are all issues that come down to our total society, that we don't run anymore by newspapers. We don't run anymore by newscasts. We run today by this thing, by this thing, by the computers that we refer or rely on every single day. As a member of the Board of Finance, I was not even thinking about, I mean, I have to think about taxes all the time. I was not even thinking about the taxes we don't get from cable TV. I know that every year since COVID, or even before COVID, our budgets have been incredibly difficult to get past. Reason being, there's no money out there.
I apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay, well, I am going to read this last part. And you will see in my written testimony, you will see that there is a picture, a financial picture of how we are going out of business. Very similar to what Joni put up, very similar to what Waterbury's under right now. But I will finish by simply saying, please don't let the smoke screen that's being put up by the large companies, by the lobbyists, by the executives within large industrial and technical organizations blur the picture. This is a major shift, this 5446 and moving the way everything is taxed and funded. It's a major shift to the entire industry, but it's necessary. Everybody needs to be paying their fair share. PEGs need to be able to keep their doors open. And it's not an option for this year not to do something. And I was very pleased to just hear what the representative had to say, Representative Steinberg had to say, as Joni wrapped up her last, her comments. But it's not an option to do nothing. If we can't pass this bill in its entirety and we have to go at it piece by piece, the primary thing right now should be to fund the organizations that need to be there. Because if you wait till next year to pass this, next session, to pass a bill that will fund everything equitably, the parts of the organization that are needed there, needed to support your programs, are not going to be there. PEGs will be out of business. We in Bolton are very similar to the rest, and we probably got another, hopefully 12 to 18 months. Without additional funding, we're out of business also. So please pass out of committee House Bill 5446 for the benefit of the consumers and all of the Connecticut taxpayers. Remember that when the cord got cut, people thought they were saving money. Well, guess what? Somebody's going to pick those taxes up somewhere, and if you don't pick them up, they're going to get picked up at the town level in your annual tax bill. Please level the playing field and ensure everybody pays their fair share. And thank you for the opportunity to talk to you in an unstructured manner, but I believe with some of the items that we have to look at beyond just the funding of this bill. So thank you, and I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for your extemporaneous testimony, and I promise you, we will read your more formal written testimony. And I appreciate the way you tried to frame this. This is not about new taxes. This is about an equitable solution for funding. which takes this polyglot of fees and taxes that have accrued over decades and tries to make some sense out of them for the long term. And it's just very hard to unwind a lot of these things.
And I'm happy sitting here and glad I'm not sitting there. You have some tough road ahead, but thank you for the opportunity to talk to all of you.
Thank you. Next up is Nick Levine, followed by Mark Dewinski, we've already taken care of, followed by Charles Lewis.
Hi, my name is Nick Levine, and I'm giving testimony in support of 5446. I am the Executive Director of Community Voice Channel. And I just wanted to go over some of the points of the bill, and that is that it's about digital equity and fair tax distribution. Currently, the gross earnings tax is only on the CC, hold on one second here, on the CCFA holders, and those are people who basically sell like cable subscriptions. And that helps fund things like CTN, which is what I'm on right now. And it also goes towards the state. It also goes towards the PEG-PECIA grant, which is what gives places like schools, libraries, and our organizations money for capital improvements. And that's one of the interesting aspects of it, is that if we don't level it out and it can and move PEG over to that system, our franchise fees that we currently get are just going to keep going down. And so operation keeps going down. And I'd like to point out that if something breaks, then it becomes very, very hard to replace it. A lot of the times we actually just got lucky and PEG-PECIA would be around the corner, or our one-time use of the Hartford Foundation, we were able to stay on the air due to some breaking equipment. And in terms of the federal government stating that they have a responsibility to fund PEG, the cable companies, there's not really a good description on that, because you could technically claim that you funded an organization with, I don't know, $50,000. I mean, I gave you money, therefore you are inherently funded. But it's what you can actually get done with that. As we have gone on, we used to sit around, what, 270 for a while, and then roughly around 2015, things just started to drop. And I think now we're probably this year going to hit about 190. And during the past 5 years, most things have increased in cost, and that has become very difficult. We also had to lay off an employee, and the employees that we have, we only have 3. So we do the best that we can by spreading ourselves basically as thin as we can. So my point is that PEG can do even more with that. Now, I had a response to people saying like, oh, they'll just put this cost on.
I apologize,
Oh,
but your
yeah.
3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay. I was just going to say, if you could please read my main testimony that covers everything. I just didn't want to sound like a broken record reading that out, which would have been not fun for anybody. So if you could please read that over, that would be great. That covers most things. I would be happy to answer any questions or any perhaps gray areas that maybe you just want a little bit more on, if I can be of service for that.
Thank you. Representative Mika.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Levine, for coming in. You said you had a response to something, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to give you that opportunity.
Okay.
With the chair.
So they were saying like, with moving the, with making everybody, do the gross earnings tax, that they may have to increase costs and, or that this, they say it's an inherent cost increase. Well, that is 100% up to those companies if they want to make it an inherent cost increase. I will point out that these are they're all billion-dollar companies. They all make a profit. Almost all of them are on the Fortune 500, and some of them are on the Fortune 100. So they're doing good. And I will also point out that they increase fees on you anyways. They increase their bills all the time. You don't get anything new for those increases. You just get an increase. They'll use things, they're opportunistic, and they will use anything to increase your bill, like claiming that there is inflation. But after a lot of research, we now know that inflation is mostly 53% corporate greed. So they just throw it on there. So that's basically my point, is that they're always going to increase your costs and you get nothing. So why not, if it moves to that, increase the cost and actually retain or get something? One of the retains is PEG, one of the retains is PEG-PISA, one of the retains is CTN, and one of the gets is for lower income people to get internet. So that is my main point to the argument that, oh, it's going to cost more. Well, it's rare that when something goes up in cost that you actually get something. So that was my
Thank you.
point.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Used to be representative that every time you talk, we're talking about greed or weaseling. So. I hope that's not the net takeaway of today's hearing. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thanks.
Moving along, we have Charles Lewis, followed by Beverly Jackson.
Good afternoon, Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, and esteemed members of the Committee on Energy Technology. My name is Charles Lewis. I'm the Director of Valley Shore Community Television. We're a nonprofit serving 9 towns in the lower Connecticut River Valley. I'm a retired high school teacher and former Teacher of the Year, and I'm here in support of a well-crafted bill, HB 5446. What concerns me today is that I'm still hearing a few legislators questioning CAP's value in today's new communication ecosystem. I want to briefly share another dimension to community access not often told. First, I'd like to introduce you to 4 young Connecticut adults. Kevin Kelsey, currently senior editor for the worldwide syndicated program Wheel of Fortune. Caitlin Hollenbeck, Emmy Award-winning producer for the famous Ted Lasso show. She's employed by Warner Brothers Studios. Will Ripley, an award-winning senior international correspondent for CNN. And finally, Felicia Edwards, currently technical director for NBC Nightly News. Each of these young people started their careers as a volunteer in my community access television studio. Their hands-on experience were in the walls of my studio helped launch their successful careers. Let's take a little change in direction now. Heard earlier the request for viewer numbers. Cable companies will tell you that there are fewer viewers watching community access. Of course there is. That's because more consumers are streaming. So in response, VSE TV, like many of my other caps, we have built robust digital sides to our broadcast operations. VSE TV has responded to the new viewing habits of our audience. We have apps for the new streamers that allow viewers without cable to view our content on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV, just to mention a few. VSE TV also has a presence on each of the hometown web pages that we serve. With a simple pull down, residents can simply access a video vault to find any community video relevant to their specific needs on demand without annoying ads found on YouTube. Just because the method of transmission and receiving has changed, it doesn't diminish the original purpose of public access. An understated tremendous value CAPS provide to our towns and residents is that we provide towns with free access to $500,000 worth of state-of-the-art studio and remote production equipment. We also provide professional technical support and training to our community's digital needs, regardless of whether it's broadcast on cable or streamed. We provide the needed tools and the support for towns and residents to still have a local voice. Connecticut towns will benefit from this bill by removing the tangible property tax exemption that cable companies currently enjoy. It will put tax dollars, important tax dollars, back into our communities. One of the Connecticut's largest communication providers that enjoys this personal property tax, as mentioned earlier, had a gross profit of over $45 billion for 2023. It's time that big companies pay their fair share. And when I shared this with a studio volunteer and a local small business owner, he was outraged knowing that big cable was getting a tax exemption while his small business was paying local property tax on his equipment. HB 5446 will
I
also provide.
apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please
I'm
summarize.
almost completed. Just a minute, a second more. 5446 will also provide technical institutions in our state with important Pegpedia technical grants. These grants will allow schools to foster STEM, an acronym for science, technology, engineering, and math education. This bill will ensure that more students like Kevin, Felicia, and Caitlin that I introduced you to earlier will succeed in college and in their future careers as well. If local community television systems are eventually forced to curtail our operations, this resource for educating the Connecticut public will unavoidably be lost, which is contrary to the public interest. Please help keep democracy alive. And I can't thank you enough for your time and the work that you're doing on this important bill. I appreciate you all.
Thank you. I agree. I'd like to believe this is part and parcel of what we value as part of our democracy. Both free speech, but also access to critical information is who we are. Worth defending. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Time to share with us.
Appreciate it.
Next up is Beverly Jackson, followed by Mark Orenstein.
Thank you, Chairman Steinberg, Needleman, Vice Chairs Foster and McCrory, Ranking Members Buckby and Fazio, and members of the E&T Committee. My name is Beverly Jackson. I'm from Burlington, Connecticut. Representative Piscopo on this committee is my legislator, and I'm an employee of Nutmeg TV. As part of my job, I see numerous people that come and utilize the resources at Nutmeg TV. I see veterans helping veterans, and I see the Better Business Bureau teaching us how to avoid scams, and I see our staff watching pennies on everything we do. It's getting harder and harder to provide the valuable services that we do. What I see as even more frustrating is a company-run PEG that I visited, which is basically non-existent. I went to the Spectrum store in Litchfield, and the two people at the front counter didn't know anything about community access, and they guessed it was around the back of the building. Upon further investigation, I found what I assumed was a community access center. The doors were locked, lights were off, and a small box that said Access Media Drop. There was no signage, no one to ask, as when I called numerous times, there was no answer and no voicemail. I want to express my dissatisfaction with my own cable company too, of 20 plus years. I recently switched from traditional internet to fiber internet and kept my cable subscription. The cable service through Frontier at that point was so poor, it was unwatchable. After 6 months of waiting on hold and being transferred from person to person, I canceled my cable and kept the internet. I tried to hang on to the cable service because I know that it means my job. Now, I'm still a Frontier customer, but I have an antenna and an internet on my TV. I have so many choices, it is overwhelming. So we still have the same wire from the same telephone pole going to our house from the same Frontier company, but no fee that's associated with public access. But I still can watch Nutmeg TV and other public access in Connecticut. Please support HB 5446 to the finish line. Nutmeg TV is a small business employer. I love my job and respectfully ask for your support for HB 5446. And sorry, I had to read my script because this is just what I had to do.
Thank you for testimony. We all do it in our own ways, but you got your point across very effectively. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Beverly. Thank you for your testimony. I
Thank
agree
you.
with the chair. You did get your point across very well. You know, we do a lot of real, very, very technical, very hard bills here. And for some reason, this has always confused me, this bill, the revenue source and the funding and the fees. It's always been a tough bill for me, and you've helped me out quite a bit in trying to figure it out over the years. So I appreciate, I've called you from outside the House chamber on the day we were taking this bill up last year. And you've always been a big help to me trying to figure out get through and try and understand it more.
A lot of details, but I think they've worked it out pretty well this time.
Someone asked about the revenue source, and I think that was always a source of my confusion. One of my friends asked earlier about the revenue source of cable, and that has always confused me. And if this goes through, you see this as a way of smoothing it out, or?
Definitely. I mean, right now, some people pay a tax and some people don't. Do you think that's fair? I don't think that's fair.
Thank you again, Beverly, and thank you for coming all the way up here and sitting here all day.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And I really agree with you. Whatever taxes we have ought to be fair and equitable. And
I
that's what
agree.
we're trying to accomplish.
Level the playing field.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Mark Orenstein, followed by Gregory Davis.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair Steinberg and Needleman, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Mark Orenstein. I am on the board of Simsbury Community Media, as well as being a volunteer. As a volunteer, I provide technical support for RCM. My background is technical, especially with networking going back to the early 1970s. Yeah, my speaking is not a forte. I strongly support HB 5446 and urge that it be made into law. In earlier testimony today, Patrick Phelan, the Simsbury Community Media Station Manager, told you about our organization and its ties to the town, as did Melissa Osborne, our state representative. It is worth noting that 94% of our operational budget of under $100,000 is for payroll. Thanks to Pegpedia, we've been able to update our equipment as technology has changed, but to maintain quality of production, there needs to be a station manager and a video editor, as well as experienced volunteers, in order to train and coach people wanting to produce their own programs or to become part of the volunteers who record or stream board meetings, school sports, and programs in the library or elsewhere in town. It is also worth noting that without this bill passing, Pegpedia will also go down the tubes. Technology has drastically changed since the analog cable TV was introduced into Connecticut in the 1980s, and the laws have just not kept up. In the 1990s, both internet access and telephone service were introduced using the same cable as TV. By the mid-2010 decade, cable TV had transitioned totally to digital. Cable programs are now streamed over the cable TV provider's private network into the household. And that household has a computer. It's called a set-top box, or it's called a Roku for other kinds of streaming, or a smart TV. Starting in the 2016 timeframe, households started canceling their cable TV subscriptions in favor of selecting more desired stream offerings by other program providers, possibly returning to over-the-air broadcasts for local channels. It just makes sense to level the playing field for all communication providers in the state, including the taxes they pay to the state and municipalities for using our streets, as well as meeting their obligations to fund community access TV providers. It makes sense to make community access provider operations whole again. It makes sense to properly fund the CTM. And it makes sense to continue to support Pegpedia's technical equipment grants, as well as using it as a tool for changing the digital divide in Connecticut. This bill does it all. And before I end, today, March 14th, 314 is Pi Day. You may remember that 3.14 is the value of pi to 2 decimal places. Many engineering schools use Pi Day for fundraising. I'm taking this public hearing being on Pi Day as a good omen for its passage. Thank you.
Mark, thank you so much for your testimony. I think as we're going through today, we're hearing a lot of different perspectives, and it's really very helpful for us to understand the ramifications across our state, but also all the good work that's being done by these various organizations. So thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions right now. Thank you again for hanging with us. Next up is Gregory Davis, followed by Chris Bennett.
Greetings. My name is Gregory Davis. I am the chairman of the PURA Region 19 Cable Advisory Council. I've been participating as a volunteer on this council for 20 plus years. I have testified before this committee about this particular funding issue for community access television more than 4 times in the prior sessions. I am here to offer a decision made by our Cable Advisory Committee this past week at our meeting, and the decision is as follows. The Cable Advisory Council for Northwest Connecticut, Area 19, thanks the authors of HB 5446, and it endorses adoption by the Connecticut General Assembly in this 2024 spring session. And that is the testimony from our Cable Advisory Council. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very direct and very supportive of some of the things we've heard. I don't see any questions for you. We'll move along then to Chris Bennett, followed by Roy Temple.
Well, I also had something written up. However, my former executive director, Walter Mann, my current executive director, Joni Wedler, took up a lot of my testimony. So I do want to start out by thanking Chairman Steinberg and the Energy and Technology Committee for taking this issue up of HB 5446. I do want to bring a couple things to note. I'm been an engineer for over 20 years now in this field. I've chose to stay in this field. I believe in public television. I believe in the message that we bring out to the viewers on a daily basis, 24/7, 365. A couple of things that have been brought up are YouTube, other social media sites. I do want to, look into that a little bit. YouTube is a free service, which is why a lot of PEGs use it, why a lot of people use it. However, there's a long list of terms and services that you need to, agree to use it. We have the city of Bristol in our neck of the woods. Their town council meeting got censored for a portion because of, I don't know if it was music playing or kids talking or something was going on that was censored out of that meeting. I have churches, Christian churches in New Britain that are getting completely blocked on YouTube. I don't know why. They won't tell me. I have pages of blocked videos from those churches. And I think it's ridiculous that this public source is able to do that, especially to a church. Yeah, hell, to a town. That's just that. To then tell us that YouTube is the source that people should be going to instead of to their local PEG, I think it's a disservice to the community. My job is to forecast technology, as Representative Tersiak talked about. My job is to make sure that the technology that we implement here at Nutmeg, across all the PEGs, is future-proofed, to make sure that the money that we spend is not going to waste. I know at Nutmeg it's not. We just implemented 12 different video source feeds going out to the public. We have a standard def channel across PE&G. We have a high def channel on PE&G. We also have a feed to our website, a feed to Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, your iPhones, as well as your Android systems. So we've gone to where folks are watching. The NFL commissioner even, he came out and said that the NFL is going to fish where the fish are, going to where the viewership
I
is.
apologize, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Certainly, I'll just finish up with saying that this bill is masterfully written and it should be implemented as is, not only to future-proof PEG, but to future-proof other pieces of the infrastructure of the wires on the poles on these public streets going forward. So I thank you for your time. I'd be willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate your testimony. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just make it brief. Chris, thank you for coming and testifying. So you anticipated one of the questions I wanted to ask either you or somebody here. I didn't want to monopolize things, but I think I tried to get a response earlier when I asked this question. What is it that we're going to lose if we lose places like Nutmeg and the other, your sister agencies?
Certainly, it's 4:25. So currently I have a crew over in Farmington recording your budget meeting this evening.
Yes.
So that will be uploaded as soon as possible. So it's resources like that. It's resources such as the stories that you've heard so far, stories that have been in the testimonies already. We have veterans helping veterans. We have cancer survivors telling their stories. We have folks who have passed away since telling their stories because they want to get the message out. They want to help people. And public television is a resource for that, a free and open resource. I can't stop anybody outside of standard FCC rules, of course, from saying what they want to say. And that's a very, very important resource when we have big tech controlling the messages on their platforms.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to say that. So, Mr. Chair, I will just say that I have appeared sporadically on Nutmeg TV, and if Chris can make me look good, then he really must know what he's doing. I'll leave it at that.
I don't know. You look great on CTN, what can I say? Y'all look great. Both flowers. That's right. Well, thank you so much for testifying, Chris.
Thank you.
Representative Cheeseman.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry for being so dilatory and gesturing to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. I have heard from one of the entities that would now be taxed that their remit under this proposal would be $8.4 million. My question to you, and it's perhaps a more philosophical one, if we say this bill is going to generate 50 million or 100 million, how can we as a legislature justify sending that money to PEG when we hear day after day from nonprofit providers, from our university system, from CSCU, that they are hemorrhaging money? We have cut special education funding because the needs are so great. I need to understand, and I'm not going to be very supportive of new taxes, but if we are going to supply a new tax, what in your mission makes it so much more worthy than everyone else who is asking us to help them?
For everyone who asks to help them, you mentioned universities and other nonprofits, they come to PEG to help get their message out. Unfortunately, I'm a resident of Salem as well, and our PEG got closed. We got consolidated into Norwich. There's not much going on in the Norwich PEG. It's one of the 57% that's company run. They don't have the resources or the staff employees such as us.
But I get that. But I suppose my point is, I think if you ask the average resident of Salem, would they rather see a new tax devoted to supporting PEG or going to the town of Salem to support their education funding? I know what their answer would be. And again, this is a philosophical point, but as we go forward, if we are going to do this, is this the best use of what in effect will be taxpayer dollars, because this will be passed on? And I am not trying to downplay the importance of what you feel you do, the importance of what you do to a certain population. But that's my point. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Sir?
Mr. Chair, I thank you. There we go. For the second time, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the indulgence. So Chris, I'm going to give you the opportunity. So with all due respect to my colleague, is it more fair to characterize this as a new tax, or is it more fair to characterize it as a more equitable application of an old tax?
It's just as that. It's a tax that was created a very long time ago, that as the technology and as residents and as companies, they all shift. And this law needs to be updated to go with the modern times. The first email was sent 50 years ago across a wire on a pole on a street. The same thing today. Video services used to be over the air, then went to a wire. Now it's still on a wire. The Wi-Fi that's in this building, it's all going to a central point that's on a wire, that's going to a head end, that's being then sent through a wire back here. Then it disperses wirelessly. Until the day that we go 100% wireless and these companies are off of our streets, then I can see that change. But the technology has just shifted.
Thank you. I'm all done for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you both. Always important to hear advocates, and that's why we're here, to express our opinions. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Chris, I really appreciate it. Roy Temple from Nutmeg TV. Followed by Mike Churas from Operation Fuel.
Hello?
I can hear you. Yep, you're good.
Hi, my name is Roy Temple. I'm going to read because I'm afraid I'll get off topic if I don't. I'm president of Nutmeg TV, Board of Directors, and I'm here to support HB 5446. I did submit written testimony, and I would urge you to read it at your leisure. I have served on Nutmeg's TV board as president since 1991, and I've participated in both the initial strong support for community access in Connecticut and the current decline in that support. A variety of factors have contributed to this decline, not least changes in the regulatory supervision of the cable and television streaming industry in Connecticut. While I appreciate that traditional cable television is on the decline, resulting in the reduction of the paying cable subscribers, virtually all of us are still receiving our televised entertainment over wires connected to our homes, provided by the very same cable TV providers that subscribers previously paid for their cable TV services, but now only pay for internet and telecommunications access. Up until 2007, regulation required that cable providers negotiate their Connecticut franchise renewal on a periodic basis, including the nature and the extent of their support for public access. Beginning in 2007, Connecticut abdicated that responsibility for regulation, resulting in a significant loss of revenue to the state and less support for community access. Despite all that, Nutmeg TV has been doing its best to provide the PEG services prescribed in the general statutes since its inception. The issue of fundraising has often been raised to offset the loss of subscriber funding in cable access. Nutmeg TV does as much fundraising as we can, but it seriously detracts from our mission as described in these general statutes, and it should not be necessary. The original statute creating PEG in Connecticut provided for funding adequate to meet the mission and should be restored so that we can focus on prescribed mission. I see communication companies are claiming that this is a new tax on Connecticut citizens. It's a tax on the companies, not the citizens, although I do recognize they will pass it along as they do in general, but they'll do it at their own volition. They are not required to do that. As a legacy cable subscriber myself, change from our existing cable system will cause a significant problem for us in accessing the program we want when we want it. I hate to admit it, but at my age, dealing with significant change, especially with technology, is a significant challenge. Thus, under the current laws, we will continue, that is me, will continue to pay for PEG while our cord-cutting neighbors across the street will get PEG for free on the cable or fiber line providing all their communication services. I urge you to support this bill. Its passage is essential to establishing a level and fair playing field for all of the communication services providers in Connecticut and to the continued existence of public access TV. This is as existential for public access in Connecticut. Without adequate support, we will not survive through this fall. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Roy. Appreciate the testimony. Up next is Mike Turage, followed by Julian Boggs.
Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Vice Chairs Representative Foster, Senator McCrory, and Ranking Members Representative Buckby and Senator Fazio. My name is Mike Taraj. I'm the Policy and Public Affairs Associate for Operation Fuel. I'm here in support of a few bills, and my colleague Ann Long will talk later about 10 more spots. Operation Fuel is proud to support House Bill 5438 and that concern in energy efficiency funding and programs. We support adding $145 million to the Energy Efficiency Fund. Now, many people might be thinking $145 million is a lot of money, and as a small nonprofit, Operation Fuel understands this perspective. However, energy efficiency is one of the best investments we can make. For every $1 collected results in an additional $4.20 of clean energy investment in Connecticut. In reality, by not appropriating this level of funding, Connecticut would effectively lose money. These programs help to reduce the energy burden throughout the state, also helps to improve the workforce in Connecticut and lower the demand for energy assistance. On energy burden, Operation Fuel conducted our latest affordability study, measuring energy burden in both housing, transportation, water, and energy. We found that 424,000 Connecticut residents face unaffordable energy costs. This programs, energy efficiency programs, would help reduce that energy burden. So if we increase the funding, more people can go to home energy solutions, get home audits, help to insulate their homes and weatherize their homes to reduce the energy burden. So less money flying out the window, less air going out. Also reduces the need for energy assistance. Operation Fuel is appreciative of the Connecticut State Legislature and the Governor's Office of appropriating through ARPA money more funding for Operation Fuel. However, with less money going out the window, residents are able to save more money, effectively reducing the need for energy assistance. This reduces their burden, especially in low and moderately low income households. Third, it also helps the state of Connecticut with the more increase in jobs. The Energy Efficiency Board, Energize CT released their 2023 legislative report, and they said it added with, Bernie said this earlier on, it was the funding was kind of wobbly with Reggie funds and others. However, with those funds, the program added 34,000 jobs. Imagine how many more jobs Connecticut add with 145 million. More jobs with installers, technicians, benefiting the manufacturing industries and the high-tech industries. In short, more funding into the energy efficiency programs generates more jobs for Connecticut. This also leads into Operation Fuel support for House Bill 5439, more heat pump deployments. Adding the 310,000 heat pumps would benefit Connecticut in reducing that burden and energy assistance. Operation Fuel has a current program, Better Homes and Buildings, where we partner with other organizations and go out into the communities to give more outreach and education to residents so they can help alleviate their concerns and also weatherize their homes, which prevents them or helps to prevent them going on energy assistance programs. Along with that, Operation Fuel supports Senate Bill 384, adding
I
water.
apologize, but your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Please summarize your testimony.
We support that bill, adding water to our to LIHAB, our written testimony goes into why water affordability is a growing concern in Connecticut. In conclusion, again, like I said, Operation Fuel is very supportive of that money that we received from this Connecticut State Legislature last month. Operation Fuel's program season closes tomorrow. So far, we received over 7,000 applications, and we are happy to continue our partnership with the legislature and others, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. And thank you for the work that Operation Fuel does. Anybody got any questions? Seeing anything online? Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Julian Boggs, followed by Michael Butler.
Good afternoon, Chairs Needleman and Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio and Buckby, and members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Julian Boggs. I'm the Director for State Policy for Key Capture Energy. We are a developer, owner, and operator of utility-scale standalone energy storage projects. We were founded in 2016, and Connecticut was one of the first states that we entered the market. Knowing that the state had big energy goals and knowing that without battery storage is that technology was really just coming onto the electric grid, that without battery storage, it was going to be really difficult to meet the state's clean energy goals reliably and efficiently. It's been a long time since then. So now 2024, and we are finally ready to go on energy storage. In the last several months, my company has had 3 projects get siting permits approved through the Connecticut Siting Council. And we're very excited about 2 programs coming from both DEEP, the final request for proposal, which finally came out earlier this week, that we're excited to be preparing a bid for, as well as hopefully a pending program from PURA for smaller standalone energy storage that's connected directly to the distribution system. And we have projects that we're hoping to participate in both programs. However, there's a lot of work that goes into getting these projects. As I said, it's a long development path across the finish line. And now one of the issues that we believe the legislature should turn its attention to for battery storage on its commitment to the legislation you passed several years ago to hit 1,000 megawatts by 2030 is to address property taxes for battery storage. Right now, there is a huge amount of uncertainty and a huge amount of variation across the state when it comes to property taxes. This certainly impacts us and our ability to develop, and it also impacts ratepayers. So, for example, as we're preparing our bids for the RFP that DEEP put out earlier this month, we need to account for the uncertainty of potentially extremely high property taxes, or I should say of higher property taxes. When we're submitting those bids, the cost of which is ultimately going to be borne in part by Connecticut ratepayers. So for that reason, we strongly support a statewide capacity tax for battery storage systems. So I'm speaking on House Bill 5442, and I probably should have mentioned that at the top. But the House Bill 5442 as proposed recommends a study. We recommend that the legislature enact a capacity tax this session. And that's due to the nature of what I just spoke about, the urgency of addressing this issue quickly. We recommend that the annual tax be set at $4,000 per megawatt. I think there was a discussion that—
Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Sure. There was a previous bill for solar for $8,000. I know Francis Polaro was here earlier in the day that mentioned the value of the battery storage is on about 1/100th of the land requirement of solar. And it also has about half of the discounted cash flow, which is the general metric that we use to determine assessed value. So with that, I will conclude and thank the committee for its support for energy storage.
Thank you, Julian. It's very encouraging to hear that storage is coming of age. I think we're going to need it no matter what we do. Hopefully the price begins to be cost effective. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you, Chairman Question, what is your current cost of energy storage per kilowatt hour?
I could get you the publicly available. We wouldn't be able to disclose what we would pay on the market, but there are certainly general public available sources I don't have on the top
All
of my
right.
hand for
If
what
you,
would be
if
interesting.
you could distribute that, I'm just reading an MIT piece that says, to get to the point where storage would be able to back up a 100% renewable system, we're looking at, 100% would be $20 a kilowatt hour. If we're looking at 95%, it's significantly higher. But I would be very interested to know where we are today, because I think that's important to know going forward as we debate this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Have anybody else? No, thank you. Next up is Michael Butler, followed by Susan Huizenga.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, and the members of the Joint Energy and Technology Committee for the opportunity to testify on SB 385, the Act concerning energy procurements. My name is Michael Butler. I'm the Mid-Atlantic Executive Director for the Consumer Energy Alliance. Just very briefly, the Consumer Energy Alliance, we are the nation's leading consumer energy and environmental advocate. We advocate for an all of the above energy development strategy that ensures families, farmers, and local businesses have access to sustainable, affordable, reliable, and environmentally sound and responsible energy. Our members represent the entire cross-section of the American economy. We certainly support legislation and regulations that thoughtfully advance our nation toward a cleaner, more environmentally responsible future. And we certainly support state-of-the-art technologies to help us to get there. And in that regard, we support and appreciate the intent behind the bill. Obviously, everyone in Connecticut would recognize the value of Dominion Millstone to the state, employs over 4,000 people, and provides the state with nearly half of its generation, all of which is carbon-free. Efforts to ensure that the facility remains in operation for the foreseeable future are worthwhile. And additionally, the provisions of the Global Warming Solutions Act, which require the state to reduce levels of greenhouse gas emissions economy-wide to 45% below 2001 levels by 2030 and 80% below those levels by 2050, are going to necessitate the development for emission-free resources at a large scale. In that light, we have 3 recommendations that I'll make very quickly. One, require that above market costs or below market credits of any solicitation under this bill be fully transparent on customer bills. Currently, approximately 15% of Connecticut citizens' electricity bills are attributed to the public policies, and those policies should not be buried in the default service energy rate. There's a growing disconnect between retail and wholesale markets, and it's important that consumers, especially those consumers on low and fixed incomes, are aware of what they are paying for. 2, to eliminate the provision authorizing electric distribution companies to use resources from nuclear power generating facilities to supply standard service. These facilities already have the ability to participate in standard service procurements by bidding on the energy portfolios that responded to the standard offer request for proposals. And 3, as part of their evaluation of these procurements, DEEP and PURA should consider the use of cost of service regulations similar to the Massachusetts Mystic Plant's reliability must-run contracts that are utilized by the New England Independent System Operator. These procurements are tacit re-regulation of energy markets, and traditional cost of service regulation will reflect that. I want to be clear that these comments are not in opposition to the public policy goals inherent in this bill, only that whatever the outcome of the solicitations and impacts on Connecticut's energy consumers should be transparent. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. Look forward to working with the committee on this legislation and happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you so much, Michael. Anybody have any questions? Not seeing anything online. Really appreciate your time. Susan Huizenga, followed by James Reed.
Thank you for the opportunity, distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I'm Susan Adele Huizenga, the unpaid full-time administrator of the Wallingford Public Access Association, which has the lowest subscriber fee in Connecticut. But before I get to the bill that brought me here, 5446, thumbs up for heat pumps, 5438, go for it. Good things. I wanted to, I'm not going to read my testimony as well because I handled it very methodically because I was a systems analyst, business systems analyst, saving money for people for years, corporations for years. And what I tried to do is outline and list the advantages and how successfully crafted most of this bill is. I did provide in my written testimony areas for improvement in the PEG language. Because some of it actually does fall back to the legacy 1995 language and actually procedures that PURA has adopted in terms of handling PEG have modified that process a little bit. And I wanted to be sure that you understood I was doing this from a cost-effective perspective. One of the things I wanted to also share is that if I met you in an elevator, I would say, check out WPATV.tv on the internet because you might discover something you did not know you needed. And that is what I hear back from people in the community. Oh, I had no idea. And I really needed to know that. So that is some feedback. With respect to the value that we have, if saving lives and escalating people's careers to heights that they couldn't even imagine, we do that. We do that daily. I change the lives of people daily, and I'm very proud to do that positive impact on lives as a volunteer. But I understand that it's not sustainable and people are not going to show up and give 65 hours a week to save PEG in their communities. But I did that because I had a mayor that was for 40 years trying to kill it. And I felt I was dropped into Wallingford for a reason. And one of them was to help prove that if you had the doors open every day and you provided for the possibilities that you could provide a safe and brave place for young people to show up and have their lives changed, to feel self-esteem and things that they would not otherwise feel. So I believe the physical space is as important as the virtual space that we're providing. As regard to a potential windfall from any new money here, actually, community media is not getting a windfall. It's very limited in terms of the parts of this bill that have the finances structured. We would get whatever the prior 2015, and I recommend the
Your 3 minutes
highest
are up.
year.
Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
It's not a windfall. If you consider it a windfall, you can actually turn that into money for the portion of the bill that represents a future study for equity. There is a need for equity in what we do. I hope you consider the modifications to the language that I've outlined that will improve the processes and save a lot of money and expend it on staff time in the state departments that help run the programs. And I hope you have some questions. And the two people I really wanted to talk to left the room while I was speaking. Where did they go? Do you have a question for me?
Thank you for your testimony. I think Representative D'Amico has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. So, Ms. Huizinga, thank you very much for coming to testify. So at the end of your testimony just now, you were talking about equity, and I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked in different ways of other people. Do you feel that the current structure is equitable vis-a-vis what you do and what the connectivity companies do?
There are a lot of equity issues in the process. Wallingford has to fill the same 24/7 time slots as Nutmeg. We serve 45,000 people. They serve, she had some much larger number, right? So we're still, so there's a consideration of equity there. So when you're looking at a base amount of money to operate something and then representing the people you serve, you have to consider the people served in that equation. There's an equity issue when you have a community the size of North Branford with 3 channels and the size of New Haven, Hamden, and West Haven together, serving 130,000 people and getting the same channel capacity. So there's equity issues in a lot of ways. The money that is going to be potentially available with this restructured bill for community access would raise WPA from a baseline budget of $80,000 to maybe $115,000. In Vermont, which is trying to get more money because they don't feel they have enough to operate, the same area that I serve, they're smaller communities, but the same population and actual physical area already gets $250-some thousand a year. So we're not even bringing us up to the amount of money that is provided to other organizations in the nation that are trying to do the same thing and also are feeling that they don't have enough funding. It really takes, I don't have any full-time employees. We're predominantly volunteer. I'm being one, but we actually purchased a building. You have to have the ability to strategically plan when you don't have a lot of funds. We have a re-adapted cow barn that is now fully paid off because we had the community provide support for that because they knew $20,000 of our money was going to help North Branford, Madison, and Guilford because they were smaller. And the smaller communities did need base level, but it was taken from my community probably has a lower income level across the population and more diversity. So equity in this conversation has so many elements to it.
If I can, Madam Vice Chair, just one more. I was thinking not so much in relation to your sister operations. I was thinking the equity between you as far as you know the tax structure that we've been talking about between you and the video satellite streaming connectivity companies. That's kind of what I was getting at.
I agree with the whole one wire presentation that everyone has. It does actually, you are lucky to have a staff person with the state that knows this tax law so intimately to be able to craft a bill that actually does define equity. And when I say in my testimony, works for all stakeholders, there was a provision in there that you actually, if you based on the gross tax, if you're paying toward PEG, it's a credit. So he represented the cable industry that he has historically represented in this provision of this bill. The new folks, the new providers, and those that are changing may feel like they're being unequitably taxed for the first time. But what's interesting is people are AT&T and satellite dish were knocking on people's doors, providing the same little cable box instead of the satellite on your TV, on your roof, together in union, trying to get people to change from cable to go to a alternate way of seeing services to avoid the taxes. So I don't feel like anybody's being harmed by this. And I think that's an example of how they've been trying to get around it. In addition to, they're encouraging people to leave cable so that they don't have a tax burden.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. I'd now like to, excuse me, if you wouldn't mind holding on for one more second, your representative, Rep. Mashinsky, has her hand raised, and I think she'd like to speak to you too. So Rep. Mashinsky.
I can't see her though. Hi, Mary, you were supposed to be here today so we could have a picture together.
Rep. Mashinsky, You may now proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Susan, thank you for coming up to testify. You're a wealth of knowledge. You provide a great service. You train young people for future careers. And I hope we can keep you in business by passing this bill and changing the funding. But I also wanted to ask you, because when Mike D'Amico asked you a question about equity, you started to answer in terms of staffing possibilities and resources among the towns in one cable area. But Mike was asking you about equity among the funding sources. So if you have another way to structure equity, sharing the resource so that, for example, each local public access can have a staff person, for example, or at least the same level of staffing ability for all the public access stations. If you have a way to do that, if you could suggest language, that'd be helpful to have. And then my second question is, have one of the previous speakers talked about their young interns who went on to professional jobs in the television industry? And do we have any examples of that from WPAA in Wallingford?
Oh, absolutely. We have quite a number. But the most famous one is the three-time Emmy Award winning Life Below Zero National Geographic Emmy winner. We have some folks that are at Fox 61. We have provided internships for over 40 colleges at our facility, and a great number of them have gone on to interesting career choices and are doing well.
Great. So they're not all at Nutmeg TV. There's some at some of the other stations. Great.
In terms of the language, what I'm recommending within the PEGpedia reformatting is actually will address some of that. It isn't staffing related, but it is in terms of the ability to stabilize capital equipment and building purchases. So that could help overall with the equity issue. But because there was a challenge about, why should you be getting nonprofits? We support nonprofits all the time, providing free services, coordinating their fundraising. So we're not taking from nonprofits. The more we have, the more stability we have, the more we can do for them. But again, there was an inference of a windfall that I was concerned about. And there's a whole new part of this law that talks about the need for equity in digital arena, in the digital arena. So.
Okay, Sue, I also wanted to ask you if there's language you think would help equity between the stations, because we have had testimony all day about this, and some stations are pretty well off with staff and some have been laying off their people. The Wallingford one has no paid staff that I know of, and it doesn't seem to be fairly distributed now. So if you have suggestions for how we can get them all to a basic level of service with professional folks like yourself. I know you're not paid, but professionals like yourself, so that each station has at least one person like that. That would be helpful to know how to do that. It doesn't have to be today. If you could think about it.
It's very difficult because Connecticut has the most complex and different, most complex system for PEG anywhere in the nation. We have specific and we have regional. Regardless of what you are, you have to have at least the equivalent of 1.5 people to make you function at all, because you have. All right. So, but and I think this bill will get you close to that in terms of a baseline for operations, and then work on the equity in terms of distributing the capital funding.
Okay. So do one step at a time, basically.
Yeah, this will get you a long way if you.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, for joining us today. Next up is James Reed from Nutmeg Public Access TV.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having me here today. Yesterday was my granddaughter's 7th birthday, and her name is Ariel. And I look back to the very first birthday that we celebrated with her when she was 1. It was the day before we buried her mother, my daughter, who had committed suicide. My daughter's death sent me into a vortex of despair, depression, a darkness that I'd never experienced before. And I had to find some way to get back and reestablish my mental equilibrium. And I learned that in helping others, you can heal. But I needed a tool to do that. That tool was provided to me by Nutmeg Public Access TV. I've done more than 250 shows in which I invite average, ordinary citizens to come in and tell their stories of courage, of hope, of love, of joy. I have stared into eyes shadowed with the mascara of misery. I have seen tears of joy wash away years of pain. And I know that I'm being effective and I am helping people heal. I have given and received many healing hugs myself. I am here in support of 5446 because in a very real sense, it saved my life too. Are there any questions for me? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Your testimony was incredibly moving, and we really appreciate you sharing. Next up to testify is John Erlinghauser from AARP. I'm going to call again John Erlinghauser from AARP. Well, maybe he stepped out for a moment. We can come back. In the meantime, Craig Devlin from Sea Services North America. Craig Devlin should be joining us remotely. See them online. They're muted. Craig Devlin.
Hello, sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name's Craig Devlin, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Sea Services North America, a New London-based cooperative comprised of commercial fishermen from our home state of Connecticut, as well as Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, and New Jersey. I'm here today in support of 3 concepts being considered in Senate Bill 383. First, directing funds from penalties paid by offshore wind companies toward mitigation and training to protect the lives and livelihoods of Connecticut fishermen. Secondly, encouraging offshore wind companies to demonstrate best efforts to hire qualified Connecticut fishermen for future offshore wind projects. And thirdly, ensuring that offshore wind companies with Connecticut contracts support a common vessel and crew safety standard for fishing vessels working on these projects. Senator Summers mentioned these standards earlier, many hours back. Sea Services Co-op was founded just over 3 years ago with a mission to create a bridge between 2 vital Connecticut industries, our commercial fishing industry and the offshore wind industry, through a unique, scalable model. The co-op creates commercial opportunities for qualified active fishermen to use their maritime skills toward the development and construction of offshore wind projects, allowing for a new revenue stream to help supplement their existing fishing businesses. And finally, and most importantly, the co-op seeks to dramatically increase vessel and crew safety at sea, 1 vessel at a time. After serving as a naval officer and then for nearly 30 years as an executive in a global financial services firm, I had retired a couple years back with no plans for continued employment. After meeting with the founders of Sea Services, I found the safety mission so compelling that I left my brief retirement and came to bat for Sea Services. There's the obligatory baseball reference. Then I began the role. When I began the role, I didn't fully appreciate the challenges and hardships that our commercial fishermen face. The near complete lack of trust between these two industries and the challenges of delivering a best-in-class commercial service through a cooperative business model rather than through a vertically integrated company. The challenges have been significant. However, with the remarkable support of Ørsted's Marine Affairs team and the will of the Sea Services team and our independent fishing vessel partners, the numbers speak to themselves. To date, we've completed 7 successful scout and safety vessel campaigns, scouted thousands of miles of ocean with no fishing gear strikes on projects, upgraded 15 commercial fishing vessels to an international safety standard, trained 82 fishermen, provided almost $9 million in offshore wind-related revenue to supplement fishing families. Today, you'll hear from one of my colleagues and some fishermen who are planning to zoom in from their vessels currently at
Minutes
sea.
are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay. You've received written testimony from half a dozen other fishermen. Please know that we appreciate your leadership and stand ready to provide any additional information that you may need to move these priorities forward. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for sharing our support for local fishermen.
Thank you so much, Craig. Appreciate it. Not seeing anybody with any questions online. Next up, unless John Erlinghauser is around, next up is Stephen Sack from Sack Energy.
Good afternoon, committee. I'll try and make this as short as possible for you. My name is Stephen Sack. I live in West Hartford, Connecticut. I own a company called Sack Energy. I'm a 5th generation energy provider here in the state of Connecticut. Today, we distribute not only traditional heating oil, but also been selling renewable liquid fuels for well over 10 years. And I have expertise in the supply distribution with biodiesel and renewable diesel. I am in opposition of bill number 5438, an act concerning heat pump adoption. And I support bill 5440, an act concerning life cycle greenhouse gas emissions on biofuels. For bill 5438, the bill is kind of like a carriage horse with blinders on. The DEEP wants to install 310,000 heat pumps without looking at the whole picture. There's nothing in this bill that shows what the unintended consequences and effects will be by putting a huge new demand on the electrical grid system that we have today. In this report that ISO New England put out last month, it summarizes at the end that our grid system is maxed out to a degree. It needs to be rebuilt in order to supply enough clean electricity to handle the new inundated usage of electricity that's going to happen with this, with heat pumps and with electric vehicles. We need to upgrade the grid system, put in new green electricity, zero emission electricity production in order to be able to get the effects that you want to do with the heat pumps. They do work well. And where I'm kind of going with this is that it's not specifying what heating sector it wants to put the heat pumps in. Our industry, we deliver biodiesel, and we're getting more and more of that in the marketplace these days. And there's a law in the books by 2035, we're going to have 50% renewable fuel in all the heating oil. It may even be higher by the time we get there. And so if you wind up moving oil heated houses to heat pumps, you're gonna make things worse. If you look today, this morning on my testimony I put in from ISO New England, 53% of electricity usage today is produced from natural gas. You're just going to push that up. You're just moving from one thing to another, where biodiesel in the heating oil can help actually reduce the greenhouse emissions today, not maybe down the road. So what we really have the issue with in the bill is that it doesn't define what houses, what heating sectors is going to look at. Electric heat resistance, that's a great idea. Natural gas houses, great idea to change over. You can't clean those things up. The fuel oil, delivered liquidable fuel oil, can be changed to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here for you.
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that. There are certainly a lot of issues with our electrification plan, and we need to figure out a way to get there. But we also need to be mindful of the implications on the electric grid. So understand your concern and appreciate the support of the biofuels, because I think that that's part of what's going to help a lot of people like myself that have heat pumps still have a backup, boiler that runs less, but it's when we got down to -5 degrees last year, pretty cold in the morning running on heat pump alone.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I mean, it doesn't address the work our industry has done to support the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions.
Right. Thank you. Anybody else have anything? Next up is Robert.
Hello.
LaFrance.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. I think Representative Gresco is looking to ask a question.
I think so. I didn't see your hand. Oh, you know what it is? It's your background that doesn't show your hand. I'm sorry. It's very, very light. Oh. Thank you, Representative, and I apologize for not seeing you. I'm looking over at Rep. Steinberg's computer, and both of us have a hard time seeing your hand. Anyway, it's all yours, Rep. Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had one question for Steve. And in the electronic testimony filed on 5440, it didn't like the idea of going to the GREET model because it is going to overstate the benefits of biodiesel. But how do you say otherwise?
So we disagree with this. And we're not the only people in the world here that say the GREET model is great. What's happening now is that DEEP can pick and choose what model they want to go with to find what they want to do instead of using a standard setup. This is done by publicly funded companies run by the Department of Energy. They use this. Europe uses this. Aragon Lab uses it. It's the right way to do this. Without this, saying, look, you use the GREET model. Otherwise, you're picking and choosing which model works best for your own agenda, and doesn't put everybody on the same playing ground to look at the full life cycle analysis. Instead of, again, you got blinders on and you're only looking at part of it. When you say, oh, we put a heat pump in a house, it's zero emissions. Well, that's not necessarily true, because yes, that house is not producing it directly, but indirectly it is with the electricity generation from the grid.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And again, apologize for not seeing the hand up. Thank you so much, Steve. Robert LaFrance, followed by Gannon Long.
Good evening, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio and Buckby. My name is Robert LaFrance. I'm with the National Audubon Society, and I'm here to speak today in favor of Senate Bill 383. I provided pretty extensive testimony. I was also I am a member of the Commission on Environmental Standards, and we've been monitoring the offshore wind industry for a long time. I have to say, though, that in terms of what's going on with the agency and us on this bill, I think the agency has done a really great job. They basically brought experts to the field. I think that they've done a lot of work in this particular space, and I want to commend staff at the agency for their hard work and effort. I think we have a slightly different perspective on what we think should take place. The agency is looking to a regional model to do some of this work, and we believe, as the Commission on Environmental Standards, and I'm not speaking for them today, I'm speaking for myself, for Audubon. We believe that the better view would be to actually have some kind of local control, to have an oversight committee actually take a look at the impacts of what's happening in terms of mitigation. There are a lot of mitigation models. Some of them would be described more as research than actual mitigation. We think the focus should be on some research, and maybe that's where the regional cooperative can help out. But in terms of actually managing and monitoring a specific fund, we think that that's something that should happen with a fund manager in Connecticut, so we can actually see what happens in terms of dealing with our fishermen as well as our wildlife interests. And our wildlife interests are very much related to the ocean, as well as to some of the other particularly species of birds who may be impacted by offshore wind. With that, I'm happy to take any questions. And as I indicated, I've given some fairly extensive written testimony. And I think I honestly believe that we could find some good compromise on this language with the agency and hopefully be able to come up with something that could work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob, for your testimony. Very much appreciate your focus on this particular area. In your written testimony, you supplied it. Were you equally specific?
Just repeat, Representative Steinberg, in terms of specific about what we thought we would like to see in the bill?
Yes.
Yes, I think we were pretty specific. We like the structure of it. I think the big issue comes down to how much is funded, where it comes from, what the timing is. I think we put in there adequate amount of information to let you know where our position is. I think at some point in time, I think we lay out what we believe is the right way to go. I think at some point in time, it's going to be a question of the leadership of the committee and how they want to move forward with the bill. And we're happy to offer our services and talk in greater detail. I'm encouraged by the number of fishermen who are out here who I think really do have a very significant interest in this particular bill and how it works out for them. I think that there's some other elements of this in terms of workforce development and other things that could be helpful to them. But in terms of funding the mitigation, we may have missed the opportunity to do that in terms of the penalty. We can talk greater about that. I have provided both the chairman's perspective as well as a motion from the department on that. The funding was basically moved to the CLNM program, and maybe too late in terms of us being able to move it, but we thought that would have been a good place to start in terms of funding this particular mitigation fund.
Thank you for that clarification, Rob. And I look forward to speaking with you further on this.
And Representative Steinberg, I just want to respond to an earlier question. I don't think it's just the fact that there's a regional approach. I think there's a regional approach which we also support, but there's also a local requirement. So I don't think we would, say that you don't need to have a regional approach. I think you do, but I think much like Rhode Island, you need to have a Connecticut specific as well. And I think that's why we've been supporting this and supporting the Commission on Environmental Standards.
Again, thank you for that clarification. We appreciate it. Seeing no further questions, we'll continue moving along. Gannon Long from Operation.
Thank you.
Followed by Anna Lucy.
Hello, good evening. Representative Steinberg, Senator Needleman, Senator Fazio, Representative Buckby, Representative Foster, nice to see you, and my Senator McCrory, thank you for your work and being here. My name is Gannon Long. I'm the Chief Program Officer at Operation Fuel, and we're here to express our concerns about House Bill 5441, which is currently written seems to remove shutoff protections for medically fragile and low-income ratepayers, including some Operation Fuel clients and some of the most vulnerable folks in the state. I previously served as the Policy and Public Affairs Director at Operation Fuel. You might remember me from sitting in this seat for such testimonies as SB 7 last year, and certainly supported as well the Take Back Our Grid Act. So we're really grateful to the committee for your work on these issues over the years. In Policy and Public Affairs, I was also part of the stakeholder process that PURA led to improve energy affordability in Connecticut starting in 2019, when Governor Lamont brought Chair Gillette to Connecticut in order to improve utility service and affordability for Connecticut consumers. So this is really important work, and it continues through this session and beyond. And so we appreciate and encourage you to continue building on consumer protection work that this committee has done, but also being very careful not to enact statutes that are going to harm the most medically fragile, sick, and poorest people in our state. So just some background on the origins of the medical protection statutes, which protect people with serious illness during the winter moratorium and people who have a life-threatening condition from shutoff. In 1995, Connecticut Light and Power disconnected a family for electricity, for not paying their electricity bill. And a man almost died. He was on a ventilator, depended on that. Took him weeks to get out of the hospital. The response was this body passed protections to keep that from happening again. So we don't want to go back to those days. And indeed, our shut-off challenges, despite the last couple of years, and there has been a moratorium, but these have not been solved. So, going back to 2014 to 2018, you all might remember the Hartford Current covered this in October 2019, Josh Kovner, where the shutoffs from utilities between UI and Eversource doubled in a 4-year period. So we went from 40,000 people being shut off in 2014 to 80,000 in 2018. And again, we don't want to go back to those days. Chair Gillette, when she got to Connecticut, led PURA and stakeholders, including myself and many others, advocates whose testimony you have. We are a little bit like the kid who waited for others to do their homework, and we're kind of we're going to submit written testimony, haven't gotten that in yet. We have provided some comments on the bill to the committee, but the stakeholder process that was underway in 2020, and PURA issued reports on financial hardship in 2020 in June, and then in August on medical hardship. And so I think a lot of the data and recommendations in those reports is still relevant today. There's still recommendations that are not completely implemented from those reports. The investigation essentially found that the utilities can do a better job of enrolling serious illness customers in financial hardship programs, and we believe there's still a lot of work to be done in that area. I don't know that statute is required to adjust that, but we still have a ways to go. And the data also showed that a majority of medical-related arrearages, which I think this bill is designed to address, are for people who have a life-threatening illness. So I forget which company was which. One of the companies reported 87% and the other 89% of their customers were in a life-threatening situation. I think we need a different approach that's not focused on collections and preying on wage garnishing or other harmful practices for these ratepayers. We encourage the companies to take a more customer service approach and maybe to have a specific team of people that focuses on groups of customers that disproportionately represent arrearages or that have particular needs, including people in a life-threatening situation, those with serious illness, or those with financial struggles. We think that a more customer-focused approach is more humane, but is also more effective at collecting these debts. And folks that have a serious illness protection, they can't be shut off, but they still can be collected, right? So a different, more effective approach if the companies are noting that their arrearages are continuing to climb. We're also mindful that testimony from advocates, including Connecticut Legal Services, AARP, and Center for Children's Advocacy, many of whom folks know, they've forgotten more than I'll know about PURA and those proceedings. But a lot of folks are concerned that the provisions in this bill as written are going to harm their clients. So I'll wrap up, and I just want to thank you all for your work that you've done. Thank you for listening to us today. Thank you for always being open to dialogue and listening to our perspective, and we're glad to follow up however is helpful. We will submit written testimony with more detail before the deadline. And we encourage you to just build on the consumer protection work this committee has taken on. And we ask you to be really careful not to enact anything in statute in particular that is going to harm the most vulnerable residents of the state. So thank you very much. I'm available to take questions or to talk any other time. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your very articulate testimony, but more importantly, the work you do on behalf of the people of the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
I'm just sorry that we continue to frustrate you and ourselves with having to almost live hand to mouth every year, finding a way for us to allow you to get the job done. I think we recognize that post-COVID, more and more people are falling into this zone of vulnerability where they need help.
Yeah.
And I can't think of a more important role for the state than to be there for them in this instance. You may have heard the wobbly reference earlier on. We need to get beyond wobbly. We need consistent, reliable, stable.
Yep. Agreed.
I think that's it. You caught us in our, diminishing energy.
Well,
section of our-
I wish the best for the next 48 speakers. Thank you.
It's kind of rubbing it in. Anna Lucy, followed by Jason Velasquez.
I am a little concerned that the Energy Committee is lacking in energy, but good afternoon, good evening, honorable members of the committee. My name is Anna Lucy, and I am the Vice President for Legislative and External Affairs for the New England Connectivity and Telecommunications Association. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and detail our industry's serious concerns with House Bill 5446. NECTA members have a longstanding commitment to public access and funding public access, including the PEG-PISA grant program, which is funded by a percentage of the gross earnings tax, and last year generated just over $7.7 million in funding. In no uncertain terms, this bill would upend the predictable market for steady investment in broadband that Connecticut has fostered over the decades. Through light touch regulation and a predictable tax structure, Connecticut, leads the nation in broadband deployment with a success story of 99% high-speed broadband coverage. At a point when the state can turn its attention to working with internet service providers to make real strides in closing the digital divide, this bill, proposing the first tax of its kind in the country, would serve to quash investment, innovation, and partnership at a critical juncture when we can come together and to improve access for consumers. This broad-based tax bill is not limited to just internet access, but would touch all parts of communication services and e-commerce services, including mobile, VoIP, the products associated with those services to residential and commercial customers alike, and even streaming services may be taxed under the wording of the legislation. The other goal of the proposal to deliver funding for a Connecticut Internet for All program using the GET also has flaws. NECTA's members have and will continue to offer low-income broadband subscriptions in all of our service territories. As these programs are already subsidized, broadband consumers would be hit twice for a duplicative service. It is also disincentivizing in finding solutions through public-private partnerships, a demonstrated and successful approach taken during the pandemic. Finally, the proposal also raises a number of substantial constitutional questions as it runs afoul of the Federal Internet Tax Freedom Act that prohibits state and local governments from imposing taxes on internet access, regardless of whether the tax is imposed on a provider or buyer of internet access, and may conflict with other federal statutes as detailed in our written testimony. For these reasons, we ask you to take no further action on the bill. And I'll pause for questions. Thank you.
Much as I appreciate your testimony, taking no action seems a little underwhelming. Do you see alternatives to the approach that we have at least considered that might help us accomplish the same end? And let me be clear on those things. We want to have ideally reliable, sustainable stream of revenue to support these programs. You obviously are closer to the industry than we are, and are very much aware of the rapidly changing landscape. I'm sure we're not the only state where these issues exist. I'm sure we may have a unique approach to funding, but I imagine this is a problem elsewhere.
We do think there is opportunity in the PEG-PISA funding as the committee started to explore in Section 7 that will not dictate on who gets what grant or how that could be applied, but that is a significant source of funding that we think could be explored further. With respect to other states, someone testified earlier, Connecticut does have an intricate layer of PEG programming and a tax structure. Connecticut is the only state to do this this gross earnings tax that is set up in different slots that people have talked about today. During the PURA docket, we had the opportunity to comment on several areas, including looking at opportunities for consolidation to make sure that the public continues to have access through the needs. They don't necessarily need to be physically present. There are ways for the public to access through online video content, things like that. And then other states, while we haven't seen a ground rush of legislation, there are certainly, I believe in Vermont, it's still being just considered. But there are looking at, again, just what are opportunities for fundraising, like in Pittsfield, in Massachusetts, their particular public access group was able to do some fundraising and commercial work to help them out. So just a few suggestions again in that we were trying to work with during the Puro docket.
I appreciate that. I think we do have to be open-minded and creative, so I hate to reduce the existing operations to relying on bake sales. Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Steinberg. Thank you for your testimony today. You raise a number of points with regard to possible challenges should this pass, and you mentioned ITFA. I believe in your testimony, you also mentioned the Cable Act, the fact that this would be a tax on a federal tax, a tax on top of a tax. The Consumer Council in her testimony seemed to think there would be there was no constitutional or legal basis on which to challenge this. Can you just expand on your testimony and why you think this might run afoul of the various laws you cite?
So on the ITFA, we just disagree with the Office of Consumer Counsel. We do believe that there is law that it's fairly clearly set out. You cannot have this kind of tax on internet access. Massachusetts, although it was relegated to an in-state district court, clearly found a preemption issue when their DOR tried to go after a particular area on wireless sales tax. Didn't even move it up because they found a preemption issue. So we think it's fairly clear. Again, don't want to get into legal brief on legal brief when we're happy to provide full legal analysis in addition to the 7 pages of testimony we submitted to any member of the committee. And then just additionally, this being a first tax of its kind, if it were enacted in the nation, that's where we really do worry of getting into that litigation on layers, even with the Cable Act. Is it a double tax on our services, which is allowed by federal law? We don't want to do that. We want to work with, we have a long-standing commitment to funding investment in Connecticut, to Charter Communications is headquartered here. We employ people here. We continue to connect people here and do all our new technology here. We don't want to be in litigation. So we respectfully disagree with the Office of Consumer Counsel on their points, but I think the broader policy is still, we don't need to head down this path.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Steinberg.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. Representative Greshko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Anna, I'm assuming that you were in the room and you've heard some of the testimony earlier in the day today, and a lot of that testimony would have us believe that you're trying to dismantle the pegs. I'm going to ask you bluntly, is that the goal?
No, it is not. And we are on the record during the Puro docket even of when it was suggested that a cable channel should be taken away. We disagreed with it. We're just wary of new taxes that would be absorbed either by our companies or passed on to our consumers. As Senator Fazio testified earlier, he's correct. Taxes have impacts and they impact business investment. And that's what we're wary of. We are continuing to support PEG. We do not want it dismantled. Again, think there could be ways to look at different funding mechanisms like through the PEG-PISA, but no, that is absolutely not our position.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lucy, for coming here to testify. I will take you at your word that you are not interested in dismantling the local public access entities. I will take you at your word. However, I'm a little bit troubled. At least twice now in your testimony, you've talked about the imposition of a new tax. And I'll ask you the same question that I asked earlier, and I'm sure I know the answer, but I have to ask it anyhow because we have to have this discussion. Is this really what's contemplated in Bill number 5446? Is it really a new tax, or is it just a more fair application of an existing tax?
Does the tax exist on certain providers? Yes. Is it expanding to different services that have not
are not currently taxed? Also, yes. So is it two sides of a coin on new tax for some, same tax for others? Possibly. But back to that point of fair share, Connecticut's tax system has been set up, as Bert testified many, many moons ago. It started with deployment of cable way back, I won't take you back to 1984, right? And then we had other entrants into the market, including telecoms who don't necessarily go NetSpeed, who wasn't set up like a cable company. But Connecticut set it up so that you have a competitive market, which is very unique, especially even in the New England market, to have all these competitors here. And it's been done through your tax structure. Everyone is paying taxes. Everyone is paying corporate taxes, sales taxes. Like, there's a whole tax structure that people are paying into. And whether or not one is paying this and one is paying that, it's being paid. So the concept of a fair share does have to be looked at universally in the competitive marketplace. And again, Connecticut has done such a great job. You are the envy of, especially like your New England state, and possibly even, I'm going to go so far as the United States, because of the competitive market that you have allowed to flourish through your current tax structure.
I appreciate your answer, but I'm not sure it specifically answered my question. Is this not just a more fair application of an existing tax that we're talking about here in this bill?
I disagree. I think right now you have a fair application as it stands today.
So you would disagree with the characterization that the companies such as the one that you represent are not paying their fair share?
We pay taxes to be in the rights of way. We pay taxes to expand, to be corporations in this state. We are paying our fair share.
Okay, I won't be argumentative, Mr. Chair, but I thank you. Thank you, sir.
Nobody wants to see when you get into argumentative. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the testimony. I think it's so important for us in public hearing to really make sure we get both sides of the coin. And there's a lot of passion for those who are boots on the ground and every day in this. And I think it's important for us to see the full implications and especially not get wrapped up too much in the personal aspect of it, because it's very personal for a lot of people, and as well it should be. And that's absolutely hurt, I think. I think the other side of it is, while I think bake sales might be a little bit of a stretch, as someone who works as an executive director of a nonprofit, I think there's a lot of work that goes into those of us who aren't funded. But I'm curious because even those who are cable only in Connecticut, the large companies, there are some network affiliates who are not doing as well and not streaming as well, right? And they're definitely seeing their viewership now with cable being cut, as we can use that term. It's been argued here over the course of the day. Is there something different happening in that side where they're helping themselves recover, that they could pass that expertise on to local access, so that they're doing something differently to keep themselves on the air? Like, Peacock has NBC, but you can watch the local news on Peacock, but Channel 8 doesn't have that, right? In Connecticut, they don't have a streaming platform for it. They do some online, but they don't do a regular stream like an app. So is there something that they're doing that they could be passed along, or in some way be involved in the whole situation, as opposed to in conflict with cable access, for example?
I think we're always open to that conversation. The pandemic has taught all of us so much about moving into a virtual world and what that means. Even just our local communities, right? Being able to have a Zoom meeting and then archive that online and then have it searchable. It's remarkable, despite having to go through the awful pandemic. So we're always open to having a conversation on how we can learn from each other. And I know it seems like we don't want to be, for some of the characterizations of our companies on losing video subscribers. We want video subscribers. They are a part of our business. They are a heart of our business. And our companies are still trying to do innovative ways on the video tech, including low latency delivering, sports, right? Like just making sure that even as everyone digests sports differently now, but making sure that all the video content is like, you're there in the stadium. So again, always open to the conversation on how we can have best practices.
I appreciate that. I think that's, as we were talking baseball before, and that all the latency of sports becomes an issue for the other aspect that's opened up in Connecticut with the DraftKings and all that as well. I think the other piece I wanted to mention too was on the streaming is that was part of the conversation with my good colleague. You know, there's people who only stream their music on their data, right? Like I have an hour and a half drive. When I come up, I stream music sometimes or whatever it is in podcasts, and that's not something that would be tied to a cable or to a line, but anything streamed. So if I have the access to do it at home, but I don't do it at home, this would still affect me as I read it as well. So that's the concern with some of the broad piece of this, but I think you bring a lot to the table for us to chew on with it. So it's not an all one-sided discussion or debate. I think it's really important to bring those together. The only thing I would add to it is you mentioned you'd be open to, I would love to see that collaboration between existing networks or smaller than network that are in the state. Offer that to work with each other without waiting for a phone call. Hey, we're able to help you maybe get through some of these things and try to figure out some ways for them to raise some dollars aside from, you know, I used to work for MDA. Telethons were the big thing, man. You know, without Jerry, MDA wouldn't have been there. So I think that's just that collaboration. I'd like to see more of that. If that's something they're willing to do, I'd love to see that arm extended from them as well.
Okay.
But
Message
that's
received.
just my 2 cents as we're going through this. And I don't mean to ramble on because I've been pretty quiet all day, Mr. Chairman.
You're like an individual telethon. Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I've been waiting for you to come up. I really appreciate your words, and the way I read the bill is that it is a new tax. And this, I just, to my core, just cannot accept that part of the bill. And it's been real tough for me. And of any bills we do we do a lot of real hard bills in this committee and we take a lot of tough stands, but this one really tears me. This one's been ripping me apart every year, this bill. I really appreciate your words that you're willing to help out. And the chairman has said that you have a burden of, I forgot the word he used something like plethora of fees and charges and things you're supposed to distribute to people. If we could take a look at those fees and charges the chairman had made reference to, a hodgepodge of fees, and I forgot the word, but if we could take a look at those fees that you're subject to and try and help out our local access people, because they do make a good point where, you can go social media these days, but a lot of our meetings are getting censored, and it's up to some CEO at one of your companies that say, don't air that Board of Ed meeting on the library books, for instance. And all of a sudden, the townspeople are shut out to that. And they provide that service of covering our local Board of Ed meetings and things like that. I guess as I ramble on here, I'm searching for you to kind of emphasize your words of willing to help out that way.
And Representative, if I may, want to be clear, our companies absolutely do not block content. We will not block content, and we have committed to that principle in this building, in front of the federal government, in front of another committee in this building, so that we are in a broader picture of community and local access. We're here. We're here to make sure that Old Saybrook Board of Selectmen can make sure that their meetings are online and they stay there and with with ease of speed that people can see them. I can't speak for if they're using a certain platform and how that platform's policies, of course, but as far as our companies are concerned, always have a place in the channels of the internet.
Thank you, Representative. I think you hear we're all trying to remain open-minded, and I appreciate that you are as well. But I'll also turn that and say we all bear a responsibility for having created the current system. And I will disagree with you. I think our current system is broken. It is a mess, and cleaning it up would be a good thing if we can figure out how to do it. So I look forward to your participation in us finding a path to not only holding harmless the organizations that depend on that, but coming up with a fair system for all those who contribute to that revenue stream.
Thank you, Chairman, and always open to dialogue, of course, with you and members of the committee.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further, I think we're done grilling you. It's time to move on to the next victim.
Thank you, and yes.
That would be Jason Velasquez, followed by John Daniels.
Good afternoon, I guess. Good evening, everybody. Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Jason Velasquez, and I'm the Climate and Energy Justice Policy Associate for Acadia Center. I would first like to start off by thanking you all for the opportunity to provide testimony today. Acadia Center is a nonprofit research and advocacy organization that works to advance bold, effective, and equitable climate and clean energy solutions. And Acadia Center supports HB 5406, an act establishing a task force to study transmission and grid enhancing technologies, HB 5438, an act concerning energy efficiency funding and programs, and HB 5439, an act concerning heat pump adoption. Today's verbal testimony, however, will specifically cover HB 5406, and more detailed written testimony has been provided. Through HB 5406, Connecticut would be in a great position to continue leading the charge on grid modernization. The Public Utilities Regulatory Authority, or PURA's leadership, has taken many steps to ensure that the state's grid is prepared to serve the increased electricity demand that will result from the electrification of heating and transportation. Those increases in demand are not insubstantial, and the regional grid operator ISO New England is estimating that New England's electricity demand may double by 2050. The doubling of that demand resulting from decarbonization of the regional economy via electrification will necessarily require substantial increases in the capacity of our transmission systems to deliver power from where it's generated to where it is consumed. Grid enhancing technologies increase the efficiency of electric transmission through a suite of technologies, including sensors, power flow control devices, and analytical software tools. In terms of their use cases, GETs, or grid enhancing technologies, can be used to manage power flow on electric transmission systems and reveal where additional unutilized capacity exists on the system, capacity that current transmission rating solutions cannot detect. GETs can also be used to assess and validate the cost effectiveness of planned upgrades to transmission and existing rights of way, as well as design of new transmission lines. In short, GETs have the opportunity and potential to significantly increase the capacity of transmission and existing rights of way, and thereby minimizing the impacts associated with the construction of new transmission lines. Moreover, because the design, permitting, and construction of new transmission lines may take years to complete, GETs represents an opportunity to bolster efforts to increase the capacity of existing transmission systems and address energy equity concerns with siting. Thank you again for your time and the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5406 today.
Thank you for your testimony on 5406, but also alluding to the other bills that matter to you. Your testimony is very consistent with what we heard from some others, and we appreciate you taking the time, spending a part of the day with us to make sure we register that. I think your background is particularly pertinent for us appreciating what you had to say. Again, thank you. I don't see any questions or comments. We will move on to the next person, John Daniels, followed by John Bowman.
Hello, my name is John Daniels. I'm here today in opposition of Bill 5439. I work for Daniels Energy. We operate out of Portland and Old Saybrook, Connecticut. I'm a fourth-generation, family-owned, 98-year-old HVAC and home energy supplier. We provide our customers with renewable bioheat, propane, as well as the installation and service of electric heat pumps. Based on the current bill's proposal, we are entirely ignoring other ways to lower emissions beside heat pumps. Over the last 10 years, we have seen a dramatic increase in the overall efficiency of all heating options, as well as their ability to produce heat in a more energy efficient and cleaner way. Our industry and my company is transitioning from petroleum-based heating oil to locally produced biodiesel that comes from used cooking oils.
Test.
plant oils, animal fats. We will be supplying our customers with renewable propane in the coming months and years. Renewable propane is made from a variety of renewable feedstocks, such as soybean oil, used cooking oils, and a recent MIT study, which found a method to produce renewable propane from recycled plastic bottles. Bill 5439, if passed, lacks the most up-to-date industry information in regards to heat pumps and the new refrigeration we will be using. With the federal government's requirement that all refrigerants be below the global warming potential of 750, the HVAC industry has adapted to these coming changes with the creation of two new refrigerants, R32 and R454B. As the current refrigerant, 410A, has a GWP of 2088. As a result of the federal government stipulation, the HVAC industry created these two new refrigerants, and they were able to do this by adding propane to the refrigeration blend, as propane has a GWP of 0.072. All current heat pumps installed currently are either using R22, which has a value of 1810, or R410A, which has a value of 2088. Both of these current refrigerants today have a potency level 2,000 times that of carbon dioxide, which when evaluating a single 30-pound tank of refrigerant, the current refrigeration emits the same carbon level as 7 cars do each year. A typical home's residential heat pump system has anywhere from 4 to 20 pounds in it. With these new heat pumps to be installed in the coming years, having either R32 or R454B, these systems will be fitted with a leak detection sensor at both the indoor coil, air handler, or in the case of a ductless unit, the ductless head, as well as the outdoor condenser. The purpose of these new sensors is to shut the system off if there's a leak detected, which will leave the homeowner without a heat source. Our manufacturers are currently recommending that all customers installing new heat pumps have additional sources of heat. Now, as I am an installer of heat pumps, I can see their benefit in real time as an efficient way to supplement a customer's ability to heat their home. In the last 3 years, our company has installed over 200 heat pumps, whether it be conventional or ductless. We have found that our customers that install them in conjunction with their existing heating system have been the most satisfied, with the heat pump's ability to provide supplemental heat and their existing heating system with fossil fuel being the main source of heat when it's below freezing. Heat pumps are a great way to supplement a home's heating needs, as the average home in Connecticut needs anywhere from
3 minutes are up.
60.
Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Heat pumps are a great way to supplement a homeowner's home. As the temperatures get lower, their BTU output decreases. And with the new refrigeration coming out, having propane in it, the ability for a system to fail, leaving the homeowner without a heating source, is a lot higher, which is why I'm in opposition of Bill 5439.
Thank you for your testimony, and I commend you for evolving your business model to take into account the consumer shift away from fossil fuels to renewable sources. A little disappointed that as someone who is involved with both heat pumps and oil and gas-based technologies, that you're against the heat pump bill. I will tell you, I've had heat pumps for 3 years. They heat my entire home and cool my entire home. I do have backup. I have a generator currently. I'll eventually get a battery. I really am surprised that people see that heat pumps are more supplementary than primary. That's not my experience, and I have a fairly decent sized home. I'm hoping you will continue your transition towards renewable energy, because it sounds like I'm actually thinking you may be misleading your customers, where you're saying that they cannot maintain their heating and cooling in their home as a primary source. So I take your point. I'm in agreement with all of the above energy sources when it comes to meeting our energy needs for the next decade or more as we go through a difficult period of transition. But I am surprised that you're so negative on heat pumps as someone who is in the business of installing them. And it makes me somewhat sad that those who might come to you would be discouraged from using heat pumps based upon your statements today. Doesn't sound like you're as all in. Reminds me a little bit about some of these car dealerships with EVs. They're really not all in yet. They're really still selling the old technology over the new technology. I don't know how helpful that is. Anybody else? Comments or questions? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hand raised, hello.
The missing hand of Representative Greshko.
Could make it, sparkle or something if I could figure it out, but, going along with your line of questioning, Mr. Chair, we were able to listen to Sierra Club come out and say, oh no, heat pumps heat to -10 and they use them all in Maine. And look, I understand there's wishful and you're more boots on the ground, but what do you say to that testimony that says the efficiency of a heat pump, as the technology improves, will get us to where we need to go, -10 at this point?
So with heat pumps, they can still operate down to low temperatures. I actually have my book in front of me. And a heat pump can operate down to, 5 degrees, even negative temperatures. But as the temperature outside decreases, the overall BTU output decreases as well. So if you have a 3.5-ton system at 41 degrees, you're able to get 100% of that BTU capacity. But at 5 degrees, you're only able to get 52% of that heat pump's ability to heat your home. So if your home is relying on that 45,000 BTUs, at 5 degrees, you're only getting 23,000 BTUs, which from our perspective is, I always like to say, if you use it as supplemental heat. If you want to use it as your primary source of heat, by all means, that's your prerogative. But I always caution customers to rely on that as your primary source of heat, because when we size a heat pump, we size it based on the cooling load of your home. If you size it based on the primary heating load of a home, it can result in the system during the cooling months being very, inefficient, the house being cool and clammy. And the largest heat pump available is 60,000 BTUs. Most of our homes require more than 60,000 BTUs to heat it. So if your home needs 70,000 BTUs and I put a 5-ton system in there, I'm already 10,000 BTUs short of the home's needs. So that system is going to have to run continuously 24/7 when it's cold out to meet the demand of the home. Which is why we typically install, electric homes. When we do heat pumps, we either install a electric resistant heat strip in the ductwork, or we ask the customer to leave those electric heat strips there as a backup source of heat for when it gets really cold out. Heat pumps also require proper ventilation around them. So if we get a lot of snow, now you're asking a customer to go out there and dig out their heat pump. Otherwise, the system won't work. And with this new refrigerant coming out, there's a lot of new technology with it. These sensors, their ability to detect leaks and shut the system off, even if it's a ductless unit with an individual head, it's going to shut the whole system off. So if it happens on a Friday in the wintertime, even if I can go out and see the customer, if there's a part that's needed, the customer's now going to be without heat, until we can get out there, whether it be Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday to replace the part that has failed. And these sensors are brand new. We've never used them. They've never been a part of a heat pump before. So if a sensor fails and there's something faulty with the sensor, now you're leaving a customer without heat. We just actually had a meeting with one of our manufacturers, and they're recommending that customers have an additional source of heat, whether that even be a propane fireplace or some other source, so that if these new systems fail, we're not leaving all these people without heat.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, one follow-up question. So don't you think that by saying that the state is interested in all of these additional heat pumps by 2030, it is more of a promotional, it's more of an incentive for the industry to adapt their technology to get better? And the example I give is the propane example you just gave, where because of the refrigerant request and the desire to get a more efficient refrigerant, you and the industry came up with the 2 alternate forms of propane to be used. So by saying no to heat pumps, aren't you kind of isn't it stifling the own technology of evolution at this point?
No, I don't think so. Heat pumps have their purpose, being a 20 SEER heat pump nowadays, provides customers with a great way to cool off their home in the summer. They're, highly energy efficient. But in the wintertime is where I get more concerned, where you have a customer that is relying on this piece of equipment to heat their home, but that system is not big enough to heat the demands of the BTU for the house. If a house already has conventional ductwork, the home's ductwork can only handle so many BTUs. So if your house needs 70,000 and I put a 5-ton heat pump in there, I'm already 10,000 BTUs short. So the biggest residential unit they make is 60,000. So if a home requires more than that, I'm already short. So that's always my concern is that if you install something and you promise something to someone that this system will be able to heat your home, and then you're getting a call that, it's 0 degrees out and our house can't get above, 58 degrees, then you turn around and sit there and say, oh, well, it's not big enough to do it. It's just kind of counterproductive, which is why then you install electric resistant heat in the home, which is extremely inefficient. We've had a couple instances where we install these in homes and the customer are getting very high electric bills. And they're complaining to us that, these systems, you promised me this great energy efficient system and our electric bill is sky high. Well, because it's so cold out that electric resistant heat strip is kicking on, and those electric resistant heat strips are not energy efficient. A 20 SEER heat pump, 4 tons, is still using about 4.13 kilowatts per hour in heating mode. So if it's running continuously, it's a pretty big bill for the month.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. That's my last question, Mr. Chair, but Mr. Bowman, I know you're in the on deck circle there. So same question to you, if you can fit it in.
What are you doing, Representative Greshko? You're shifting who we're talking to now?
No, I'm saying to Mr. Bowman that I'm gonna, if he wants to include that in his testimony, I would appreciate it, because if not, I'm gonna ask the question.
This is not a game show. There are no lifelines.
Who wants to? Well,
obviously, I've lost control of this meeting. Would either of the gentlemen named John choose to respond?
I can start my testimony if you want, or
What a
John
nice-
Daniels is still there.
Please continue.
Okay. Good afternoon, co-chairs Needleman and Steinberg, as well as distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is John Bowman. My family owns and operates FF Hitchcock Company in Cheshire, Connecticut, where I serve my current position as VP. I have a degree in environmental science from Merrimack College, and I am an environmentalist at heart. Since 1870, our company has ensured the comfort of all of our customers. You have probably seen our billboards stating our customers are the hottest, and we currently employ close to 70 people who reside in Connecticut. So with that, you may be asking why, with my background, am I here to propose changes to House Bill 5439, an act concerning heat pump adoption? Well, as a company, we are very proud to participate in the Connecticut Home Energy Solutions Program, where we perform energy audits, giving homes an energy checkup and recommending additional smart energy actions. These add-on measures can include insulation, high-efficiency heating and cooling systems, water heaters, and energy-certified windows and appliances. Unfortunately, every day, customers are turned away from this program because the program is currently underfunded. I can say with 100% certainty that I am an expert when it comes to heat pumps. So as a company, we have installed thousands of heat pumps dating back to the 1970s. Last year, we installed over 200 alone. I've seen where they work and I've seen where they don't work. The biggest limitation to heat pumps is the availability of electricity in the home. Most homes only have 100 amp service. A ductless split system paired with a heat pump hot water heater is going to use 85 amps just for those 2 items. So it won't work. This additional electricity burden simply is not feasible in most Connecticut homes. So those are the limitations. So how about a solution, right? We suggest the roadmap that my company has developed and follows. The first step is to focus on conservation and not conversion. We ask you to fund the Home Energy Solutions Program. Doing so can lower the energy load of a home by 10, 15, or 20%. Next, provide additional funding for incentives for insulation and windows. After we have fixed the home, then we should explore HVAC and heating systems. This is where I will agree with you. Heat pumps are a good solution for some. I would focus on first the low-hanging fruit. Focus on electric resistance heated homes where there's already adequate power. They already heat with electricity, and it's the lowest efficient heating system there is. So by doing that, you are going to create a net gain in electricity in the electric grid instead of an additional burden. You know, electric resistance heated homes are predominantly found in condos, rental properties, and places occupied by an already marginalized population of renters and low income individuals. The original heat pump pilot required a home energy audit to be performed, similar to the requirements of the solar program. This eliminated fraud in the program, as well as ensured that the heat pumps installed in a home can benefit from the technology. I implore you to reinstate
Your
this
3 minutes
requirement.
are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
I will. I'll leave you with this. If you had a car that was getting low gas mileage because it had a flat tire, you wouldn't change the engine. You'd fix the tire. And many of these houses, you know, we're proposing to change the engine. We need to fix the tires first. I'm not saying you don't need a new engine down the road, but we got to start with windows and insulation before we ever tackle a heat pump. So that concludes my testimony. I appreciate your time. I hope I've inspired you to not necessarily change your mission, but the approach in doing so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You've told me some things that I didn't realize before, but I'm most focused on your comment about the fact that most Connecticut homes lack the appropriate energy supply in order to take on that. We do have a very old housing infrastructure here in the state of Connecticut, but could you venture to tell us what percentage of Connecticut homes are inappropriate for heat pumps in that sense?
I can't give you a percentage, but I can tell you that the majority of homes that were traditionally heated with fossil fuels didn't require a lot of electricity. And so most of them, most of the housing stock only have 100 amp breakers. Some of them only have 60 amp breakers. And so in order to install a heat pump in that home, the service has to be upgraded to 200 amps or more. And that's not always available. So it's, you know, it requires a lot more work than just installing the heat pump. It's not really plug and play in that situation.
Well, I understand it's not simply the matter of installing the new heat pump. You might need to do some pretty significant upgrades of the lines coming in order to get you to that level.
Correct. Whereas with a house that is currently heating with electricity now, with like resistant baseboard or an electric furnace, they have plenty of electricity there because they're heating with electricity already. So my suggestion is, if we're trying to get a jump start on converting 310,000 homes, I'd start right there. You know, it's the easiest lift, and you're going to have, you know, a quicker transition from fossil fuel usage, be it that it's coming from the grid, but it's still fossil fuel usage. And you know, you're going to go to a heat pump. A heat pump is going to save, you know, for every one house that you convert from electric resistance heat, you can convert 4 to heat pumps. It's a 1-to-4 ratio. So you can imagine how much electricity you're going to free up in the grid by starting with those electrically resistance heated houses.
Thank you for that. And I totally agree that the first step is conservation, insulation, windows, improving the general seal of your housing envelope. That brings you some pretty good returns, and make sure you get maximum value out of a transition to heat pumps. Are there other questions or comments? I've got to look for the Greshko hand. I don't see anything. If not, again, thank you for your testimony today and for helping us put some of these innovations in context. Certainly in Connecticut, we may have some special circumstances, but our goal is to make this available to as many people as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Leslie Anderson, followed by Bonnie Rosewig.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Representative Steinberg. My name is Leslie Anderson. I represent the Propane Gas Association of New England. We are an alternative energy trade association operating in all 6 New England states, and we represent 67 Connecticut propane companies. I'm here today in support of HB 5440, the Life Cycle Analysis Bill, and in opposition to HB 5439, an act concerning the heat pump adoption. For the life cycle bill, we think it's very important and we support it because it utilizes the best practices that are out there to track emissions. This is what EPA does, this is the Department of Energy. These are the Bible in terms of how you track emissions across the states. We need to compare in Connecticut apples with apples and not apples with oranges when it comes to tracking energy emissions if we're going to be scientifically accurate and we're actually going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which is the goal of my industry in addition to the goals of the state of Connecticut. Concerning H 5439, that will incentivize heat pumps. We have a problem with this because it incentivizes heat pumps over cleaner propane systems. And my job is to make sure there's an even playing field for all alternative fuels. Propane's an alternative fuel. And although I am representing Connecticut today, I myself am speaking to you from Maine. I live in Maine. And you may have heard all through the day today about our infamous heat pump program and the adoption that we have up in our state. I would just like to set the record straight. First of all, most of the heat pumps that are counted as being installed in Maine are mini splits. They're one-room units. And the second thing is the Maine heat pumps are not proven to work in cold winters. And I can tell you this because we have not had a normal winter in over 8 years in Maine since these heat pumps began to be installed in big numbers. We also have not had a colder than normal winter in the last 8 years in Maine or in most of New England. Heat pumps make great air conditioning and heat pumps work during the shoulder months. However, Maine residences by and large switch over during colder months to back up propane, heating oil systems, or they burn wood. In fact, as an environmentalist, it really bothers me that the wood that we are burning today to supplement heat pumps in the colder temperatures probably defeats all of the environmental advantage of adding heat pumps to those homes. We burn tons and tons of wood in Maine, which is not tracked and is not calculated in our greenhouse gas emissions. We have had a few weeks during the last 8 years in northern New England when we were in the single digits for part of a week. And during these periods of time, the members that install heat pumps, and you've heard from some of them just before I spoke, they had numerous calls about people complaining that they were not having their heat pumps keep up. They weren't keeping the house warm. The floor was 50 degrees and their heat pumps were running around the clock. One of my members had a large nursing home. They had to have every room in the nursing home, which was heated with heat pumps, and it was a brand new facility that had just put heat pumps in every room. They had to retrofit them with propane Rinnai room heaters in every room that they had. Maine is the 3rd highest electric rates in the US. We're behind Connecticut, and we have had numerous complaints about huge electric bills during cooler winter months as well.
The rest of your testimony.
And just to finish up, I just want to iterate that heat pumps have not really been tested yet. We have not had a real New England winter since they've all been installed. And weatherization, I think, is a much better use of the state's funding. And if you are going to incentivize energy sources, we ask that you incentivize all alternative energies and not just pick winners and losers or heat pumps over other systems that may actually reduce emissions and protect energy security better for the citizens of Connecticut. I thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
For your testimony. We appreciate it. I see no further questions, so we will move on. Next up is Bonnie Rosewig, followed by Chris Hurd. Saw Bonnie around earlier. Is she giving it up? She is on Zoom. Okay. Bonnie? Please proceed. Bonnie, you may need to sign off and come back in. We'll go to Chris in the short term and we'll try to get you again. We have glitches on occasion.
Thank you. I think I haven't done this before, have you? You know who I am. So we have three bills. Number one, we support 5438. You heard this mentioned earlier, conservation, not conversion, is the only proven method ever to reduce emissions and a lower cost. It is the only real solution for Connecticut. The billions of dollars contemplated to do a lot of different energy plans in this state, if they were applied to conservation measures, you would achieve all your goals. So let's just start there. 5439, which I'm not going to talk a lot about, but since there was sitting in the room listening to some of the back and forth about this, we are opposed to 5439 because we're not included. Family-owned companies in their third, fourth, and fifth generation that can achieve net zero emissions is just as good, if not better, and I would challenge it is better than an electric solution. An electric grid that takes a lot of hope and prayer that gets to net zero. We can do it today. We have a UConn professor experiment going on where we are going to be able to demonstrate to you next session that net zero is possible in Connecticut using B100 fuel made in Connecticut, being supported by local businesses. So we're opposed to the bill because we're not included in it. Take electric heat pumps, take bioheat net zero systems, and we will take back all the electric resistance heat that makes no sense in Connecticut. We'll take back all those natural gas conversions that happened that you voted on 11 years ago, where you converted tens of thousands of people to the worst energy choice from a greenhouse gas emission standpoint. Let's not make the same mistake again by forcing conversion to the fat of the day, which is heat pumps. The bill I did want to testify on is in support of 5440. The commissioner, I'll cut to the chase here. The commissioner testified earlier on this. She was asked why they opposed it. Well, DEEP is model shopping. She specifically said, the commissioner said in her testimony, that she wanted flexibility of models. And I'm going to quote the Conservation Law Foundation, who wrote an op-ed last summer, where they said that, well, I'll summarize. They basically said that the state of Connecticut, the DEEP, chose a model so that they could report lower emissions that was in their favor instead of using a consistent model. Well, you know what? We need to find a national standard. This is the one that we've suggested in this bill under GREET that has been produced by the Department of Energy, so that there is no lying by numbers. There is no misleading you into this is the best direction for the state of Connecticut. DEEP is disingenuous in this. The GREET model is used by over 40,000 governmental and non-governmental organizations throughout the world. It is the standard. But in Connecticut, we search for the models that make what we're doing sound good. Let's evaluate all fuels in Connecticut equally. Not electricity is better than propane. Bioheat's better than natural gas. Let's do it fairly. Let all these fuels stand toe to toe so that we can deliver on the Global Warming Solutions Act. By measuring emissions from tailpipe does not tell the story. We need to, you heard me say how good biodiesel is, but if I cut a palm tree down in Malaysia,
Your 3
put it on
minutes
a
are up.
6 oil
Please
bar,
summarize the rest
ship it
of your
all the way to
testimony.
California, turn that palm tree into biodiesel, put it on a diesel truck, drive it to Connecticut, put it in a straight job and drive it to your home, that's not clean. So let's measure that fuel that way. So that's our suggestion. That's why we support 5440. And maybe the language in the bill is not perfect. We look forward to working with you, but I would hope that we could convince you that all fuels we shouldn't be able to model shop. We should use one model that the Department of Energy is provided. So I'm sorry I went long. I apologize.
That wasn't too long compared to some, certainly not as long as our questions sometimes. Chris, I take your point. I think there's a lot of sympathy in this committee for being open-minded in an all of the above kind of thing. You're dealing with some legacy bias, which is hard to overcome, and it puts the extra onus on you to provide us with the hard data and some of the science related to that, so we can have greater confidence this belongs in the mix. It's a challenge, but I think you made some good points, and I think we need to see examples on the ground on how various biofuels are working so that we can have a comfort level. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chris. I think just more of a comment to what you're saying too. This is what it's very frustrating overall, because we'll say we need more green energy, and that means we have wind or solar, and it becomes a or B situation as opposed to looking outside the blinders that we regularly have on in this building. And I think that's critical to us putting forth the best possible solutions we can have. So I thank you tremendously for your testimony today. I hope that there is room for you to move with us and help us make this a better bill so that we can make it the best bill for Connecticut moving forward for environmentally, but also economically. That's part of my big issue with it too. So can you give me a little more of the economic breakdown, how that works too?
Yeah, so in my 23 years of coming up here and dealing with energy issues, this is that it seems like legislatures chase energy fads instead of finding out what's practical. We made a huge mistake 11 years ago trying to convert 300,000 people to natural gas. And now we're pursuing 310,000 heat pumps when we have a grid that can't handle it, regardless of other testimony that we heard today. The pleasure about biodiesel and bioheat is that it requires no system modifications. It does not require ratepayer. It will not increase electric rates to ratepayers. It doesn't require Connecticut taxpayer contributions. It requires no retrofit to the heating system in the home. So it is the most equitable way to achieve the Global Warming Solutions Act. So the economics are really simple. The fuel is not more expensive. It's transparent. It's traded on the NYMEX. You can tell what the price of diesel is, heating oil, biodiesel. So the economics are the reason to do it. It's already been proven. There are studies that have been peer reviewed that I have provided in the past, and I will be glad to submit to this particular hearing. So I would say the economics are in your favor. Biodiesel is a demand side solution to prevent the grid from crashing. For every house you don't install a heat pump and you move to net zero biodiesel, you can use that electricity for everything. In my opinion, and I'm not an engineer or an expert by any means, but I think it's going to take all clean energy BTUs to meet Connecticut's future needs. Don't leave us behind. Include us in the bill.
Kind of just want to make sure you said that. That was all I was looking for. I appreciate that. Yeah, and until we can convert cake into the biodiesel mix, then there's not much more I can add to this. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
So it's something to look forward to.
Sounds so
I eat a lot of cake. Oh, whoops. We're in extra innings. I'm tired.
Yeah, I never liked starting the runner at second base, but it's starting to look better. Thank you. I guess we have nothing else, Chris.
Oh,
It's
watch the hand. Here it is.
The invisible hand.
Hey, Joe, Representative Gresco, I think I've identified your problem. Can you switch your hand to the other side of your picture? Because there's a bright light right behind your hand. And it's actually shining out your hand. I'm sorry.
You saying you're getting the glare off my head?
That may be a contributing factor, but we do apologize for failing to see you. We do see you, Representative Greshko.
Thank you. Thank you. And Chris, how much coffee have you had today?
Just a cup and a banana.
So my question is based on your line of questioning and the full life cycle of any particular form of power, what makes us believe that there's going to be enough feedstock for biodiesel in our state if we go down the road you're trying to have us go down?
Sure. So, great question. The feedstocks that create biodiesel in Connecticut have primarily been used cooking oil. We talk a lot about that because that's sort of the local indigenous feedstock, but the largest feedstock in the country and globally comes from soybeans. Soybeans, 80% of soybean is meal. That meal literally feeds the world. We feed livestock and poultry with it. So all the beef and chicken and everything we eat basically the soybean feeds the world. 20% of a soybean is waste oil that is thrown out, typically goes into landfills, pollutes water supplies. We are taking that 20% and we're turning it into renewable biodiesel. So to your question particularly, as the world population grows, we grow more soybeans to make sure that the world population is fed. So as long as it is as large as the world is, we will continue to have more and more biodiesel feedstock from soybeans. We'll continue to have more and more used cooking oil. So no one is growing crops to create energy. We are taking a waste product from crops that are being grown to feed the world, and we're turning it into renewable heat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, look out for your next hand. Chris, again, thank you.
Thanks.
You may now suspend the need for additional coffee. Next up is Gary Yerman followed by Jack Tibbins. Welcome, Gary.
Good evening. So started early this morning. It's been a long day for everybody, but I wrote my entire testimony out and I'm going to read a lot of it because I'm a commercial fisherman, and to stay on target, to try to convey to you everything that I want you guys to understand, I'm going to read it out. So my name is Gary Yerman, and I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak in support of Senate Bill 383. I've been in the Connecticut fishing industry for over 50 years. My son Scott and I own and operate New London Seafood Distributors, a New London-based seafood unloading facility responsible for upwards of a dozen Connecticut fishermen. We arrange trucking of their seafood to markets in New York, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and we also provide ice, fuel, dockage for their vessels. During our peak years of the 90s and early 2000s, we handled upwards of 6 to 8 million pounds of seafood annually. 4 years ago, due to fisheries regulations, quota reductions, COVID, increased operating costs, and general downturn in the economy, the fishing industry is struggling to maintain itself. 4 years ago, I became aware of a new industry that could negatively impact commercial fishing: offshore wind. I attended wind farm meetings in various states to hear what and how they would impact our industry in general and us directly. I tried to keep an open mind about what I heard, started to put a plan together for the future. As a result of these meetings, myself and 2 other Connecticut-based industry members made arrangements to visit Kilkeel, Northern Ireland. What we found was a prospering fishing community who have benefited from offshore wind. These fishermen were able to improve the safety of their boats through vessel upgrades and changing their business model to fish when fishing is good and working for offshore wind when not. We brought this model home. We started Sea Services North America, a cooperative company utilizing commercial fishing vessels and their crews to act as scout and safety vessels in offshore wind. These vessels work in and around the windmill construction sites, along with guarding exposed power lines from wind farms to shoreside connections. This cooperative model has been extremely successful. To date, we have had 3 years of successful campaigns utilizing fishing vessels and their crews. Sea Services North America safety vessels understand both industries. These vessels have softened and at times eliminated dangerous conflicts and possible safety issues on the ocean where both industries are trying to utilize the same space. Fishing vessels who work for Sea Services North America go through a rigorous and complicated series of vessel inspections and upgrades to international standards. The captains must hold a 100-ton or greater U.S. Coast Guard certificate. The crew must successfully complete STCW training regarding safety, medical, firefighting, survival, and radar classes. This is no easy task. Offshore wind and Sea Services are raising safety standards for the
Your 3
fishing.
minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Sea Services are raising safety standards for the fishing industry, which has had minimum standards for years. To date, Sea Services has helped over 15 vessels and over 80 crew members to achieve these new standards. This is unheard of. This is unbelievable to help these fishermen to be able to enter into a new phase of making a living on the water. What I'm trying to convey to you in 3 minutes is Senate Bill 383 will ensure offshore wind mitigation funds serve Connecticut fishing vessels, crew, and communities as intended. I'm here to ask for your support. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You have totally accomplished your goal within the 3 minutes. That was very targeted, and we really appreciate your offering your perspective.
Okay.
It sounds like it's really important to the
Well,
industry.
I'm very passionate about this. I've been a fisherman for 50 years. I spent 40 years chasing fish around the ocean. My son's a commercial fisherman. He's been on the boat since he's been 18 years old. He's offshore right now about 100 miles south of Montauk fishing. Him and his crew, they're going to speak next. If we can indulge and let them go together, my son Scott and the crew member Jack Tibbins, they're on Zoom, and hopefully we can have them. They want to speak in favor of this because this has been very important for these boats that are not against wind farms. They're looking at the work in wind farms as an additional income source for moving ahead and so on and so forth. What's very important to me, you know, after I'm 74, I've seen all kinds of disasters on the ocean, and I know that we have a minimum standard in the commercial fishing industry as far as safety standards go. And it's very important to me. It's one of the reasons I'm still signed on, active in our business and working with all these boats and everything, is because with the funds, Sea Services has put a lot of their own time and our own money and so on and so forth into, and I can tell you Ørsted Wind, who Sea Services has worked with for 3 years. Ørsted has put a lot of money up to raise the safety standards so that all the boats that participate working for Ørsted will meet all of the standards worldwide. It isn't like they're stuck on, they're safety minded. They're very professional, and they will not take anything but the top standards of inspections, annual inspections, crew standards, so on and so forth. You have to sign off on all of these things before you become an Ørsted offshore wind vessel. And I've personally witnessed boat rollovers, fellas dying at sea, you know, injuries, so on and so forth. So all of these safety things are very important to me. That's one of the reasons that I'm here speaking, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I think we're all greatly encouraged that the offshore wind industry and the fishermen can work collaboratively, and that there's already some good things happen. I just wish one of you would bring samples.
Well, maybe we could have a seafood day and bring up some of the crew members, and we can sit down and talk about it. So I'd be
Sign me up.
happy to.
All right. Is that
Okay.
all you want to do? You ask questions? All right. You have a lot of interest here.
Okay. Well, I have to tell you, Senator Formica, I was selling him fish from my boat in 1985, 83, 84, 85, all those years in fishing out of New London and Niantic. He bought a lot of fresh fish off our boats. So I know him very well. Well, you can't get it much fresher than off the deck of the boat. So next,
Well, speaking of off the deck of the boat, if you're okay, we can move on to your son, who can give us the on the water perspective.
yeah, well, hopefully he's hooked up.
He is
and,
hooked up. I can see he seems to be in a headwind. But,
Okay, okay. Hopefully he's got a deck load of fish, and you know, the guys are busy. So thank
we'll
you
just
very
get
much.
to him before the sun sets and he's in the dark.
Well, they work around the clock, so it's a sunrise. That's what they want me to do. Thank you
you
very
for your
much.
testimony.
Yep.
And without further ado, we will move on to Jack Tibbins on the high seas.
Hello. My name is Jack Tibbins. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony on the Senate Bill 383. I'm 39 years old from Groton, Connecticut. 4 years ago, I was the manager running New London Seafood Distributors. Through this position, I transferred to crew member on the fishing vessel New Horizon. As a result, I was sent to the STCW training, medical, firefighting, and survival training in preparation for offshore wind opportunities. The level of training is required for all offshore wind participants because the fishing vessel New Horizon has completed its contract with the South Fork Wind. We have returned to commercial fishing, and I continue to crew member of this vessel without losing income. Having the safety training and ability to work in the fishing industry and doing duties in offshore wind allows me to make year-round living supporting myself and my family. I support the Senate Bill 383 because the CT mitigation funds will provide the same opportunities for existing and new crew members to follow the same path I took. This training is expensive and time-consuming. It's all about supporting my family and being safe at sea and making a living on the ocean. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe you're the first person in my memory to testify from a boat. But I understand that we were a little confused. We thought that Scott was also going to be speaking. I understand Scott is now in the room, and we're going to complete our offshore testimony if Scott can join us right now. Can you hear us? All right, maybe we can come back.
Yep, now we hear you.
Go ahead.
All right. So just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Scott Yerman. I am the owner, captain of the fish vessel New Horizon. I've been a fisherman operating. Sorry about that. Just trying to get my camera on here. So just not sure why it's not coming on, but I'll finish.
Your imagination, Scott.
I've been operating my fishing business out of New London, Connecticut for the past 35 years. I've been a captain aboard fishing trawlers ranging from 50 to 100 feet. Currently fishing right now on the New Horizon 80-foot trawler in the North Atlantic from areas encompassing the OSW areas to further west of the New Jersey coast. The New Horizon has been doing double duty work for its intended original purpose of fishing and of as lately working as a safety scout vessel, working as a go-between with OSW and fishermen in the wind farm areas. I fully support OSW. The fishing industry may not agree with putting windmills in the ocean, but there is no scientific proof either in this country or worldwide that is going to harm the fish population. As a fisherman, I know having the wind farms in the ocean will be an inconvenience to our industry, just as fishing quotas, mess size requirements, and licensing for individual species are inconvenient. It's a proven fact that wind farms will provide structure and safety for many species of fish, helping to rebuild the stocks at the same time. This is something I believe in. Senator Summers' bill supports new opportunity for Connecticut fishermen directly through the mitigation fund made available. She understands and has moved forward to utilize some of these funds, making them available for crew safety training to include medical, firefighting, radar, and electronics training. Her bill will also enhance fishing vessels safety upgrades with new state-of-the-art electronics, helping the fishing vessels to navigate through these wind farms more safely and efficiently. I'm asking you to support SB 383 AAC, the effective offshore wind facility on state fisheries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. We really appreciate your taking the time to testify. Having the perspective of somebody who's actually doing the job is really important for us to hear. We wish you success and smooth sailing. I don't know if I see any questions currently, but we appreciate the extra effort you put in to be able to testify today. It really makes a difference to us. And we hope that we can preserve the fishing industry in Connecticut for generations to come. Seeing no further questions. Lindsay Setti, followed by Jeff Jennings.
Good evening, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Lindsay Setti, and I'm with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I appreciate the opportunity to provide commentary on HB 5446 regarding funding for community access television. Over the past decade, there has been a huge shift away from traditional cable television subscriptions to online streaming services, which has fundamentally transformed how we consume media. Connecticut's local educational and government access TV stations have been dramatically impacted by this change. Current state law requires cable television providers operating in Connecticut to pay an annual community access fee of $5 per subscriber to help support community access TV operations. And as cable subscriptions continue to decline, so does funding for these channels. CCM broadly supports initiatives to increase community access in order to provide and receive public information. And Connecticut's community TV stations are critical for granting the public access to government meetings, community news, educational and bilingual programming. It is important that the state pass legislation to sustain their funding. Similar to how it is expected that municipalities provide transparent legal notices to the public, it is incumbent on internet service providers to deliver local community access programming to our residents. Simply put, they have the infrastructure to deliver the news. Finding a solution on how to fund this type of programming involves bringing all of the key stakeholders to the table and developing successful public-private partnerships with a collaborative approach. We implore the committee to take a look at the nickel per nip stewardship program, which has generated over $9 million from the wine and spirits industry for Connecticut's participating municipalities as an example. Connecticut's community access television stations are critical for providing the state's residents with open access to public information. CCM encourages the committee to continue supporting these programs and implores the telecommunications industry to partner with the committee to solve this funding issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, particularly for your patience in waiting so long. You got to hear a lot of different viewpoints over the course of the day. I think your testimony speaks for itself, and we very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
You'll be home before we will. Next up is Jeff Jennings, followed by Joseph Gilbert.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Jeff Jennings. I am a Danbury resident and president of Jennings Oil Company in Danbury and Jennings Propane Company in Gaylordsville. I am the fourth generation of my family to deliver fuel to area residents and businesses. I oppose House Bill number 5439. B20 heating oil and propane emits 35% less CO2 per megawatt hour than electricity as an energy source today. The addition of biodiesel into heating oil recently has decreased CO2 emissions faster than the grid. As we increase the biodiesel percentage over the next several years, our fuel will continue to decrease greenhouse gas emissions, and this can be accomplished without any additional cost for Connecticut residences and businesses. Not only do we deliver B20 heating oil and propane to our customers, we are a leading HVAC contractor. Among the equipment that we install are heating oil and propane boilers, furnaces, and hot water heaters along with heat pumps and air handlers. Our customers trust us to consider all heating and cooling options and recommend a system that is best for their particular situation. When ductwork is in place or can easily be installed, our recommendation is often a dual fuel solution. In this situation, we install a propane or heating oil heating system along with heat pumps. We install automatic controls that will use the heat pump to cool in the summer and heat when the outside temperature is above a certain set point. When the outside temperature drops below that set point, the propane or biodiesel boiler or furnace becomes the heating equipment. The energy required to heat your house using propane and biodiesel equipment increases linearly as the temperature drops. Since heat pumps rely on heat transfer, the electrical energy required increases exponentially when the temperature drops. In the summer, it is not unusual to have outside temperatures of 90 degrees, and many people want their inside temperature to be 70 degrees. This is a 20-degree difference. In the winter, it's not unusual to have outside temperatures of 10 degrees, and many people want to keep their house at 70 degrees. This is a 60-degree difference. The draw on the grid will be highest when the outside temperatures are the coldest. By transferring some of that load to
Your
heating
3
oil and
minutes are up.
propane,
Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
okay, our electric grid will be better protected. Our industry should be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We very much appreciate it, particularly your perspective as somebody who's actually working with these products. I don't see any, Representative Buckby.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff, thank you for giving your testimony. How are we doing tonight?
Great, Representative Buckby. Shout out to New Milford.
You know, when somebody here that's part of the best town in the USA in Gaylordsville takes time to stay on this late, I greatly appreciate it, and the great work that you guys do, and truly for a night that's cooling off here, it's certainly heating up in some of the testimony, so that's certainly appreciated as well. It still works. I went both for the heat pump. I went for both for you.
I work in cold weather.
No, Jeff, do you see a strong way to modify this bill as opposed to strictly opposing the bill? Do you see a better solution within biodiesel inclusion or something along that line?
Yes, I do think that the equipment, that biodiesel and propane should be included in the bill. Our industry has worked hard and accomplished greenhouse gas emissions through the modification of our fuel, and we should be part of the future.
Thank you for
And
that.
it should be part of the bill.
Fair. Thank you so much. I appreciate your input and thanks for all you do for the New Milford area as well as Danbury too. We'll include them. That's fine. But thank you for everything up in Gaylordsville. Thank you, Jeff, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Gilbert, followed by Eli Peterson.
Right?
Yeah.
Any more?
I don't see Mr. Gilbert, so why don't we move on to Eli Peterson?
My notes say good afternoon, but good evening, Chairman Steinberg, Chairman Edelman, and the members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you for your time today. I am Vice President and General Counsel for Colmar Americas, here representing Colmar and our subsidiary American Green Fuels in support of House Bill 5440. American Green Fuels is a 40 million gallon per year biodiesel production facility located at the Port of New Haven. The plant utilizes waste feedstock, such as used cooking oil, to produce a renewable fuel, resulting in up to a 93% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions compared to traditional petroleum diesel. when using a full life cycle emission analysis. This last point is key. A full life cycle emissions or cradle to grave assessment of fuels is essential to measuring the true benefit or harm associated with that fuel's usage. The Department of Energy's Argonne National Laboratories REAP model is the gold standard for such an analysis. The model is periodically updated to reflect the latest scientific understandings, and past versions of the model have formed the basis of the EPA's Renewable Fuel Standard, California Air Resources Board's Low Carbon Fuel Standard, and it's also been chosen by Congress to determine greenhouse gas reductions related to Inflation Reduction Act credits for renewable hydrogen and all on-road transportation fuels, including RNG, ethanol, biodiesel, or other innovative fuels. In short, REAP is the go-to modeling for assessing greenhouse gas emissions for fuels. HB 5440 incorporates the GREET model into Connecticut's existing greenhouse gas inventory analysis, comprehensive energy strategy, and low carbon fuel program analysis. This bill will bring Connecticut into alignment with the forefront of the low carbon fuel policies being advocated across the U.S. and ensure that biodiesel produced by American Green Fuels here in Connecticut is appropriately recognized and credited for reducing the state's greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you very much for your attention on this bill, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and for your testimony today. We're hearing a lot of support, and we'd love to figure a way to make biofuels part of the picture as we go forward.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Jeffrey Gross, followed by Mark Scully.
Hello, this is Jeff Gross. Can you hear me?
If we can, please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeffrey Gross. I'm in Deep River, Connecticut, and I'm here to support 5439, the modern heat pumps, which are just the ideal solution to retrofitting Connecticut's aged infrastructure. You can install them even in the most tangled buildings with older construction, and they provide both cooling and heating in a single package. And they usually undercut the cost of, a furnace and an air conditioner. So I did a walking survey a couple weeks ago of my street, mostly older homes, which have an unusually high percentage of heat pumps. I was curious why. It's about 35%. Some of my neighbors had installed them because they were in a building trade and they knew the advantages, and in a very factual matter, they just bought a heat pump for their house as a standalone unit. So I found it very encouraging that at least some professionals, feel this way and are willing to talk about it. Other neighbors have replaced their AC units with heat pumps, again on the recommendation of a vendor. And only 4 of us, myself included, in my 1800s home, relied 100% on heat pumps as a primary source, right? And although a few people had bought, replaced air conditioners, were starting to experiment using the heat function, which they didn't really know about to start with. So the only people who were not satisfied were the people who did not. One family was sold essentially an obsolete unit, did not go below 10 degrees, 15 degrees above freezing, above zero. Others just realized that their baseboard heat was heating the walls were cold, and they didn't do anything about the walls. So conservation, weatherization is a huge part of the story going forward. If you can do it ahead of time, good. I had to install the heat pumps because there was nothing else in this house that worked, and they built the weatherization around the heat pumps, but took it into account with the load calculations, all the weatherization. So my recommendations, first, as we roll out a program like this to place 310 units, hire a company with an energetic, enthusiastic staff that can actually interact with people, go into the towns, talk to them, make it fun, and also engage an army of volunteers, right? So every sustainable committee, I have a meeting coming up in 3 minutes, really should be behind this, and all the advocates and the non-profits. Rely on IRA funding where possible, so as to encourage as many Connecticut homeowners to continue to install the units without being throttled by state funding. And by the same token, make sure all the units are qualified for IRA coverage. There are higher standards than average. And if possible, allow extended warranties to be financed, because that's a nice safety feature. And do require a home energy survey. I think that's very important.
Minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Yeah, so, and I am very concerned about the impact on the grid, so I'm thinking all the things I can do every day. Wouldn't it be great if these 310,000 units went out with, as part of a demand response program, right? And furthermore, most of these people who do get heavily into electrification will want solar panels. They'll probably want batteries after a while, and essentially that would, kind of mitigate the grid load issue. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony and for your support of this agenda. I particularly take your point on the need for education. Sounds like we have work to do on that score, but also your point about how the energy audit is probably the first thing everybody ought to do in order to not only better understand their opportunities for conservation through insulation and windows and other seals, but also to sort of prepare them for maximum benefit for moving to more significant transitions such as heat pumps. So we will take your recommendations very seriously and appreciate your support.
Thank you.
No questions? No Greshko hand? We will move on to Mark Scully, followed by Lori Brown.
Members of the Energy Technology Committee, I truly admire your perseverance, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I really came to speak about House Bill 5443, the Energy Data Bill of Rights, but I'd like to preface my comments with just a few thoughts on heat pumps, because there's been so much, so much, I think, and I think there's so much that we can agree on. First of all, investments in efficiency are the best investments we can make. And before you're going to install a heat pump, we have to weatherize, we have to reduce the load. I think we can all agree on that. I think this bill, HB 5439, you could call it sort of give heat pumps a chance, right? We're not saying, this bill is not about biofuels, it's not about natural gas. We're not saying we're banning natural gas or we're banning biofuels. We're saying let's give heat pumps more of a chance. And I love the suggestion from Representative Muszynski. Let's go at this systematically. And I think we also heard this from one of the installers. Let's go after the homes where that are the best candidates for heat pumps. 310,000 homes is about 20% of the homes in Connecticut. So I think there's room for pursuing heat pumps a little more aggressively than we are. I'd like to speak from personal experience. My wife and I took over a beautiful brownstone building in Simsbury, Connecticut, and we restored it. And we converted it to 23,000 square foot. So it's now a restaurant, 5 apartments, and a salon. It's an all-electric building now, and we're using all heat pumps, and all of the residents are very happy with not only the efficiency, but the heating and the cooling in the building. I think we can agree we don't have to throw out your system if it's working. Let's put a heat pump. The main model is a terrific one. You don't have to get rid of your furnace if it's still working. But get the first heat pump. You're going to reduce your heating load significantly. You're going to reduce your expense and your greenhouse gas emissions. The other point I think that's important to point out, it's interesting that we're hearing so many concerns about the grid really from the fossil fuel industry, right? The grid can handle this. You look at any studies from ISO New England, from DEEP, and there are electrification scenarios that we're looking very closely at. Our PURA has an equitable modern grid docket that we can be assured that if they follow through with these actions, we will have the grid that we will need to handle the increased electric load. I'd like to pivot to House Bill 5443, the Energy Data Bill of Rights. My submitted written testimony has an appendix in it, and it is an energy report that PACE, People's Action for Clean Energy, produces. It's an 18-page report that we produce for any town who's interested, and we give it to them for free. I encourage you to take a look at it, maybe scan it. If you're having trouble sleeping, go ahead and read it. But it's something that we produce for towns at no cost. And we see them use it to produce an energy plan and to inform their policies on initiatives to promote solar, to promote efficiency.
I
We're-
apologize, Mr. Scully, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Okay, we're able to produce those reports because of the energy data that we've been able to gather. And there's so much more we can do if the Energy Data Bill of Rights passes and we're able to get hold of the data that really we all, it's our data. We should be able to access it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I think everybody should take a look at your report. I have skimmed it, and I think it is thoughtful and puts us in the right mindset to contemplate all our options. So I very much appreciate that, and your continued advocacy for all things renewable, particularly the energy efficiency piece of things. Seeing no comments or questions, which seems to be a pattern lately, we will move on. I don't see Lori Brown. There's
Nope.
Lori. Pops up.
There
Just like that. Good to see you.
Yes, you too. Yes, thank you so much. My name is Lori Brown. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters, and good evening to Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg and all the other members of the Energy and Technology Committee. On behalf of the League, I'm really grateful for the opportunity to testify in support of 3 bills on your hearing agenda tonight. I've submitted written testimony regarding House Bill 5438, the Energy Efficiency Funding Bill, House Bill 5439, the heat pump deployment, and House Bill 5443 regarding energy data that Mark Scully just spoke about. So we do see many of these bills in energy and technology and in other committees as part of a really larger effort to address climate change through many different approaches, such as clean renewable energy, energy efficiency, transparency, business incentives, jobs, workforce training, and equitable investment in infrastructure, to name a few. And so many of these align with federal funding opportunities from the Inflation Reduction Act grants. But first and foremost, we applaud the committee for raising 5438, which provides the essential funding needed to expand energy efficiency programs and to help make progress on weatherizing 80% of our homes by 2030. And this bill will absolutely save consumers money because the cheapest energy is the energy that you don't use. Can't say that enough. We don't capitalize on that enough. It also supports programs that generate 33,000 jobs. Energy efficiency plays that critical role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and helps residents actually transition away from the very inefficient home appliances. And it does support transition to clean electric alternatives. Secondly, we strongly support the goal of the 310,000 heat pumps installed by 2030 that's called for in House Bill 5439. And this technology is game-changing for the consumer and for our climate. And I just refer back to the testimony by one of our leading experts on heat pumps that you heard from earlier, Steve Lewis. And he did point out that while this is a huge cost saver for people who are now using heat pumps, the technology continues to improve and the costs will continue to come down. So he also referenced the rebates and the tax credits available from IRA funding. And the third bill is House Bill 5443, called the Energy Data Bill of Rights. This will allow the public to access various energy-related data from a centralized online database. And, while some of this info is available in different places, this will help fill in the gaps, such as the timely and accurate information from municipal utilities or delivered fuel like heating oil. So all 3 of these bills are really important pieces of our effort to transition away from fossil fuels and to invest in energy efficiency and clean energy technologies. Thank you.
Okay.
You beat the clock. Well done,
Yep.
Laura. We really appreciate it, and particularly noting how these 3 bills taken together will hopefully make a significant impact on our desire to meet our zero carbon goals and focus on renewable energy. I don't see any questions or comments? I assume that's tacit agreement with everything you said. We will maybe not assume that. Okay. There we go. We won't put it to a vote. Thank you. We're going to move on next to Anissa Reed, followed by Ryan Boggio.
Wonderful. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Perfect. Good evening, Chair Needleman, Chair Steinberg, and members of the Joint Committee on Energy and Technology. My name is Anissa Reed, and I'm here to testify on behalf of CTIA, the Trade Association for the Wireless Industry, to respectfully express our opposition to House Bill 5446. This legislation would impose a new additional tax of 5.25% of the gross receipts from wireless services, as well as wireless phones and other equipment used to facilitate communication services. Currently, wireless consumers pay the 6.35% sales tax on the wireless service. This proposed legislation would impose a second tax on wireless service. Consumers could see a total state tax and surcharge in excess of 13%. There's simply no economic or policy justification for imposing double taxation of wireless service. According to the Federation of Tax Administrators, Connecticut reported that it currently taxes 99 out of 176 services, yet this bill would tax wireless service twice. Additionally, the tax would be imposed on any other governmental fees or assessments that are itemized on a customer's billing statement. Not only would the bill impose a double tax on wireless service, but it would also impose a new tax on government fees and assessments, a double tax on a tax. The bill would also tax rental equipment, modems, phones, or other devices that enable or facilitate the use and enjoyment of any communication service. This very broad imposition would impose a tax on these items if they're sold by a communication service provider, but not if they're sold by a traditional retailer. For example, a device sold by a wireless provider would be subject to the tax, while the same exact device sold by a big box retailer would not be taxed. This is discriminatory tax would mean a significant price disparity for many phones and accessories between wireless providers and non-provider retailers. According to the US government studies, the poorest Americans are the most likely to have cut the cord and rely solely on wireless service for voice communications and internet access. This data suggests that new taxes on wireless consumers would hit those who can least afford to pay new taxes the hardest. At a time when Americans are struggling with the impact of inflation on food, housing, and other necessities, this new tax would add to that financial burden on low-income Connecticut residents. For all these reasons, CTIA urges the committee not to advance House Bill 5446. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for alerting us to some of the perhaps unintended consequences of the way we've structured these taxes. As you know, we are trying to be creative, trying to create a level playing field, but as you described, maybe we didn't accomplish that in a few ways, and we will certainly look at that. I hope you appreciate what we're trying to accomplish here, which is a reflection on the changing nature of the industry and our desire to make sure those who benefit from these new technologies also contribute to the support of the existing structure. So I found your testimony particularly important for us to hear. Seeing no further questions, we will move on to Ryan Boggio, followed by, here's one I will definitely get wrong, though I actually know this gentleman, Emmanuel Enogosto, and I will try again next time when you get on the screen. Ryan, you're up next. Ryan, are you here? I can see your presence in the room. Can you activate your picture and sound? Going once, going twice. Let's go to Amenas, if he's with us. Not having much luck. What could we be doing wrong at this point? Yeah. Let us try then, Mark Gonzalez. Thank you. Not seeing Mark Gonzalez, but I do know Samantha Danowski is here with us today. Join us, Sam.
Thank you. That surprised me. Hi, thank you so much, Chair Steinberg and Needleman, and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Sam Danowski. I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. I submitted some written testimony in support of 3 bills on your agenda today: House Bill 5438, House Bill 5439, and House Bill 5443. But I'm going to focus my testimony before you on House Bill 5439 on heat pump adoption. Really enjoyed listening to the conversation today and want to wholeheartedly agree with Mark Scully that this is the Give Heat Pumps a Chance bill. As I think we have a real opportunity here to help Connecticut consumers move towards efficient heat pumps for those who want to, by developing some strategies to promote them, to make sure we're building a workforce that understands how to install them correctly and to get them into people's hands who want them. And I've heard a lot of things about space heating, which of course has the benefit of both heating and cooling. And in an ever warming climate, that is extremely important. I attended the Connecticut Health Professionals for Climate Action press conference yesterday, which was recorded, so I'm sure folks can see it, which just talked about the alarming increase in the number of high heat days that really have the potential to be deadly. And so the cooling is ever more important. I've never lived in a house with air conditioning, only ever had window units, and Connecticut has not needed that. Never needed that growing up, and now we need it more than ever. They also talked about the wildfire smoke and how folks who suffer from asthma and other respiratory illnesses, the only thing they can do is stay indoors, and you want to be indoors in a well filtered house. And so I see heat pumps is really helping with those two things. But I want to talk a little bit about heat pump hot water heaters, because I think they are also part of the equation here. It's not just all space heating. And heat pump hot water heaters in particular, I think most of us have had the experience of a hot water heater, not working and going to see what's going on and having a basement with a big puddle of water. And because they have to be replaced very frequently, and they are so efficient. So when we think about how we can both deliver a product that's going to help people with their electricity bills, this is so efficient that it helps in that way.
I apologize, Ms. Dinofsky, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will wrap with just saying thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about in support of these 3 issues, and look forward to working with y'all as you contemplate what to do next.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I like the Give Heat Pumps a Chance. That sounds like a bumper sticker. Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm shocked. I don't think I've heard you talk about heat pumps before. Just checking. I'm curious your feedback, because the concept in the greener solution, and we found tonight with a lot of testimony that said, that heat pumps don't necessarily work in every situation. In fact, we heard one of our good chairs mention that he's got dual pumps, and one heat pump, and he's got I believe biodiesel in his house. Not you. Do you think that would be a good fit? I know this is give heat pumps a chance, but would it be a good idea just because of the greenhouse emissions we're talking about and reducing that and offering both solutions with nothing changed out with the equipment and we're able to make this shift? Is that something you and or Sierra Club would support?
Yeah, so I would build on what other folks talked about with energy efficiency. It's really important that, you do the energy efficiency measures necessary if you're doing space heating. You want to make sure you have the tightest envelope and that way you size the system the smallest you possibly can. I think that's critically important. I think this bill is agnostic as to the installation, whether you have to take something out. I think it's for me very similar to the main model, which are not necessarily whole home systems. They're heat pumps and they help to move the needle.
No, I appreciate that. And I think for those homes we've heard tonight too, if you're under 100 amps or over 100 amps, where you are, not just the efficiency of the home, but how much power you have coming in, I would think that's a good alternative to say, look, this is one option. This is another option for people who can make an effort to make the world a better place.
Right. Not everyone is ready for this. And so the bill doesn't require everyone to do it.
Gotcha. I gotcha. I appreciate the no mandate. That's always a plus.
Just like EVs.
Let's leave that for transportation to worry about right now. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I called you Mr. Speaker. Look at that. I'm giving you a promotion already.
Don't go threatening me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Sam, for your testimony and for showing an intention to be as balanced and open-minded as I think this committee needs to be in the legislature as we chart our path to a zero carbon future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Skylar Haynes, followed by Steve Rosenthal, who's been waiting very patiently. I've been watching his face now for the past hour. But first up, Skylar.
Honorable members of the committee, I'd like to thank you again for your commitment to staying here and listening to everyone. I've learned a lot today, as I know you all have as well. I know a lot of you usually probably know me as a political journalist, a producer of The Real Story at Fox 61. I'm wearing many hats in this testimony, so I'll try to get through and respond to some of the things that have come up in the past few conversations, a lot of perspectives to share. I last sat before this committee in 2019 as a local high schooler, and this was just months before CVC based in Bolton aired my second installment of my completely self-made docuseries that they mentored me and taught me to create Connecticut's response to gun violence, and that mini doc soon won a regional Emmy. Fast forward a little, now I work with you all on the daily. I've made our studio desk a platform for all lawmakers, and it is now one of the most watched, streamed, and shared weekend programs, informing constituents about the work you're doing for them, which is exactly what public access channels do for you all on the daily too, even when you don't realize it. I would not be working in a Connecticut newsroom or sharing any of these stories if not for CVC. Not only has it made me a journalist, but it's allowed me to attend and afford a great Connecticut College broadcast program. It's absolutely the reason that I stayed in the state long term. And it constantly supplements our local coverage daily in the newsroom, which I'd like to talk a little bit more about. I can tell you my current role covering the Capitol daily, I've seen the gap that these channels fill in Connecticut's news stations that we simply cannot. Your committee, among others, have discussed the struggle that the news industry is facing right now. And I know you all know personally how often we're not able to cover your press conferences or your district board of education or city council vote. I can say firsthand too, if you turn on our news hours at any point during the day, they are more full of regional and national news, international news than what's being talked about in your districts. That clickable, hold on, turn up the TV, attention grabbing content is what's keeping us alive here. And we could talk about the news industry forever. But the important local stories and even the work you're doing here right now is getting less and less time. You know, where it is more available 24/7 streaming is on public access channels. I know you've all mentioned today, I've been listening, the importance of untouched, unbiased broadcasts and archive of government and bilingual and cultural community broadcasts, other languages, which is a huge service they provide as well. My first testimony on behalf of CVC to be given a fair financial chance, again, was before COVID-19 and the ensuing pandemic. You know, plenty of people have talked about how PEGs have kept people informed, connected. It was a vital service despite not having the resources of being underfunded throughout that entire time. I also talked a bit in my written testimony more about how this dealt with social connection and other things. But I think the biggest thing that you guys should know from me is that it's no secret everything these stations stand for and have accomplished for decades, again, while not necessarily having a fair financial spot here. Funding, the resources they need is vital. I learned communication skills. I and so many others learned communication skills, technological know-how, experience in video, the ability to create content from start to very finish, and so much more.
I apologize, Ms. Haynes, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll just finish by saying, you know, this has made me a valuable and versatile person in the hiring thing. I'd welcome any questions. I did have some notes about some things that NECTA said. I don't know how many more people are speaking to this, but I guess the last thing that I would just say is, you know, I think you've heard this before today. If this cannot be worked out and passed by May, and I understand that this is a short session, I work with you on all of that, the General Assembly is going to have to consider some sort of stopgap funding for these channels to even make it another year. This is not a situation, and I know you guys have heard this, but this is not a situation where you can come back to it next session with more time and more ideas. And I know that you guys are upholding fiscal guardrails and a strict spending cap that you simply, you don't have the space to really bring up another spending thing here. So this restructuring would be beneficial. And I think what NECTA said, I don't know how many people are speaking and responding to that. I think there was frankly some misleading conversation happening. But with NECTA talking about having this commitment to personal private partnerships to fund PEGs, I think that's wonderful. However, why do we have to wait for that handout? And I think if they're so committed to the financial support of public access channels, which again, I think is great, but through private partnership, and that was so important to them, why are they so against this commitment passed in writing? And I would imagine, as someone who reads policy all day long, that they'd support this bill if that financial commitment would still be the same. And the idea of consolidation and kind of bringing community access and public access channels into less brick and mortar, more digital and online streaming. I think if you take a look at what CBC and others do, they've done that. But the brick and mortar building, the mentorship and the opportunity is what got me where I am. It's so important. We have the equipment and the mentorship and the expertise in these buildings already that is benefiting students, because schools are constantly, I can't tell you, I could count on my hand how many schools still have thriving technical programs that have the type of equipment and expertise that they do. So I just leave that for the record.
As your producer, I'm going to say you're exceeding the time. And
yes.
But we really appreciate your passion and your knowledge. It's good to speak with a journalist who appreciates the role of more of the volunteer segment of informing the community. And I want to thank you for resisting the urge to interview us with questions, because I don't think any of us are prepared to be grilled at this point. But we really do appreciate it. We will look at your testimony with great interest, and thank you for being among the last vestiges of true journalism in our state, and for how critically important that is to maintain an informed electorate in the interest of our values and free speech. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
No further questions. We will move on to Steve Rosenthal, who I'm sure has much to say after waiting so long.
I'm going to try and keep this brief. My name is Steve Rosenthal. I'm the president of Leahy's Fuels in Danbury, Connecticut. We've been selling B20 for several years, and we also sell propane gas to literally thousands of Connecticut homes. I'm here in support of Raise Bill 5440, an act concerning life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of biofuels. The issue, you have my written testimony, so I just want to make a couple of points that I think in some of the earlier testimony that I heard that there seems to be some confusion. So I wanted to give some clarifying information about Argonne National Laboratory. The laboratory is owned by the U.S. Department of Energy. It's fully funded by the U.S. Department of Energy, does not receive any funding at all from the oil or gas industry. It's got a budget of $1.1 billion a year and employs over 3,500 people. And it's administered by the University of Chicago, one of the best research universities in the world. The GREET model that they developed was first developed in 1995. It's updated annually. It's currently used by over 40,000 users worldwide. And it's free to use, thanks to we, the taxpayers. It's referenced in the Federal Inflation Reduction Act. So, there was some confusion earlier about whether or not you can reference something like the name of an organization that's not a government entity. Well, it kind of is a government entity. And the federal government does it, and then the state has done it in cases of fire codes for NFPA and several other agencies. A deep commissioner stated in her testimony that it would be okay with her to use it in certain applications, but she doesn't want to be obligated to use it as a specific, any specific model. Some would consider this to be model shopping or investigative bias, because if you're going to pick a model based on a result that you want, as opposed to a consistent model that's used to assess all of the competing fuels on a life cycle analysis basis, then I think you get a much better result. I guess the question really comes down to whether or not the legislature is willing to allow this current practice to continue. Is this in the best interest of Connecticut and the best way to work towards a cleaner environment for all? With that, I'll take any questions, and I really appreciate your patience tonight. I know it's been a long day.
Thank you for your testimony. As you know, we've heard earlier this evening about the issues with the model. I think you've opened our eyes to the fact that we need to ask further questions of DEEP. And I hope we've all demonstrated that we are open-minded and would like to find a path to ultimately a renewable energy future, but we're not there yet. And we have to be a little creative in the blend of fuel sources we use to get there.
And I think it's important to have a system going forward that is going to be consistently applied also. Because our fuels are changing. We now have oil burners that can burn B99. So it's not even a fossil fuel. It's a renewable fuel made from reprocessed cooking greases, or it's made from soy oils. So, I just think we need to be on a path that makes sense for everybody to compete equally.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Steve, thank you for your testimony. Thanks for staying up late with us here and getting this done. I mentioned to one of your fellow colleagues from the greater Danbury area too, with Mr. Jennings earlier, but would you be willing to kind of stand by for us as we get to this in the next week and we're looking at this in case we needed any future insight from those who are boots on the ground?
Absolutely.
That was a quick answer. I like that. I like quick answers at 7:30 at night. Thank you again for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the indulgence.
That's the kind of modeling we need to see.
We do. That's great modeling.
Next up, we have Bunby Mooning, followed by John Ike. Skip down all the way to Priscilla Wells from Briar Patch Shellfish, followed by Carrie Lynch.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. Please continue.
Hi, thank you, esteemed members of the Energy and Technology Committee. It's been a very long day. I've been listening to just about all of it. For more than 33 years, I've worked in the state of Connecticut in the fishing industry as a private accountant for small fishing businesses. I support SB 383. Over the years, I've become increasingly aware of the many outside forces that impact our fishing fleets. Fishermen are flexible, hardworking, and make the best of any hand they've been dealt, but the cumulative effects of a race to industrialize the ocean with offshore wind threatens their very existence. This bill makes an attempt to reduce the substantial impacts of this new industry placed on top of ours. Working in the offshore scalloping industry for years, I've watched how the fishing industry, nonprofit research groups, and government oversight have worked together to form the most sustainable fishery in the United States. This bill should be amended to include the environmental minimum standards like those recommended by the Commission on Environmental Standards. And in Section C, I believe everyone's input should be heard, and I would like to see 2 commercial fishermen and 2 people representing nonprofit environmental groups to balance the people appointed from different sectors of the energy industry. This ensures that all stakeholders are at the table when making decisions about the proposed mitigation fund. The fishing industry in Connecticut, from the offshore fleet in Stonington and New London to Long Island Sound shell fishing boats all the way to Greenwich, makes an important contribution to Connecticut's economy. In 2021, Connecticut landed over 8.5 million pounds of seafood with an ex-vessel value of over $15.4 million. These numbers won't be sustainable if the fishing industry is impacted by the offshore wind industry. The wind industry should be required to compensate in some way the effects their facilities will have on our fishing fleet. Therefore, they should be required to make payments into a mitigation fund to minimize the potentially disastrous financial harm that they will be doing to our fishing fleet. This bill is certainly an important step in ensuring that our fishing businesses survive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony and for hanging in with us. I think you made some really good points. Certainly representation from the industry would be very helpful in making sure all voices are heard. And it looks like there's a lot of interest in a mitigation fund that will, help us move forward with renewable energy without having a negative impact on an industry that's also very important to us.
If we don't have fishermen, we don't have seafood.
I can't live in a world like that.
You're right, me too. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along, we are next going to hear for John E.K., if I pronounce that correctly, followed by Walter Mann. I'm sorry, we missed. I'm losing it. We are now ready to hear from Carrie Lynch. Sorry, Carrie.
Long day, huh? Hello. Thank you, Co-Chair Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Vice Chairs, ranking members, and honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee for this opportunity to testify. I'm Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager for the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. We submitted written testimony on multiple bills today, but I am using this occasion to discuss 3 bills we support. House Bills 5438, 5439, and 5443. First, we support HB 5438, Connecticut's efforts to develop and promote energy efficiency and demand management programs to help residents and businesses become more energy efficient. We believe that energy efficiency is critical to reducing greenhouse gas emissions and system load while also saving ratepayers money. As the region's energy demand increases, projected to double by 2050, energy efficiency programs have great potential to also reduce the need for new upgraded transmission, the need for increased natural gas infrastructure, and land needed for transmission and energy resources. We strongly support Section 3, where $145 million will be set aside to be used by the Conservation and Load Management Plan. We understand that while the program ambitions have grown, the budget has not, despite high demand for these programs. We know that the current offering of programs has been very successful, and it has been estimated that these programs provide $2.35 in lifetime benefits for every dollar spent. While these funds are spent efficiently, there is still a need for expansion of this budget. We also support HB 5439 and Connecticut's effort to develop and promote a clean thermal sector. To this end, we support the ambitious goal of over 300,000 heat pumps by 2030. In 2022, it was estimated that 78% of homes in Connecticut used fossil products to heat their homes. This equates to about 1.2 million homes that use fossil heating. Additionally, over half of the housing stock is over 60 years old, consuming more energy and requiring more thermal energy than newer, more efficient builds. Weatherization programs are effective, but to truly reduce energy consumption and emissions from fossil heating, adoption of geothermal and heat pumps are completely necessary. According to the 2023 CELT forecast, by 2030, there will be only about 20,000 homes in Connecticut with electrified space heating. This is far, far below the 2030 target in HB 5439, making it incredibly difficult for Connecticut to reach this net zero carbon economy by 2050. And finally, we support HB 5443. We believe that such a bill will hold state agencies more accountable in programs and policy designed to reduce emissions and improve state resources. In our transition towards a decarbonized economy, Connecticut will need the help of a wide range of stakeholders. In our written comments, we recommended using the Connecticut Open Data Portal for such information. We also support energy information for home renters and buyers to know what to expect to pay in utility bills when they purchase or rent a home. Energy data transparency is critical for potential home buyers and renters in calculations of monthly budgets. And with that, I would like to conclude and thank you for the ability to testify today.
Thank you, Carrie. You're a professional testifier. I don't know if you actually had to rehearse to get all that in 3 minutes, but that was wonderful. But also perfectly articulate and understandable. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
And really, we're encouraged that you support these initiatives as we struggle to figure a way to make them work. I don't see any questions or comments, so we're going to let you go. Move on to Robert Keene, followed by Stephen Dodge. I can see you're in the room, Robert. Can you provide us with visual and audio confirmation? There you are. Welcome.
Well,
good to go, Robert.
okay. I need to. Okay, thank you. I'm a retired power engineer and certified energy manager, which brings in the conservation part. I'm a big fan of heat pumps, and I'm concerned about the program cost. Friends in Massachusetts are getting a $10,000 subsidy, so that would be like a $3 billion program if we're really going to do something like that. I'm also concerned about the impact on the energy prices if you add a lot of this low load factor load to the grid. There's an ISO study in which they added 15% heat pump and EV load by 2032. And the 15% increased the energy cost 112%. And increased the grid emissions 67%. And there's another scenario, examine the longer term farther out, and a 50% increase in load increased the amount of wind storage and solar by 150%. So 50% load increase. So there's a lot of incentive to reduce the load, basically, which says we should be doing as much conservation as we possibly can. And that's probably the best way to reduce CO2 at a minimum cost. In general, I'm concerned that there's no cost being discussed in all the bills and various things. I converted an oil burner to a gas 95% efficient boiler 15 years ago. It paid itself off in 5 years, and my CO2 went down 50%. That was an immediate 50%. It's not waiting for the grid to catch up and start reducing CO2. The other comments I'd like to make are on the energy procurement bill. And the thing that stands out when you read this is that, why are we talking about building 15-cent wind power when you're selling 5-cent nuclear? And the 15-cent wind is really 25 cents, but you get a 40% tax credit. So it doesn't seem to make sense. I know you need to sell the millstone off in the short term because the 5-cent millstone is probably more expensive than gas generation in the short term. But I'm concerned that with all the heat pump and EV load, that we'll be selling this off when we should be obtaining long-term rights to this. In fact, buying an option so that we get it at a reasonable price in the future. I mean, any over market money we throw in, we should be getting something back for in terms of an option or something down the road where we can use it again. I think we need balanced cost-effective solutions. Again, I'm concerned that the net zero related bills contain no cost constraints. They say we have to go to a net zero by 2040 or 2050. And they say we should be electrifying everything at any cost. And I think we need to, be practical about this and use efficiency to reduce demand as much as possible. Maybe high efficiency boilers and hybrid cars instead of electrifying everything.
Your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Okay, and we should keep the optimum amount of nukes, retain the rights to it in the future. We should build the optimum amount of gas capacity and oil storage, and we should make the offshore wind compete with the other sources. The other thing I wanted to note was that there's also, I was reading this over, that the DEEP orders the utility to do something, and then 6 months later, PURA goes and investigates whether it's prudent or not. And it seemed to me that's setting it up for everybody blaming the utility. And I think PURA should be on board from the beginning, and they should approve it and determine it's prudent at the same time that DEEP orders somebody to go and do it. It doesn't make sense to do it the way it's being done in the bill. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. You made really a number of excellent points. Particularly, I think we've all heard today that conservation should be our first emphasis. It's the only way we're going to, in any way, reduce the load concerns we are creating for ourselves by electrifying everything. We were just talking to see if we could treat nuclear submarines like our cars and maybe plug those, draw nuclear from there, because I don't know where else we're going to get nuclear short term. But really appreciate your testimony. Senator Needleman would like to encounter you.
Counter, that's a funny word. No, thank you for that. And yeah, I am also concerned about the all of the above strategy because it could prove to be very expensive for our ratepayers. That said, we are trying to navigate our way between cost, reliability, and climate change mitigation, and that's forefront in our mind all the time. So, but thank you. We need that kind of pragmatic approach to solving this problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Robert, again, thank you for being so pragmatic. We need to hear that sometimes. We can both be optimistic and aspirational while hopefully also being practical. So keep us honest, and we really appreciate it. We're going to move on next to Stephen Dodge, followed by the Fairchild.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Stephen Dodge, Director of State Regulatory Affairs for Clean Fuels Alliance America. I'm here to testify in favor of Raise Bill 5440. Clean Fuels is the national trade association for the U.S. industry that is producing biodiesel, renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel, and bioheat fuel for use in transportation, thermal space heating, and maritime and railroad fuels. As you know, the state has in place, and DEEP is currently studying a suite of carbon reduction programs to help the state meet its ambitious and appropriate carbon reduction mandates. As renewable low-carbon replacements for petroleum diesel, fuel, and heating oil, biodiesel and renewable diesel are made from used cooking oil, animal fats, brown sewer grease, and agricultural byproducts or co-products, as Chris Herb mentioned earlier. These biofuels reduce life cycle greenhouse gases on average 73 to 80%. In addition to significantly lowering greenhouse gas emissions, biodiesel can also significantly reduce harmful criteria pollutants created from the combustion of petroleum. These are pollutants that have been shown to lead to chronic health effects, especially in urban communities. But don't take it from me. It is vitally important that the state use the correct, approved, and widely accepted yardstick for conducting a life cycle carbon reduction analysis, cradle to grave, if you want to call it that, for all renewable fuels. Measuring carbon from cradle to grave varies depending on the type of fuel, feedstocks used, production methods used, and a host of other variables. But it is a measurement that is vitally important, which is why Argonne National Laboratories established the GREET model referenced in the bill for such measurements. It is the yardstick that state and federal programs use to track carbon emissions from transportation fuels. And when I say federal, EPA, and it's on their website. And the states that do utilize it also have it in their statutes or regulations. All biofuels are not created equal. For example, biofuels made from palm oil, and Chris mentioned this earlier, does not pass the smell test for carbon reduction because its life cycle emissions are higher than fossil diesel, as measured under the GREET model, while others, such as those made from soybeans, canola oil, and fat wastes and greases, are lower in carbon. Variance from well-established greenhouse gas accounting methodologies can result in significant and unintended consequences, as well as increased consumer costs. Connecticut needs to align itself with federally and internationally recognized greenhouse gas accounting methodologies, or its greenhouse gas reporting will have no correlation to carbon reductions relative to federal programs and other state jurisdictions. A go-it-alone approach is counter to a collaborative, multi-jurisdictional approach to tackling climate change, which virtually all jurisdictions agree is the only feasible way to make meaningful progress towards reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Now, the previous speaker talked a little bit about Argonne National Laboratories, and mentioned that it is owned by the United States Department of Energy. There was a
Apologize,
question.
but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
I will, thank you. And it is not uncommon for state statutes to reference independent standard setting organizations like ASTM and UL, and even API, American Petroleum Institute, for certain above ground and storage tanks. But I do want to clarify one thing, Mr. Chairman, and I'll end it with this. And this was discussed earlier by GREET staff. GREET is primarily used to assess life cycle emissions for liquid fuels. Now, in jurisdictions that have cap and trade programs, cap and invest programs, different methodologies are used to calculate carbon emissions from all sectors. And the biggest reason for that is that these programs don't assess emissions on a life cycle basis, but rather a tailpipe smokestack basis. So we're talking about life cycle analysis for transportation and heating fuels only. The bill may need some tweaking, and as Chris mentioned earlier, we're fine with that, but I just wanted to make that clarification. Happy to answer any questions and appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, and particularly at the end, if there are tweaks we need to make in order to make that intention appropriate in terms of the appropriate metrics or appropriate methodology for measurement, that's something we need to know more about. So I thank you for that. And I also just want to say that I think we all agree that this is not a Connecticut go alone approach, that we're counting a lot on Commissioner Dykes and her relationships with surrounding states to create an effective coalition of states so we can accomplish these objectives. And that is our expectation going forward, that we will be able to use our collective throw weight to come up with a more effective solution than we would on our own. However, I also reject the idea that one small state can't do something. We all have a role to play, and we must be assertive about that. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your time today. Have a good evening. Next up is Lindsay, followed by Duncan Broach.
Hello. Hello, honorable members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Lindsay Perk Fairchild, and I'm here to speak in favor of SB 383. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I work at Empire Fisheries, a fishing fleet out of Stonington, Connecticut. I've spent my career working on the Connecticut waterfront in marine science and various maritime fields. I am also currently completing a Master of Environmental Management, and from that perspective, I can confirm the serious need to provide regulations that mitigate the environmental and economic impacts of building thousands of new structures in our oceans. Although many people have put lots of work into this topic, we are not where we need to be in our mitigation efforts. The push for new, lower carbon energy technologies is commendable and necessary. And in the past, Connecticut has been a leader in supporting new innovation while also providing protections for our environment and small businesses. But we've fallen behind with wind energy. Rhode Island, Virginia, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and New York have all established mitigation funds for offshore wind projects. While Connecticut's most recent request for procurement included a request for developers to submit a plan for a mitigation fund, we have let multiple contracting processes go by without having this requirement codified in our laws. This leaves us vulnerable to processes that may not be in our best interests or could create a future of confusing disparate funds for each new contract. We need a robust, cohesive mitigation plan focused on Connecticut and our unique environments. Senate Bill 383 is a step in the right direction. I support it wholeheartedly, although I do suggest some changes. A mitigation fund such as this was strongly recommended by the Commission on Environmental Standards, who have put in a great deal of effort, scholarship, and expertise into their recommendations, and I encourage you to adjust the bill to include the standards recommended in the 2023 summary report by the CES. I also believe the introduction of a fund manager and the Oversight Committee will bring much-needed transparency to offshore wind development. I support this, and I ask that the section be adjusted to include at least 2 appointees from the fishing industry and 2 from environmental nonprofits to provide a balance to the 2 appointees from different parts of the energy sector. Thank you so much for your consideration on this important topic.
Thank you, Lindsay, for your testimony. I think you added some good points to our deliberations with regard to how we're going to manage the mitigation program. I think that's very helpful. I have one really unrelated question for you.
Sure.
Those blue things on your credenza.
Oh, they are buoys from our lobster trap tree here in Stonington, which we're so lucky to have. It's a great attraction. And they're kind enough to have local artists paint buoys for each one of the boats in our fishing fleet here in Stonington.
Thought that they were rather good looking for buoys. Usually as attractive as that.
You should come visit. It's quite a sight.
I'm definitely going to have to make a trip.
Thank you.
I was going to suggest that the entire committee take a trip to Stonington. We did this holiday season. It's really very impressive. Yes,
I will
and
add.
we have Santa Claus right here. He's willing to do a free visit.
Niantic now has buoys by the bay. We have 3 trees with buoys on them. We'll have to have a total seaside trip.
It's like a good Connecticut industry that we can really work on. Lindsay, thank you for your testimony. We really do seriously appreciate the suggestions you made, and we'll take them very seriously. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
I understand Duncan maybe have some technical difficulties. We'll hope that he can resolve those. No, I see Duncan. Well, yes, I did for a moment. There he is. Welcome. Duncan.
Hey, very good. My name is Duncan Broach with the Connecticut Small Power Producers Association. And I just have some brief comments on SB 382. And this bill just simply extends the duration of contracts for hydro, which is good. But I think this is probably a placeholder, and that's great because I'm on the hydro task force, and we're going to be coming out with a study shortly that provides ideas for helping out hydro in Connecticut. This is my little hydro site in the background, you can see. So you're enjoying electricity from this unit right now. Hydro in Connecticut has problems. It's been kind of neglected. They're hurting. I get 3 cents per kilowatt hour at this site right now. I'm losing money. Gross revenue per year is about $11,000 a year. My costs per year are way over $20,000 a year. We need to do something, and I think that hopefully we'll be doing that soon. So I look forward to finishing our study with our hydro study group and sending that in. Hopefully we have time to get all this done. I understand there's a JF at March 26th, and then there's a meeting at March 21st. I'll do my best to push our study members along to get the study in, and hopefully we can make things happen this year. All right. Any questions?
Thank you for your very brief testimony, but more importantly, all the work you've done on behalf of Connecticut Hydropower. It's really critically important that you're part of this working group. Even though we have a JF deadline, with your testimony and that what we've heard from others on the task force, I'm hopeful this committee will give you the benefit of the doubt and will help get that bill out of committee, and we can continue to work on it even after the JF deadline on the 26th. Can't guarantee it, but we would like to honor your hard work and see what we can do to support hydropower here in the state. Yes, Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep it brief for you outside, Duncan, and we haven't seen outside today at all, so we're all a little jealous of that more than your electricity.
I know you're doing a good job.
But have you, and just preliminarily, I'm just curious if you've come across something that, I don't know, I don't want to say sink our teeth into, maybe get our feet wet with this, and what you're going to say that can help get you to, that can help get you to that point where you can be a clean wash for your facility as opposed to losing money the way you are.
So the question is, I don't understand, do we, is our study looking at some proposals that do provide the incentives that these hydro projects need so they can survive? Is that the question?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, very good. Yes, we will have hopefully 4 considerations that we will presenting to you in this very detailed study. It includes a rate, a tariff rate for the energy. It'll include modifications to the NRES. It'll include improvement to the definition of Class 1 hydro, because this project doesn't even get any RECs right now. It doesn't get Class 2, doesn't get Class 1. So, and then finally, the number 4 item is a solicitation conducted by DEP for hydro. So hopefully you'll see all 4 of those, and if those are passed, then yes, they will allow hydro to survive, and they will reduce the projects that are being decommissioned, and it will maybe help to bring back the 8 projects that have been decommissioned in Connecticut, put them back online, because they're just beautiful pieces of machinery sitting there going to waste, and they've been taken offline because, like me, they were losing money, and you can't keep a business going if you're losing money. So that's the deal.
That's a great answer. I know we weren't looking for all the answers, but just a little something to get our beak wet there was kind of what we're hoping for, and get things flowing in the right direction on our side. So, Duncan, I greatly appreciate that, and greatly appreciate your hard work on that task force. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Again, we are all supportive of hydro and look forward to hopefully making some more supportive gestures. Next up is Kate Donnelly, followed by Charles Rothenberger.
Hi, my name's Kate Donnelly. I'm the chair of the Hampton Green Energy Committee, and I'm the Wyndham NAAC Environmental Justice Committee. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. A few weeks ago, I spoke on Solar Day to this committee, and committee members were extremely concerned about the energy burden on taxpayers, and I greatly share that concern. The energy burden disproportionately affects poor and working class residents, and over 400,000 households across the state are facing unaffordable home energy costs. And as many have said before me, the simplest and least expensive way to lower costs is to reduce the amount of energy we use for electricity and heating. And this is why I strongly support HB 5438, with additional financial support to expand energy efficiency programs. Programs such as home energy solutions assessments and funding for simple measures like increasing insulation and building envelopes can make all the difference in decreasing costs and making homes safer and more comfortable. These programs have been extremely popular, but the inconsistent and insufficient funding have prevented many citizens from taking advantage and have disrupted the workforce, and these jobs should be a high priority. Funding for these programs is just not enough as it exists today. If we're serious about easing economic burdens, it is essential to appropriate the $145 million too deep from the general fund in order to keep these important programs funded. I also support HB 5439, which will establish target goals for heat pumps. Federal government through the IRA is offering incentives and tax credits not only for heat pumps, but also to upgrade electric panels, which have been discussed before. So the time is really right to increase the amount of heat pumps in our state. And if Maine can do it with its colder climate and less affluent population, Connecticut certainly can also. I strongly support HB 5443, the Energy Data Bill of Rights. I think citizens deserve to know how Connecticut is doing on reaching its climate goals. And municipalities need data in order to access the myriad of grants that are becoming available through federal funding. This bill will allow us to working to promote energy efficiency and renewables in our communities to easily access this information. This is especially true for small towns like Hampton, with a population of under 2,000, who has part-time town officials, part-time first selectman, part-time superintendent. Every program and grant requires different data, which is often very difficult and time-consuming to access. Honestly, the environmental groups in Connecticut are often more on top of analyzing data than our government is and our utilities are. So please allow citizens to hold you accountable on the bills and programs passed by the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, for your testimony and for hanging in with us so long. I think we take your points, and I guess we're kind of used to being held accountable, but it'd be great if we did it on a databases. That would be very helpful. I don't see any questions currently, but you have been a stalwart voice on behalf of conservation and doing the right thing. We appreciate your practical approach. Moving along, we now go to the last person in this room who doesn't need to be here, Charles Rothenberger, followed by Barry Krett.
I hope that was not an assessment of the testimony I'm about to deliver.
The judge of that.
Thank you. My name is Charles Rothenberger, climate and energy attorney for Save the Sound. I'm pleased to be here in person this evening to testify in support of a number of bills, including House Bill 5438, 5439, 5442, 5443, and 5445. And I'll touch on a few of those. With respect to 5438, the energy efficiency funding bill, we're really pleased to see this raise, particularly sections 1 and 3. As written, this would provide an additional $145 million to the state's conservation load management programs. And this is welcome, as it really represents a repayment of funds that were previously swept by the legislature in 2017-18. I will say, with respect to section 2 of the bill, which is the study section, we don't necessarily oppose it, but we question whether that's really required, since a lot of the information that is contemplated by that study is presented in one form or another in the annual legislative reports published by the Energy Efficiency Board. And those reports are a wealth of data. We heard a lot about heat pumps this evening and this afternoon, and we do support the heat pump targets. We're pleased to see the inclusion of the January 1, 2030 target date included in this legislation. That aligns the bill with the goals recently adopted by the U.S. Climate Alliance, of which Connecticut is a member, as well as the heat pump deployment targets established in states such as Massachusetts and Maine. With respect to 5442 and federal funding for state energy storage systems, we also support this. The expanded deployment of energy storage provides several really important advantages, including being able to balance energy loads, the firming of solar and other intermittent generation, and enhancing the resilience of our grid by providing backup power during electrical disruptions. So that is really key. We also support the Energy Data Bill of Rights. We heard from Mark Scully, who's really done yeoman's work in terms of digging a lot of this information out. A lot of this information is out there, it exists, but it's siloed. It's sometimes difficult to find and sometimes very difficult to access, including sometimes requiring the submission of a Freedom of Information Act, which is really just a waste of energy and resources for data that should be publicly available. Excuse me. With respect to the Electric Grid Interconnection Points Bill, 5445, support that. Great for some conversations between PURA and the General Assembly to
Your 3
solve
minutes
the
are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Sure. To solve the interconnection queue problem for our solar systems that we've heard so much about. And finally, we think expanding or extending contracts for offshore wind from 20 to 30 years is a great idea to hopefully lower the cost of those projects as we're in the middle of a procurement right now. And with that, I will conclude, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Charles. Almost within 3 minutes. Are there any bills you wanted to comment on that you didn't? Okay.
No, thank you. I think I got them all. Thank you.
Thank you. No, really, seriously, we appreciate your support. We'll take a closer look at your testimony when we're sufficiently recovered to be able to read. But thank you for that. We do appreciate it and your ongoing advocacy on behalf of our broader energy and environmental goals.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you. All right. Barry Kresh from the EV Club of Connecticut, followed by Susan Eastwood, who has crossed us up by now being remote, but I think we can deal with that. Welcome, Barry.
Thank you. Good evening, committee chairs, ranking members, and committee members. My name is Barry Kresh. I'm from Westport and president of the Electric Vehicle Club of Connecticut, an all-volunteer organization promoting EV adoption and eliminating tailpipe emissions. Thank you for allowing me to testify in favor of HB 5443, the Energy Data Bill of Rights. Good planning requires good data. We have a lot of data in the state, but it is difficult to access and not always easy to use when you get it. This isn't an ideal arrangement for anyone. Compiling and disseminating a comprehensive data set of energy usage and generation at a granular level would help in moving the state toward its net zero goal. The EV Club has brought this bill forward in conjunction with PACE. I help them with the transportation part of their energy model. PACE has in the past obtained grand lists, also an arduous process. I have been obtaining data from the DMV via Freedom of Information Act request, so I'm able to give them the entire state with everything neatly lined up, as well as be a resource with respect to EVs for the municipalities they work with and those that I interact with independently. But this is no easy path either. I saw the Eversource testimony that suggested that much of the bill is superfluous because we have a FOIA process. I think they have this wrong and that it misses the point. For timely, trendable analysis, FOIA is not the way to go. Too piecemeal, slow, cumbersome. Take it from me, requests are not always fulfilled. There's no standardization. You never know what you're going to get. I know it's work to put this together, but if we do it, a process would be in place that would save staff resources now being used for one-off FOIA requests. There is also the question of data quality. I have seen different numbers of EVs reported in different places, all sourced from DMV. For example, the Evaluate CT dashboard from Atlas Public Policy reports roughly 500 fewer EVs than DMV. Some of that is differential reporting, but most of it is data conflict. I heard the question today of Pura Chair Gillette about the process of doing this. I second her point that having sufficient runway is essential, and the legislation should account for that. This point was raised by Eversource as well. Finally, I would like to note that there is precedent for this kind of access in other states. And with that, I will thank you for your time.
Thank you, Barry. Is that actually Westport Sunset there? Behind
It's Florence, Italy.
Yeah, it sort of looked like the Ponte Vecchio over there, but
Yeah, I blocked the sun. There it is.
well, I hope to be back in Westport before sunrise.
Good luck.
Thank you for your testimony. Particularly thank you for your continued work on the Bill of Rights and fighting to make sure that Connecticut citizens have access to critical data about our energy usage. And I take your point that obtaining information via FOIA is not the ideal way for us to be informed, and we can do better than that. And I'm encouraged by the number of people who have been supportive of the concept of the Bill of Rights and assembling this information, and particularly that of Chair Gillette, that Puro is prepared to take a role as they already have to some degree. I think we can get there. Hopefully we can put together a bill this year that is both comprehensive and allows us, is reasonable in terms of actually assembling that kind of information. So thank you for that. I don't see any further questions or comments. So have a good night, Barry. Enjoy Westport. Next up is Susan Eastwood, followed by Nathan Froling.
Good evening, Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I want to testify in strong support of HB 5438 and 5439. I have submitted written testimony on both of these bills, so I'll try to summarize it quickly and focus on my own experience, which is I have a lot of experience working with Energy Task Force in this area, also on the state level. So as you've heard, the cleanest and least costly energy is that which we don't use. And you've heard lots of reasons why we need to prioritize energy efficiency in the state. So many benefits that you've heard from a number of my colleagues and allies about, from Sierra Club and PACE and so forth, Save the Sound. So I think it's really important to just reiterate that we must support our energy efficiency goals with the funds to accomplish them. We've seen what happens when you don't have those three legs stabilized in the program and how that can hurt solar as well. And a lot of jobs in the state do depend on that. So obviously I want to urge you, and I thank you for obviously having that priority as well in supporting that program so that it can be stable and continue on, because it's really useful to everybody and needs to be broadened for folks who haven't had a chance, particularly in areas where for the home energy audits, people were not able to get them because they had mold or asbestos in older buildings, and now there's some funding to help mitigate those first. So that's great. I helped to found the ASHRAE Clean Energy Task Force in 2009. And ever since then, we have been educating residents in our town and in the area, working on state level with the Connecticut Energy Network as well. And I do agree with Diane Lauricella and Jeff Gross and your discussion with them about the importance of outreach and education for the public. In my experience over the years, we've done many programs, like from bulb swaps for, LEDs, for, Solarize, just everything, home energy audits in particular. We've done a lot on that around here. And people really want it, but they don't always understand it. They don't always believe the benefits because sometimes they sound a little too good to be true, right? So the education is really, really important. And so I would request that you try to, on both those two bills, try to put that component into the bill if you can. Personally, I've had 3 energy audits on our home. The first one was a regular energy audit, and we put in insulation. And then after that, when we were putting in ground source heat pumps, a geothermal system, that a whole house system that also heated our water, we were required to do another energy audit, which was found more things that we could fix. So it was great and helped a lot to help our system be really
3
effective.
minutes are up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Thank you. And the last one was when we put in some more solar to help lower our electric bills. And I'd love to do more, but had a lot of experience with the energy audits, and I can just testify that they are really helpful, and people that know about them and can afford even that small fee. The lower you can keep that small fee, the better. They are really grateful for that program. So thank you for having that, and thank you for supporting these bills. And I know you've heard enough about the heat pumps already, so I'll leave that for you to read later. Thanks.
Well, Susan, we're grateful for you and your ongoing advocacy. It's always good to hear that you can continue to do audits and continue to improve the efficiency of your home. I don't know if everybody needs to do 3 audits, but we appreciate your perseverance and
they were required.
the good outcomes that you've had from that. So that is very encouraging to us. Have a great evening. I think we were smarter to testify from home than from here. Much easier commute at this point.
Didn't mean to confuse you. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Next up is Nathan Froling, followed by Peaches Quinn.
Wow, 8 o'clock. I'm very thankful for your perseverance and sincerely allowing me the opportunity to testify on behalf of and in support of House Bill 5406, Senate Bill 385, and offer qualified opposition to Senate Bill 383. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs for the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. We are committed to helping reduce global carbon emissions to limit warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial temperatures. And this goal is imperative to us, and it informs our positions on these 3 bills. We have submitted detailed written testimony on each of the bills. So for 5406 regarding transmission and grid enhancing technologies, we know that major work is needed to upgrade our transmission system to meet clean energy and climate goals, and the task force is an important opportunity to wrestle with the complex challenges involved, so we fully support the bill. We like Senate Bill 385 and the support it offers both nuclear power and offshore wind. After extensive investigations regarding nuclear, our World Office of the Nature Conservancy now believes nuclear is an important part of needed clean energy strategies. Senate Bill 385 is also important for offshore wind in providing flexibility to use up to a 30-year contract if warranted, which could help lower bid prices. And that's important, and we fully support that measure. Regarding Senate Bill 383, we fully support the intent of providing adequate mitigation associated with offshore wind, but offer qualified opposition to the bill as drafted. This is based on the urgency of being able to assure timely deployment of offshore wind at pace and scale. Offshore wind is an imperative for meeting climate goals, but the feasibility of offshore wind right now hinges on dealing with skyrocketing costs. And we must be sure that any extra cost for offshore wind is absolutely necessary. The bill requires an upfront payment of $2 million, regardless of whatever level of megawatts we're talking about, for a mitigation fund that would likely be on top of at least $15,000 per megawatt for wildlife, fisheries, and monitoring. Good stuff, but we're trying to keep track of the dollars here. The bill also extracts an additional sum for mitigation on every kilowatt hour for the life of the project at a price that is unknown. Proponents may dismiss this extra cost, but price uncertainty is an issue. Those who deal with financing offshore wind are not likely to ignore that uncertainty, and we'd expect to see a risk premium in bid prices on top of the additional cost. We like well-funded mitigation. We're a conservation organization, but not at the risk of jeopardizing offshore wind for Connecticut. So to be clear, we support the intent of this bill, and if there was greater clarity on the range of additional costs per kilowatt hour, we would be better able to support the bill, which is why our opposition is qualified. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Nathan, for your testimony, and we do appreciate your pragmatism. We need offshore wind. We need it to be something that is affordable for ratepayers. We do not intend to put undue burdens, but as we often say in this committee lately, it's all about balance. And we also have to look at the environmental impacts.
Absolutely.
Not easy. We're figuring out as we go along, but we appreciate your insights.
Thank you.
Next up is Peaches Quinn, followed by Frank Fraccini.
Good evening, everyone. I thought I was going to be your closer, but I guess not, huh? I lost that distinction. Senator Needleman, Representative Steinberg, Senator Fazio, Representative Buckby, and all distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to express strong support for HB 5446, an act concerning funding for community access television, the Connecticut Television Network, and low-income internet. My name is Peaches Quinn, and I am president of the Connecticut Coalition on Aging. We are a 50-year-old statewide all-volunteer group providing public education and advocacy on issues of importance to Connecticut's older citizens. I am also former chair and current vice chair of the Cable Advisory Council, serving New Haven, West Haven, and Hamden. First, I want to thank all of you for raising this intelligently crafted bill that, as you have heard from so many others today, and we believe it's a win-win for all stakeholders. And why do we think so? A few reasons. First, Current tax would be applicable to all communication service providers. It is a fair share approach and would increase needed revenue. Next, unequal tax advantages would be eliminated. Next, PEG access funding would be ensured and would support the operation and management of community access providers remaining independent and nonprofit organizations, which we believe strongly in. And last, a path is begun for Connecticut Internet for All. I'd also like to say a few additional words about the immeasurable contribution of CTN and community access programming. Without hesitation, they are two deliberate and distinct mechanisms for public education and voice. Without CTN, there would be no easily accessible, available means for staying in the know on state government activity. CTN more than proved itself an essential education resource during the dark COVID days. As for community access programming, I have, like so many local citizens, learned producer skills specifically in the studios of Citizens Television in New Haven, Connecticut. I produced a show called Got Girlfriends, and it
3
was
minutes are
a,
up. Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
yes, thank you. We showcased diverse women who had remarkably turned around adversity into advantage. So please take HB 5446 all the way. I look forward to vigorous progress toward low-income internet access for all. But for now, I beseech you to clean up inequities and give Pura the legislation they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peaches. That was a great summation. Anytime we empower Pura, we usually get good results. So we really appreciate that. Perhaps we can help you get Got Girlfriends on CTN. So we
Yes,
broaden our
definitely.
audience.
We'll do it.
Sounds like a good one. But thank you for all your testimony, and particularly for being you're the penultimate
Almost.
testifier today.
Hmm.
So we appreciate that. We have one left, and that is Frank Ficini, who will get the last word this evening. Frank, welcome. You're out.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank, good evening, Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, Senator McCrory and Representative Foster, Senator Fazio and Representative Buckby, and members of the Committee on Energy and Technology. Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. My name is Frank Ficini, and I am the Executive Director of Southeastern Connecticut Television. I was at the meeting for the most part today, and I want to make a few comments, but first I want to just give you a little bit about my background. I worked for a cable provider for 2 decades, managing the public access studio, and then I started SEC TV in 2014. At that time, none of the towns in the service area were televising their government meetings. Fast forward to 2024, now most towns in the Groton region regularly televise their town council, planning and zoning, and board of education meetings through our community access television service. We began operating the Waterford studio in 2022, just as we had done when we took over the Groton studio. We took over a studio that had previously been run by a cable company with equipment that was more than 2 decades old and on the verge of failure. Through the Purist PEG PISA grant program, we have been able to update much of the equipment at both studios, allowing the towns, schools, and public to continue producing meaningful programs. We have produced thousands of community programs, including 2 with the Naval Submarine Base in Groton, 1 Military Neighbors, the other one Undercurrents. And these types of programs are not only of value to members of the military, but also to the local community to inform them how vital the submarine base is to our region. Back in the day, we covered 2 of the BRAC Commission hearings when they were considering closing the subbase, which created an awareness to the communities how valuable it was that we show our support for the subbase and the devastation that would have occurred if they had been closed. So there's quite an economic impact from the subbase. So basically what we have is a local television channel for things that are not covered by mainstream media. You might get a soundbite from the network affiliate, but you're not getting this type of in-depth coverage. We work with the Chambers of Commerce, for 2 decades, we have done a show with the Greater Mystic Chamber of Commerce. Mystic has always been a popular tourist destination, but when we started this show, they were really trying to get more people to visit Mystic. And now, 25 years later, I think they've achieved their goal. Some of the people who produce programs include Joe Dela Cruz, who was a former state rep, and I believe he was on the E&T committee. Heather Summers, who was there earlier today, and Representative Holly Cheeseman has been a guest on shows over at the Waterford studio. We thank them for their participation. But Representative Cheeseman made a comment today that I wanted to just touch upon, which was regarding if this is a tax and the different educational institutions are hemorrhaging for money and we're hemorrhaging for money, that who do they give it to? And so the point I want to make is that we actually compliment the schools and they are grateful that we are assisting them with their productions. For example, the town of Stonington, we're covering all of the first selectman meetings, the planning and zoning meetings, all of their high school music concerts. We cover their 2023.
Please summarize the rest of your testimony.
Thank you. We cover the 2023 commencement. And that's just one example. We cover the UConn actually has a local basketball team, men's and women's, and we have the Avery Point teams on. So we're complimenting these organizations and they're grateful to have us. We don't feel like we're in competition with them for dollars. They are grateful to have us here. And even the superintendent from Stonington made the point that we are helping them when they're looking to the Board of Ed to get funding. We're a great asset. So we're a wonderful asset to so many community organizations and nonprofits, and we would like to continue. So I'm asking for your support of HB 5446. I believe that's the right number of the bill, and 5446. And I'm very grateful that you stayed there all day, and I appreciate all you do for the state and for our region. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony and for sticking with us to the very end, which I would say is sweet and not bitter. You've done a nice job today trying to cover this. We really do appreciate your perspective. We, I think, have come to truly value the public access operators and the value they provide to their communities.
Thank you.
We're going to do what we can to keep this industry going as appropriate. And
thank you so much.
We will talk more.
Okay.
I see no further questions, shockingly. And I think this will be the end of our testimony today. I just want to thank everybody who's hung in there, either in person or online, and particularly our staff that are beginning to reconsider why they wanted to be part of this committee. But it's too late now. So on that note, I will suggest we should adjourn. Unless there should be objections, we can stay around for a few hours. Okay, we are adjourned.